who it was this crazy 3M has been hiding the health harms, shrouding the health harms, suppressing the health harms due to exposure to these PFAS compounds that are forever chemicals, known endocrine disruptors.
In Band-Aids.
Yeah. So there's like all this corporate collusion and shrouding of the truth. And I'm just like, I think insofar as you can reduce your exposures to these kinds of things and selectively, if money is scarce, selectively buy certain things organic, I think that makes sense.
Do they have organic Band-Aids?
That's a good question. I don't know. But they recently identified these compounds and
Yeah, I read the study about the Band-Aid thing and I was like, Jesus Christ, is anything safe?
It's not
fucking Band-Aids?
We've all got microplastics in our balls these days, microplastics in our atheromas, right?
Yeah.
Like they found in our arteries that the presence of microplastics was associated with two to threefold increased risk of cardiovascular death.
So here it is, partnering with Environmental Health News, a consumer watchdog sent 40 bandages of different brands to U.S. Environmental Protection Agency certified lab. The lab found that 65% of the bandages contained detectable levels of synthetic forever chemicals, or PFAS.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and
that is so crazy because that's an open wound.
Yes.
It's like literally mainlining right into your bloodstream.
It's nuts. And you talk about this stuff today on social media and you're accused of fear mongering, of being alarmist. You're not.
What is that though? Is that trolls from pharmaceutical companies? I mean, that's something that I guarantee you corporations use. If nations use it, and we know they do, and we know that there's troll farms in Russia. We know this is a real thing. Why wouldn't corporations use that too? Especially if they could farm that off and be removed from it as far as like being able to trace back the paperwork.
I mean, we see it even within our own government, the USDA, the dietary guidelines for Americans, 95% of people in that committee have had conflicts of interest with the pharmaceutical industry and the food industry.
Yeah.
At least 50% that I'm aware of today, working on the 2025 issue. We see all the time, there's been a number of great journalism done in the Washington Post, exposing how the food industry pays dietitians to promote, a certain ideology around food, that all foods are cool. You just have to eat less and move more. All foods fit. There are no good or bad foods, which
it's hilarious.
It's hilarious. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, these companies, they pay these people that are body positive influencers as well. So they're basically paying people that are ill because of eating these things to tell other people it's okay to eat these things, and that it's somehow or another phobic, whether it's fat phobic or whatever it is, to not encourage body positivity. And it's stupid. It's just stupid. It's stupid for the people that are getting it. It's stupid for the people that are promoting it. It's stupid for our culture to be inundated with this nonsense and misinformation where we have to sort through it and try to do deeper research and consult people who actually understand what's going on. It's so disheartening that we live in this world that's so compromised by money, that information about key things like your own health is so distorted that it's hard. Like, you talk to people and so many people have like a basic misunderstanding of what is good and not good for you. And all of it is because of this kind of thing, that it's just so prevalent and it's so confusing. And you're getting expert advice from people, which is one of the wildest ones for me. When you look at...
Oh, thank you.
Get some coffee in your system there, fella.
Excellent.
Cheers, sir.
Cheers.
Good to see you.
Same.
One of the things that's crazy to me is that we get expert advice from people that are clearly sick. How many times have you had nutrition or dietary advice from someone who is obese?
Yeah.
You're fat. You have no muscle. Your body looks like it's just in decay. And you're the person giving advice.
Yeah. I mean, most of the social media, personas that I've observed that purport to be experts, or that, that that seem to have, I don't know whether it's through credentialism, a degree of authority. I mean, I wouldn't send a loved one to,
Yeah.
you know, it's just gaslighting on a mass scale. Cause you know, your average person today comes across this ideology that all foods are fine. It's all good. And they try to reduce their consumption of the crap that they're already eating. And they end up failing at that because it's really hard to moderate your consumption of these foods, which have been engineered to be consumed quickly and regularly. And then they feel as though they feel moral failure, and then it just creates this vicious cycle of yo-yo dieting. We're not being honest about the way that these foods impact behavior. And today, 60% of the calories that your average person consumes comes from ultra-processed foods, which are foods that are highly calorie dense. They are nutrient poor. They are minimally satiating. They're uber delicious. I mean, they push your brain to a bliss point beyond which self-control is seemingly impossible. And by the way, it's these ultra-processed foods that are a major route of ingestion for these kinds of chemicals that we're talking about, these industrial chemicals, forever chemicals. You know, ultra-processed foods are, you know, if you want more phthalates in your body, consume more ultra-processed foods. There was a study that recently was published that found that for every 10% increment in ultra-processed food consumption, pregnant women were ingesting about 14% higher levels of these phthalates, right? I mean, you did such an amazing episode with Shauna Swan a couple of years ago, talking about the fact that our exposure to these chemicals are reducing the anogenital distance in boys, right? Which is a very easy, well, I don't know about if easy is the right term, but it's a very simple proxy to use to identify how these compounds might be affecting us, right? But that's only what you can observe. Like, how are these chemicals affecting us in other ways?
Right.
You know? And so it's crazy. And these are the kinds of foods that we're just eating en masse, day in and day out. And 60% is the average. Children consume about 70% ultra-processed foods today. On average, Black Americans, unfortunately, consume 80% ultra-processed foods. And there's obviously, this is not all choice. There are systemic issues. Many people today still live in food deserts. Accessibility is an issue. Cost is an issue. I know all that. But the messaging that we're getting from our most trusted sources is essentially that everything's fine. Just eat less, move more.
Yeah. And it's so difficult for the average American to access information from people that they can trust, or to figure out who to trust. You know, you get experts that tell you, oh, you don't need to take supplements. You just need a well-balanced diet. And you go, oh, vitamins are bullshit. And you have people expressing that. Like,
yeah.
It's just, how could someone say that when there's so much data on the efficacy of vitamins and the benefit of vitamin supplementation?
Of course. And vitamins, I mean, we need vitamins. Supplements can be really helpful. And I get asked this a lot, like, who do you know who to trust on social media? I think a really good heuristic is, you know, somebody actually, I was giving a talk recently, and somebody highlighted that one good indicator of somebody who is likely trustworthy is somebody who is willing to present the opposing viewpoint, and not straw man the opposing viewpoint, but actually steel man the opposing viewpoint, like to actually make clear what the opposing viewpoint is,
right,
and then to refute that viewpoint.
So they're not ideologically connected to the result.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I try to do that. I try to, you know, share where I've changed my mind in the past, or where I've evolved my viewpoint. I try to be clear about the things that I don't know. You know, I'm also not trying to be one of these people on social media that like purports to know everything, to have the magic routine or protocol, you know, for everything, you know, as like some kind of, you know, all-knowing arbiter of health information, because I feel like there are still so many unknowns, and I could easily one day develop what it is that my mom developed. I hope I don't. I had a health scare in 2022 that, you know, just proved to me that, you know, there is a lot of like luck that goes into this, you know, into this equation as well. My back hurts. I don't know how to fix that. Like, you know.
What have you been doing for your back?
Well, I try.
You have bulging discs? What do you have?
Oh man, I have like mild, or it's probably progressed, but it's like disc desiccation between L5 and S1, and then so it's like basically a dehydrated disc, and which I got from just squatting improperly 10 years ago, and my back's like never been the same since.
Have you ever used a reverse hyper?
No.
You don't know about that?
No.
It was a piece of machinery that was designed by Westside Barbell, Louis Roberts. What's his name? Louis Simmons, sorry. Louis Simmons from Westside Barbell developed this machine that strengthens the back and actively decompresses the back. And what it is your body weight with your chest down sits on this bench, and underneath it, you hook your legs to this thing that's like a leg curl, and you lift up, which strengthens your back. And on the decel, when it brings it down, it's actively pulling your back. And it's phenomenal.
Whoa.
It's really good. It's really good at decompressing your back. It's really good at strengthening all the muscles around your back to keep your back stable. This is the machine right here. We have one. Yeah, we have the Rogue version of it out there in the studio. I could show it to you after we're done here, but I love it. It's phenomenal. And it's great for developing leg strength and hamstring strength and glute strength, but really I use it for lower back, for decompression. Show a video, Jamie, if you would, so we could see how it worked. This is Louis. He was on the podcast back in the day. He was an amazing guy and very innovative. So he was a power lifter and developed some back problems himself. But you see how on the downswing, it's actually pulling your back, and you can feel it pull your back. So you can feel it like separate everything. You feel like little things pop in there, and it provides relief. And for him, they were telling him that he had to get his disc fused because he had too much compression. He said, well, what about decompression? And they were reluctant to consider that. And so he's a genius, a fitness genius. And so he designed a machine that would actively decompress the spine while strengthening the muscles around it.
Whoa. That sounds awesome.
Yeah. Have you done any decompression stuff?
I bought this thing that you like hang upside down on it. That, I mean, this was like a couple of years ago. I don't know if it helped that much. You know what actually has helped me a lot? What I took up during the pandemic, boxing.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's going on is it's strengthening your lower back, which is helping you.
That's helped, yeah.
Yeah, you need to strengthen it for sure. This is better. Another thing, when you're talking about the hanging, you're talking about a teeter, right? Which teeter, I like that unit, but teeter makes what I think is a far better unit, which is the Dex.
Whoa.
And so we have that outside too. And what that does is, instead of hanging from your ankles so your legs tense up and your legs resist the weight of your body, instead of that, everything hinges down from your hips, and you will immediately feel when you get on there, your back popping and decompressing. I use that every day. Whoa. It's called the Dex DEX2. And, you just buy it off Amazon. It's not expensive. You also can do back extension exercises on it. It's a very versatile machine, but man, for decompressing the back, I've never found anything better.
Changed my life. That's awesome.
Yeah. And I also use those kinds of things with weight. So what I'll do is I'll hold 2 20-pound dumbbells in my hands, and I'll do back extensions. So I'm developing strength around all those lower back issues. I've had a lot of back issues from disc degeneration from jiu-jitsu. 20 years of wrestling with men and getting your neck strangled, and it's like it does a lot of stuff to your back that's not good.
And you've never had surgery, right?
No. Everyone that I know has had problems. I do not know anyone that has had back surgery that's like, that's the best thing I ever did. Everyone, like Daniel Cormier, UFC champion, he's like, I was never the same. Once they cut my back open, it was never the same. There's ways to also deal with it with stem cells. And one of the things they're doing now, because the FDA has such restrictive rules on stem cells, people are going overseas and other countries to do it. And I have some friends that run a clinic down in Tijuana, the Cellular Performance Institute. And I know many people, including a good friend of mine, my friend Shane Dorian, who is a world champion surfer, who's had pretty severe back problems. He went there, and they're injecting directly into the discs. And there's a very strict protocol of recovery. You're not doing anything physical for like a couple of months after that. You can walk, essentially. They don't want any stress on the back, anything that's going to impede the healing process. He said within 6 months after that, all of the issues that he had went away.
Wow.
Like getting up in the morning, it was always like, just stiff. No stiff. Like a new back now.
Wow.
Wild. Yeah.
Wild.
And you could do that again, and you could do it again, and you could do it again. Like, it's not like a thing you could only do once. right? It's not like a surgery. They're going to go in and remove part of your disc. So they do that, the discectomy, they'll take a chunk of your disc out that's pressing against a nerve. But now guess what? Now you have less disc tissue. You have less cushioning in between your spinal column, which is not good. And this is a way that they're doing now that seems to work. And it's certainly at least worth a try, for people that are considering something that can have life-changing effects.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I sneeze, I have back pain. Tilting over a sink, putting on my underwear, but I live with it. Like, I'm strong. I'm, the strongest I've ever been. I'm in, good shape. But it is sort of my Achilles heel.
Do you ever do windmills, like kettlebell windmills?
No.
Another phenomenal lower back exercise. Great for the entire core, but it's you clean and press a kettlebell, and then you turn to the side with so if I'm holding the kettlebell up with my right arm, my left foot would be pointed that way with your knee bent, and you drop down like this.
Whoa, yeah.
And then all the way up like that. And so it's on both sides, it's strengthening all the supporting muscles around your spine, and it just gives you much better range of motion. I can feel things like sort of pop and move and twist around when I do it. It's great.
Whoa.
Love it.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
I'm going to do that.
Yeah. Turkish get-ups, another one. Do you ever do those?
Nah.
Not a very sexy exercise, but phenomenal for your core and just your overall ability to move things. Because it strengthens all of the connecting areas. Instead of strengthening different specific muscle groups, it really is working on strengthening all the weaknesses in your system. You know how Turkish get-up works?
Yeah.
So you're lying flat on your back, you press this up, you sit up, you get to one knee, you post the other knee, you get up, you stand up straight, and then you lower yourself back the same way.
Damn.
Very, very difficult exercise. Difficult to do, but phenomenal for the whole thing.
Wow.
And I think one of the problems that people have when it comes to weightlifting and developing problems, and I've certainly had plenty, is that you're overloading certain muscle groups, and then all the stuff that connects things together, the lower back, the neck, all these different issues, they happen because your whole system is not strong uniformly. Like you're developing strong muscle groups like quads, but how are the hamstrings? How are the things behind your calves? How are your tib muscles? How's your lower back? Like what's going on? What exercises have you done to make sure that your spine is protected?
I find that unilateral movements are really helpful, like Bulgarian split squats.
Oh yeah,
as painful as those are to do, I find that those help a lot, and they don't aggravate my lower back at all. Like I can't barbell squat. I can't even really, because my range of motion is now so limited, do like leg presses like on the machine.
Your range of motion for your back? Well, you do leg presses?
It's just limited in the sense that like I don't know the terminology, but it's like hip mobility or something. Like my legs only get to a certain point where I get that butt wink thing, like my lower back starts curving up.
Okay.
Words on a leg press, and that's like strain.
Do you do slant board exercises?
No, I don't know. What is that?
Okay. There's a guy called the Slant Board Guy that made this dope product, and one of the things I love about his, go to Slant Board Guy's page. One thing I love about his is his has these little hooks on the side where you can add bands to it as well.
Whoa.
And so what a slant board is a board that you do squats on where the back of it is raised, so your toes are pointing down, your heels are pointing up. And what this allows you to do is get a very deep bend of the knees, and you get your knees that push out over your toes, and you really lower, ass to heels. And what I do with those, that's it right there. I have that one at home. He made me one of those. So you can do this. They're doing it with different exercises here. These are just calf strengthening exercises. I do them with body weight squats. And one of the things I do them with is goblet squats. I have very strong legs, but I never do deadlifts, and I never do like regular squats. The heaviest thing I squat with is a 100-pound kettlebell. So I hold a 100-pound kettlebell in front of me, and then I do goblet squats on that. And what that does is it strengthens when you have a heavy weight, like a 100-pound kettlebell, and you're holding it in this position. Just to hold it there, your whole body wants to go forward, right? Because it's like it's all this weight out in front of you. So you're stabilizing it with your lower back, you're stabilizing with your abs, and then you're dropping down very deep into this body weight squat and then up for this goblet squat. And I do it on the slant board. Phenomenal. And it doesn't put a lot of strain on your back.
That's awesome. I've noticed that front squats, or maybe I guess I've used dumbbells to do goblet squats.
Those are great too.
Yeah. A lot less load on the spine. So that's helped me a lot too.
And really hard to do. Yeah. So this is it right here. This gentleman's doing it right here perfectly. So he's doing a bunch of different variations of it. So he's doing, he's going side lunges. So the goblet squat is there. So he's got, who's this guy right here? Oh, it's on the Slant Board Guys channel. So Slant Board Guy, like I said, he sent me that, and he's been doing this. He made these quite a long time ago, and I think it's just a phenomenal piece of exercise equipment that I have in every gym. I have here, I have my house.
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, fitness is a huge part of my life, but it's I've been limited for the past decade
because of the back. After this podcast, I'm gonna take you next door and show you that reverse hyper, and you get to experience that DEX.
Yeah,
just those two things alone, I think, will provide you tremendous relief.
So excited.
And the DEX you just have in your house. It's like simple, easy to set up.
I'm so down.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot that I obviously don't know, but I know what I know, and I know that from a nutritional standpoint, from an environmental exposure standpoint, your average American today is inflicting self-harm unwittingly on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Via the foods, via the exposures.
Yeah, we're just constantly taking in things that give us inflammation.
Yeah, and our circadian rhythms are all dysregulated. We're more sedentary than we've ever been. We're exposed to, I believe it was the Environmental Working Group identified 217 industrial chemicals in cord blood, of pregnant women. We're being exposed, from every which way. And it's not necessarily that it's like one compound that's causing all of our problems, but it's cumulative injury. It's like our bodies are resilient, but they can only contend with so much. So you throw all these exposures against the backdrop of widespread nutrient deficiencies, unprecedented sedentary behavior, chronic stress, poor sleep. And it's a recipe for chronic disease. I mean, it's not, to me, it's very clear as to why so many of us seem to be suffering.
Yeah, and it's very difficult for someone who's swimming in a sea of that to figure out how to course correct.
Yeah, and to quote unquote detoxify, which has become one of these contentious words now on social media. Granted, maybe possibly for good reason, because it's used to sell detox supplements and things like that. But I mean, our bodies can detox. We just have to make sure that we're giving our bodies the right raw materials to do that. And that's actually one reason why I think, I'm not a carnivore dieter. I'm a big advocate of consuming grass-fed, grass-finished meat. I'm a huge protein guy, but I do think dietary fiber plays an important role in terms of helping us, detoxify, release some of these compounds when we go to the bathroom.
How does dietary fiber play a role in detoxifying?
So the three primary means in which a body detoxifies is via peeing, pooping, and sweating. And when you release bile acids into the lumen of the gut, with those bile acids come compounds that the liver has essentially has marked for removal from the body. And fiber, dietary fiber, soluble fiber specifically, sequesters these bile acids, and they're because they're absorbed by the soluble fiber, they disallow reabsorption, and so you poop them out. That's one of the reasons. That's actually the mechanism by which soluble fiber can reduce LDL cholesterol, ApoB, because it sequesters bile acids, which your liver creates using cholesterol, and so you essentially like poop out lipids, toxins. I mean, if you're not pooping on a regular basis, you're harboring, toxins. That's why I think that's probably one of the mechanisms by which fiber seems to be so consistently associated with health span, lifespan, and those observations are not necessarily causal. Like there's healthy user bias there. I think, obviously people who eat more fruits and vegetables today, they likely have other healthy dietary and lifestyle habits. Like that's clear, right? But I do think there's a mechanism for fiber to help remove some of these toxins and the like.
And is the idea behind that mechanism that fiber encourages defecation?
Fiber, the soluble fiber, like traps. It basically, bile acids get released into the lumen of the gut, which help break down fats, right? You need these compounds to break down and assimilate fats from your diet, right? But there's a very small, I believe it's at the end of the small intestine where these acids essentially would otherwise get reabsorbed, but because they're trapped by the soluble gel-forming fiber, they get passed.
And so how is that different than what would happen if you just ate meat and you have these compounds?
That's a big question mark, but I think that that's something that is not often discussed and should be discussed. One of the potential benefits of fiber is the fact that it helps trap toxins in the gut.
And meat does not?
No. Meat is a low residue food. Meat is largely absorbed in the small intestine. I mean, when people, the bulk of stool is made up of fiber and dead bacteria and cells that have been sloughed off the, epithelial layer of the large intestine, small intestine. But yeah, fiber is generally what makes up, the majority of stool.
And if you just eat meat, then what is your stool?
Well, I've never personally done a carnivore diet, and I'm not a gastroenterologist, but, carnivore dieters say that they poop fine, but I think it's a missed opportunity to not be getting fiber in your diet. I don't think that the carnivore diet long-term is optimal. Short-term, and also I will say that people that see reprieve from awful conditions like, Crohn's or, IBS or whatever these autoimmune conditions are that people who adopt carnivore diets see, like I would never say stop doing this diet that seems to be helping you. Like I would never say that.
So the primary function of fiber that you think is beneficial versus having a carnivore diet is the fact that it can absorb these compounds inside the gut, whereas if you're just eating meat, that's not going to happen.
Correct. I think that's one of the benefits of fiber. I think fiber has a few benefits. So for one, fiber is satiating. It's not as satiating as protein, but it does mechanically stretch out the stomach, which turns off the hunger hormone ghrelin. So fiber containing foods are satiating because it's are beneficial because they're satiating. Two, for this lipid regulation, hormone regulation, toxin removal function that fiber plays. But then three, fiber seems to promote gut bacterial diversity. There are some studies that suggest otherwise, that it's not necessarily the fiber, it's fermented foods that play a larger role in promoting gut bacterial diversity. But we know that fiber feeds gut bacteria, and as a result, we get beneficial postbiotic compounds like sodium butyrate, which is anti-inflammatory, feeds cells in the gut that use it as a fuel source. So I think there are a few benefits to fiber consumption. I'm not like one of these I don't think that fiber is the primary thing that we should be looking for in the diet necessarily. I prioritize protein. I think eating a protein-rich diet, there seems to be many benefits of that. And fiber is not an essential nutrient. But it does seem to do good things in the body. So, I mean, I'm not anti-fiber.
Yeah, it's one of the weird arguments from the carnivore diet side is that fiber is not necessary. And, when you see these people that have been eating nothing but meat for 5-10 years and show an alleviation of all sorts of symptoms of different autoimmune conditions and different issues that they've had, it's interesting.
Totally. Well, first of all, there's no such thing as a one-size-fits-all diet, and plants, people have different tolerances to different plants. It's red meat, for example, is much more well tolerated by the vast majority of people. I mean, there's a complication of Lyme disease known as alpha-gal syndrome where people develop a sensitivity to red meat, but by and large, red meat, provided you're producing enough stomach acid, you should be able to.
Is that officially a Lyme disease? Or I thought it's from Lone Star tick. It's a different.
That, yes.
Yeah.
I believe you're right. I'm not 100% sure, but it's associated with, it's one of these tick-borne.
I had a buddy of mine got it. Yeah, my friend Evan had it for a year, and it actually went away and then came back again.
Crazy.
Yeah. For a year, he couldn't eat red meat. He was allergic to red meat.
I feel for those people.
Yeah, it was rough. He's a hunter, too.
Wow.
It's even crazier. So he's eating chicken.
Yeah. I mean, I love my steak, but yeah, so like red meat generally very, very well tolerated, chicken very well tolerated, but it's these plant products, these plant items that seem to people have different sensitivities to them. So I wouldn't say like you have to eat broccoli or you have to eat spinach. Like people have different, and we're also today there's widespread gut dysbiosis. So people have problems with their guts. They have immune systems that are not fully competent, as evidenced by the soaring prevalence of autoimmune conditions and allergies and the like today, which I think is attributed to, there are many factors that play a role. It could be overuse of antibiotics. It could be the hygiene hypothesis. We've just become so sterile as a culture. Fewer people today kids are being breastfed or being born via C-section. Travel can play a role. You travel to some foreign country, you get an infection, that changes the microbiome. And so I think like we have these sensitivities that are not surprising, but I think by and large for most people, these plant foods have a lot of good to offer. That the benefits, generally speaking, outweigh risks. I'm
glad you brought up the overuse of antibiotics, because there's a very interesting case. That belt on the wall up there, the Abu Dhabi Combat Club, that's the most prestigious grappling competition in the world, and the guy who won that is the greatest grappler of all time. His name is Gordon Ryan. Whoa. And he's a guy he's only 28 years old, which is really wild, and hasn't been beaten in like forever.
Whoa.
And it's not whether or not he beats people, it's how he beats them. He's that good. He's one of the most dominant athletes of any sport of all time. But he had staph infection, which is very common amongst grapplers. It's very common. People get a lot of staph infections. Well, he was getting it so often that he was essentially on antibiotics for a whole year. And his gut is fucked up, like real bad, to the point where he's like constantly nauseous. He's seen a bunch of different doctors. They've tried to fix it in a bunch of different ways, and no one can really figure it out. Like when someone has developed a really destroyed gut biome because of antibiotics and long-term, like really irresponsible long-term use of antibiotics, what can someone do to try to come back from that?
Yeah, I mean, most people would reach for a probiotic, but there was actually a study that came out a couple of years ago that found that probiotics after a course of antibiotics, I believe the antibiotic was Cipro, actually delayed recolonization of the gut by healthy bacteria.
How so?
I don't know, but it's just the microbiome is a big buzz term, and there are still so many more unanswered questions than there are answers. I think based on my assessment of the literature, and I've written about it in my books, I think that the best thing to do would probably be just to slowly get back to a diet that contains that contains fermented foods. I think fermented foods have been shown to be really supportive of gut bacterial diversity.
Kimchi and things.
Yeah,
that's what I like. I like kimchi
more so than probiotic supplements. I think fermented foods are really what's up. Kimchi. I'm a huge fan of natto. Raw sauerkraut, raw pickles. You have to make sure that they're raw, not pasteurized. But yeah, that seems to be really helpful. And then essentially just eating, because what you feed, you breed. So eating.
We have a hard time even keeping food down.
Yeah,
like he's in this position where he's like constantly nauseous, and he tries to train, but he gets nauseous while he's training sometimes.
That's rough.
What would you recommend to someone like that?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, it depends. Some people do really well on low FODMAP diets. So like, these fermentable carbohydrates that include fiber, but also include other specific carbohydrates that are easily fermented.
What are those?
Like there are certain prebiotic carbohydrates that are found just across the, like throughout the produce section of the supermarket that are usually eliminated when attacking SIBO, bacterial overgrowth in the small intestine. People can Google, like, there's a whole list of, like, it's a low FODMAP diet.
Because Gordon has been trying to deal with this for like a couple of years now. Here it is. Low FODMAP diet. So vegetables, fruits, dairy alternatives.
These are all high.
High food FODMAP groups.
These are low done.
And the low stuff is vegetables like eggplants, green beans, bok choy, bell peppers, fruits, cantaloupe, capes. Okay. So all sorts of different things that you can eat that can potentially help you. But
yeah, so I would.
He's on a bunch of medications. It's like nothing's helping.
I mean, I would probably adopt a low FODMAP diet, and at a certain point, again, I'm just speculating, but so I mean, this could be the worst advice. So don't take with a grain of salt. But I would probably adopt one of those diets, and then first maybe even like an elimination diet, like a really aggressive one, because people with serious gut issues. I mean, again, I'm not like a carnivore advocate, but seem to do really well.
Yeah.
At least in the short term on these carnivore diets. So I would say maybe try something like that. If that is too restrictive, then I would try maybe a low FODMAP diet. But
you ever thought about trying a carnivore diet just to see what's up?
I've thought about it. I would do it. I have nothing against it. I would do it. I just, I think I enjoy dark leafy greens. I think there's benefit in them. But just to see how I felt on it, I would try it. But
it's very interesting. Yeah, one of the interesting things.
You do it every year, right?
Yeah, I pretty much do it most of the time now.
Wow.
But I'm not strict. I'll eat fruit. I certainly like kimchi. I like to eat kimchi and steak together. That's like a nice combination.
I love that.
But most of my meals are meat and eggs. Like the vast majority, 85-90% of my meals are meat and eggs. And it's like the regulation of my energy levels is incredible. It's just changed everything. Like I used to get tired in the afternoon. It used to be like the afternoon, I'd be like, oh, then I have to power through, get a cup of coffee, wake up, figure out and then go to a show. That's not the case anymore. Like I'm wide awake all day long. It's very different. It's very different. And when you eliminate essentially most carbohydrates from your diet, and then your body starts to produce glucose via gluconeogenesis through absorption of protein and meat, the whole thing changes. Like you have like a steady, manageable level of energy throughout the entire day. And cognitively, it's been one of the best things I've ever done. When I first started doing it again, I'd gotten off of it for a while, and I first started doing it again. All of a sudden, I was like, Jesus Christ, I have like an extra gear in my brain. Like it's like conversationally, it's like for podcasting for me. I found it very beneficial.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm like, I don't.
But again, you said like there's no like one size fits all.
Like,
for me, that seems to work.
I would consider myself carnivore adjacent in the sense that I am a huge fan of. I think red meat's a health food, which I know. I mean, saying that in and of itself is a controversial statement today. I take a very protein-forward approach with my diet. Like, I think that protein, there are many benefits to prioritizing protein. It's the most satiating macronutrient. You've got a 6-fold higher thermic effect of eating protein as compared to carbs and fat. Obviously, your body is made of protein. It supports muscle protein synthesis. It halts muscle protein. There's so many benefits to prioritizing protein, which I do. But I do think that, like dark leafy greens, for example, is known to be one of the most nutrient-dense forms of produce because of its low calorie density, and it's a great source of vitamin C, folate. But also, I think dark leafy greens, I mean, take kale. Kale is the top source of these carotenoids called lutein and zeaxanthin, which we know directly support eye health and brain health. And so I don't see a reason to deprive myself of these greens that I know have these compounds that literally migrate up to the brain, where they help to reduce oxidative stress. They might even improve the way, cognitive function and the like.
I think the arguments against eating those, to me, always are like some of the silliest. Is that plants are producing these chemicals to avoid predation, and that these phytochemicals are bad for you. Like, Jesus Christ, in a world today where there's so much that's bad for you, to concentrate on salad, seems fucking crazy. I don't think anybody's dying from salad. I don't think you should live off salad. And everybody that I know that tries to eat only vegetables winds up feeling like shit. And there's only a few exceptions to that. And again, there's no one size fits all diet. But the people that I know that have gone into a vegan diet, almost all of them get bad blood work.
Oh yeah.
And they try to figure out what's wrong, and then many of them try to supplement, and then one day they'll have a piece of salmon and feel like their body just returned on, and then they go, oh, okay, I got to stop doing this.
I hear that all the time. Yeah, veganism is a psyop to me. It's
an ideology. It's an ideology just like any other cult. And once you become a part of that, you lose all objectivity, and you're no longer willing to talk about these things in a rational way. You're defending your religion.
Yeah. I think one thing that's really interesting is that, even within the nutritional orthodoxy, saturated fat still continues to be demonized, right?
Mm-hmm.
But only 3% of the saturated fat that your average American ingests comes from steak, comes from meat. The vast majority of saturated, like if you were just to accept that saturated fat is the worst dietary nutrient one might ingest.
By the way, that's a psyop. Literally from the sugar company.
Because saturated fat isn't a fat. Like, are we talking about saturated fat in dairy? Because that seems to have no negative cardiovascular impact, right? But 3% comes from red meat, excluding mixed dishes. The vast majority of saturated fat that your average American ingests comes from desserts, comes from mixed dishes like pizza, lasagna, egg rolls, things like that.
Stuff.
Dairy. Yeah.
It's making me hungry.
But it's like we've demonized steak, right? Which is like one of the most nutrient-dense things a person can eat, right?
Yeah, we're in a very strange position, this country at least, is with regards to our understanding of what is actually good and not good for you. When I tell people that I eat mostly meat, they're like, "What about your cholesterol?" Like, it's like to try to walk them down the rabbit hole of good cholesterol, bad cholesterol, a balance of cholesterol as it relates to plaque in the in your arteries. Like, what's really wrong? And is it actual food that most people eat? Is that really what the problem is? Because I doubt that it is. I doubt that it's meat. I doubt that it's eggs. I doubt that that's the problem. And when people are willing to readily consume this processed bullshit on a daily basis, but then demonize steak, I'm like, that is one of the dumbest things that we have become accustomed to. This idea that a steak is delicious, but it's ultimately bad for you.
Yeah. No, it's
we should consume less meat. Bill Gates saying it with a big pot belly.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus Christ.
No, it's crazy. I mean, especially contextually today you look at health statistics, right? Like 1 in 2 people are almost obese today. 40% of people are obese today. And by the year 2030, half are going to be not just overweight, but clinically obese. Okay. Half of adults today have some degree of insulin resistance, right? We know that 90% of adults have some degree of metabolic dysregulation if you factor in things like waist circumference, low HDL triglycerides, and things like that. And so for a health expert today to demonize any whole food to me is just absurd and actually really unethical. And red meat is again and again, it comes up on these lists in the data as one of the most nutrient-dense foods. I mean, it provides the most bioavailable source of iron, heme iron, right? I mean, iron deficiency anemia is still a major global health problem, last I checked, and red meat is the ultimate iron supplement. It's highly bioavailable. It provides zinc. It provides creatine. It provides carnosine, carnitine, all these really incredible and valuable micronutrients. And again, when talking about steak, that's where 3% of the saturated fat is. So what's wrong with steak? What's the big problem with it from a health standpoint? I don't think there is any, to be honest.
Yet there's people that will tell you need to eat less.
Yeah.
Which is just like so strange. Like,
well, our beef consumption actually over the past few decades has declined. Our chicken consumption has gone up, but we are eating less red meat. And look at our health is trending worse and worse and worse. Where today your average American is largely on a plant-based diet. It's a plant-based diet it's not a whole foods plant-based diet. I'll concede that. It's a largely ultra-processed plant-based
bread and ketchup.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, it really is a huge problem. And, foods like eggs, I mean, there was this like thing where for a while it was like all animal source foods are bad, right? The antidote to disease is to shun all animal source foods, right? But then we started to see, oh, wait a minute, fish is actually associated with better health outcomes. So let's like eat more fish. And then the data came out showing us that, oh, wait a minute, cholesterol, this nutrient that we've demonized for decades, actually has no negative downside, no downside with regard to cardiovascular risk. For the vast majority of people, consuming dietary cholesterol, very little impact on serum cholesterol, right? And then dairy. Turns out that, oh my God, wait a minute, it's not low fat and reduced fat dairy that seems to be associated with better health. It's full fat dairy that seems to be associated with better health. What the hell? Right?
Yeah.
And so I think, I do think it's just a matter of time before we realize that there is a lot of good to be gained from foods like red meat. But, there's so much politicization.
Yeah. And then people, they cite things like the China study, which is very flawed.
Yeah. It's a narrative. It's just a narrative. And, I think like insofar as red meat is highly nutrient dense, it's very satiating. It's, the perfect antidote to boxed mac and cheese. How many people for dinner in this country are eating boxed mac and cheese for dinner, noodles with butter, or margarine, worse. And I just think it's a huge shame. And I grew up in a household that was largely, my mother had a bias towards vegetarianism. She wasn't a vegetarian. She ate chicken. She ate occasionally fish, but she was very concerned about heart disease. And so she, growing up, we were like, I never saw her eat red meat, and she never ate any eggs. And when she served me my first egg when I was a child, she served me it with a warning to not eat these with any significant frequency because they have the potential to clog your arteries.
Wow.
Yeah. She was psyoped. She bought into, the advice at the time. She didn't have the internet. She wasn't, online, but whatever the magazines or the TV, the nightly news would share about healthy eating, and certainly whatever the marketing, in the supermarket, as she was pushing her shopping cart around the supermarket aisle, anything with a red heart healthy logo on it would end up in my shopping cart at some point, make its way through my kitchen. And so I grew up on a diet that was largely ultra processed and mainly I was encouraged to eat low cholesterol, low saturated fat diet. I grew up consuming margarine, and I remember the big plastic tub of corn oil that we always had out by the stove.
Yep.
Crazy. Yeah.
Crazy. They trick people into taking that stuff. And that's also when you see like instances of Alzheimer's kick in. Like a lot of that starts to happen right when ultra processed foods get introduced into the American diet. You see an uptick in Alzheimer's. Yeah.
Well, we now have data. So like even when I wrote my first book, Genius Foods, this data hadn't even yet come out yet, but we now see for every 10% increment in ultra processed food consumption, there's a 25% higher risk of developing Alzheimer's disease.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. It's like, it's the craziest scam to ever get pulled off, that the commonly known foods that people have eaten for eternity, forever, are the ones that are the problem. And that these ultra processed foods that have recently been introduced, fairly recently been introduced into the American diet, those are the things that you should gravitate towards.
And you still have these personas on social media, credentialed social media personas going to bat for them.
Yeah.
Acting as apologists
and getting paid, which is the dark part of it. It's like they are committing a crime against humans. It's an information crime against humans, and it will result in those people taking choices that are negatively going to affect their life.
There was 100%. There was an umbrella review just published. People can look it up. Ultra processed food consumption linked to 32 negative health outcomes. In this review, they looked at all of the available research linking ultra processed foods to to negative health outcomes. They couldn't find one single benefit of ultra processed food consumption. It was all bad. And again, I think it goes back to the fact that these foods are, we tend to overconsume them, and they're a route of ingestion for these, for these forever chemicals and the like. It's not good. They drive obesity. They drive insulin resistance when consumed en masse. I'm not saying that you can't consume any. I think, I think it's important to be a pragmatist, and it's not like my diet is 100% free of ultra processed foods, but we consume too many today. And I think part of that has to do with the fact that we're not adequately taught. It's never informed consent. We're not adequately taught how these foods influence behavior. And it's very unfortunate.
Well, I think people are more aware of it now, fortunately, because of people like you that are spreading this information, and people hear podcasts and they get like an adjusted sense of why they've been misinformed. And that's a new thing, and the ability to access information from unofficial sources now, it turns out to be real information and very beneficial. That's a new thing. And so in that sense, we're lucky. But boy, is it an uphill slog.
Yeah.
There's so much shit you have to deal with. And so many people are just so, their informed idea is so incorrect that in order to shift that, it takes so much effort. And then they have to deal with all the people around them. Like, oh my God, cholesterol. Oh my God, you're going to get this and that. And you're having a heart attack. You're going to have a heart attack. Like, what?
Yeah. I know there's so many competing voices and misinformation out there on social media, and fear mongering today. I mean, fear mongering with regard to animal source foods, which I think is a problem. I mean, as I've said, I'm not a carnivore dieter. I think it's really insane that today anybody would fear monger, any sort of whole food. And I think that really, like I used to be more interested in what's the appropriate, for example, ratio of carbs and fats to one's diet for optimal health. And I really do think it's, for most people, the big lever, dietarily speaking, is to reduce your consumption of these kinds of foods. These what are essentially vending machine foods.
Mm-hmm. Things that can just sit on a shelf forever and still be edible.
Yeah. And there are other tools. I think intermittent fasting is something that a lot of people are talking about today. I think that's like, there's nothing magic about it, but that can be used as a tool. There are lots of tools at people's disposal, and it frustrates me sometimes on social media where you see, people, especially those in the so-called evidence-based community, that seem to be that get so down on what they're simply not up on. They tend to write these tools off as being trivial, or they'll even talk disparagingly about them. And I think whatever tool is at your disposal that you have the ability to use today, I mean, I think that's a great thing. The more awareness we have, the better.
So for your documentary, when you're discussing the causes and the what you can do to sort of mitigate the effects of these things, what's the primary concern, and when does so you say this is a disease that starts to show itself in middle age, or it begins, and then by the time you see the symptoms, you're in late stage?
Yeah. So it's by the time you present and you're diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, I think that it's irreversible at that point. So I think the sooner you can get a handle on your risk factors, some of which include nutrition, but also social isolation is a risk factor.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
What is it about that causes it to become a risk factor?
Well, I mean, there's that 80-year-long ongoing study at Harvard, the study of human development, that found that loneliness is a toxin on par with smoking cigarettes or drinking alcohol. And, I think humans are, first and foremost, we're social beings. That's one of the reasons why, a human neonate is born half-baked. I mean, we continue our development in the presence of others. They call it the fourth trimester. Relative to other animals in the animal kingdom, a human is born with zero capacity to survive. We need those around us. And so I think it's just hardwired into who we are as a species, that we are social beings. And today, whether it's attributed to, living in cities and remote work or social media, it's taking a huge toll on us from the standpoint of mental health. And that creates downstream biochemical consequences. And this is not just an emotional phenomenon. This is something that actually has a real life health impact.
What about exercise in terms of like seeing people who develop Alzheimer's or dementia? How many of those people are sedentary, and how many people develop it that are avid exercise enthusiasts?
That's a great question. I mean, exercise is medicine when it comes to the brain. With regard to the epidemiology of exercise and dementia risk, I don't think that's clear, because also as people get older, they tend to become more sedentary. But we do know that exercise does have a profound impact, even just light activity.
But is there an instances or like a measurable decrease in instances of people that have dementia and Alzheimer's with people that are enthusiasts that have never stopped exercising, like people that are like 70-year-old marathon runners?
Yeah, I mean, people with greater cardiorespiratory fitness, particularly in midlife, seem to have reduced risk in late life for an Alzheimer's diagnosis. Because again, it's about being healthy in midlife. That really seems to move the needle. So midlife obesity is associated with increased risk for Alzheimer's disease down the line. Being actually heavier in late life is associated with lower risk, because people tend to become less well nourished as they get older. So the obesity and Alzheimer's disease connection is actually quite interesting. So midlife obesity is associated with increased risk for Alzheimer's disease, but people who are of heavier weight, as opposed to more frail in late life, seem to be protected.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So just by virtue of one of the things I've always said about heavy people is if you can get that person to lose weight, they're going to be so strong because they've been carrying around all this weight all the time.
Yeah.
Like my friend Ralphie was, how big do you think Ralphie was in his heyday? 455, easy, right? Maybe 500 pounds.
Easy safe guess.
Yeah, easy over 400 pounds.
Wow.
The guy had these massive legs. And I was like, Ralphie, if you could just lose weight, you'd be kicking holes through people. Like, your legs are fucking machines. They're carrying you upstairs. I couldn't walk up those stairs.
Whoa.
What? Ralphie May used to weigh over 800 pounds? I don't know if that's true. Ralphie might have exaggerated that. He was a little bit of a
350 when he did that.
That's like worthy of a TLC show.
Or down to 350.
He got down to 350. Interesting.
She recognizes me listening. Exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Boy with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are warning signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adapt together.
Of this blatant trying to eradicate and they can't.
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put it down, you stem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Boy protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adapter Stem and ImmuStem and your free gift relaxable is only available at healthylooking.com.
talk to you about rising crime and personal attacks in our cities. Law enforcement simply can't get there in time to stop an attack, so who's going to protect you and your family? My friends at Hero2020.com are in the business of saving lives. Hero 2020 is my #1 choice for non-lethal self-defense. It's a powerful pepper gun with interchangeable cartridges that's easy to load and reload, even if you're not familiar with firearms. Inside is a military-grade pepper irritant that stops and disables attackers. One of my favorite things about Hero 2020 is how small and compact it is. I can comfortably carry it concealed everywhere I go. While there are few restrictions, it's actually
Have I got a dog that lets me ride daily? I have
2020's patented design has won 2 national awards and is trusted by over 10,000 families in America. If you want to protect yourself, Hero only choose Hero 2020. Get 10% off with my code George. Order today at Hero2020.com. And welcome back to Snorted with Michael Zero. Michael, this is a vast universe. Thoughts on whether we're alone in it or not? I think millions are probably out there somewhere for sure. They're not alone. It was that we're stretching the numbers. We're doing equation kind of algorithm where you have hundreds of millions of galaxies, maybe many trillion galaxies, each one has hundreds of billions of stars. Each of those stars has planets out of the planets we know. Pretty much every star has a planet now. Maybe you're talking trillions of solar systems, in which you're just bound to get planets that are the right distance from the sun. They've always below Goldilocks. That's not that's cool. Water, whatever conditions you need for life to evolve. These are what a lot about them. Stuff, and then all the stuff from bacteria, great life, big brains, and technology, communication. So I think it's a now big great spaceships and we encounter them somewhere. The stats very likely to have now the question have they come here? Probably not. I think that the evidence for their encounters on Earth also that they have here, whereas the evidence is very, very good. It's pretty anecdotal, lots of video stories that are bad on, and it's really not that right. The level of data science and Bible, which we all thought, need to know their credentials for the eyesight and violence. Belgium shot him down. The government acknowledged it. The Department of Defense, the Pentagon, the President, and so on. And we all know there's nothing like that for UFOs yet. So are they out there? Probably. Have they come here? Probably not. But I think we should be looking. I support study. I think it's a good program. I'm on the Galileo project with UFOs. This is kind of joking anything, but I like what he's doing. You got to keep searching. Look at the violent signatures. They have to spare some exoplanets to protect those signatures. That's why there's nice spheres, big giant solar panels around other stars and lots of light, things like that. I think it's almost a religious impulse in a way. It's a deep, existentially meaningful question. Are we alone? That's why I think the search is well worth it. Possibly open to the possibility that we might be this. Oh, here we go.
Paperweights are the crown jewel of some women. Nowadays, only 5 artisans know how to make them, and it can take 2 months to complete just one. It starts with an ancient technique.
You ever had a piece of paper? Yeah, maybe at some point. Your account has been temporarily suspended. Please check your email for more info. Oh, it doesn't say please contact customer services. Just check your email. God, all these motherfuckers know how to make this shit so amazingly. Oh, they got me on this one. Working a night shift.
Noise cancellation is
I knew Apollo 14 astronaut Chucky Pascal had heard told me several times that he never saw anything like that up. It's strange that he was told by people, as mentioned, within government. I've told him we've been visited, or being visited. He would not disclose who they were, but he was not his guy.
Lots changed in my life in 3 years. I had my first baby boy. I had my first son. He's white, and yeah, he's white. He happened to be white, right? Like my.
Conspiracy theories in the first place. conspiracy? What makes so many people think it is?
Well, so I think you mentioned like a major
Some people believe Elvis is still around. Trying to escape photographers. I think Lee Harvey Oswald was what he said he was, and that's
Yeah, a lot of people do. It's fairly, I think, the case that he acted alone, but I think the minority position of that, I think, is good. It's going to be the same thing. The mayor of Dallas, they didn't know
they still haven't released the documents. They're still holding them back.
yeah, it's like 98%.
They could be wrong.
Well, maybe we don't know. If you're holding back anything, I suspect along the lines of what I described, what the CIA was up to with some of our at the time allies, I think Thursday, I think the fact that we were Ukraine was spying on paperwork over the chest with Germany. We don't need their cell phone calls. I mean, the cause of paying attention.
Baby can expose you to.
This is the sweetest stuff. People are like, yeah, we have to do.
This has been the best overnight ever.
Oh my goodness, no! Oh my god, there's a dog in a car! Oh my god, are you kidding me? Oh my god, Bubba!
This is
Yes!
Chloe, his girlfriend.
Oh my god, you're kidding me! Ready? Oh my goodness, I'm not getting in the Uber, but oh my god! Oh my god! Wait, no, let me just say hi. Oh my gosh, hello puppy. Oh my god, he's so adorable. I just love you, Bowie. You're so perfect, you know, you're so perfect. Bye, Bowie. You're the cutest, handsomest boy ever.
We don't know whatever happened to them.
啲醫生寫把我呢度覆你嘅。
They're not lying. What they say when they saw what happened to them. That was pretty compelling to me.
Well, that's just what I say.
What's your stance on abortion?
Ask Tony, he's had two. Wait, what does that mean?
I don't
I mean,
know.
I have babies pumped inside of me?
You one of them men that they can get pregnant. Like Junior with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah, like that.
Remember that Jurassic Park 5 or whatever the fuck you said earlier? Trust me, That was a great joke, and the internet is going to prove that I made a great joke and that this room is tired and dumb. Is that not weird, bro?
So what's the plan?
I can't use my phone while driving. Distracted drivers are one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please don't be a multitasker. Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by iHeartRadio, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council. All the good stuff.
Yo. Joey Diaz. Here's the thing, kids. I kind of get sick of Joey Diaz a little bit. What are your opinions on this bitch? To me, she seems like a boring life. Maybe. I'm sure she's not too bored of counting her fucking money. Oh, and I bet your life just looks like fucking Disney. No, I'm not saying that looks exactly like either. Let's see if we can see my shit on her shit. Oh my god, if any woman in fucking god, that is this bitch. Her fucking clips. What's this motherfucker just said? LOL. Dog. I'm all over her shit. Yo, bitch. You want to be on the Rabbi thing? Let's see it. Let's see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hell yeah. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Eat my shit, woman. Oh, I just whooped your ass. All day. Every day. All day. Every day. Sideline to sideline, motherfucker. Yo, dog. How's that? Shit going. Dog. You know what? I just had a good idea. What's that, big dog? Maybe. If I download Snapchatters, log in. Here's the thing. I don't just create fucking bullshit accounts. So what you thinking? Just send this shit. Shatiti. Use this. Then what? Go over here. No, it does not log in. Sign up. And what is this? Just do Discord. Not me. /Rabbi. Oh, fuck. Dude, I got a friend. Oh, shit. When's my birthday? Perfect. Discord, me. Oh, shit. Rabbi 007. Are you fucking serious? You're not even gonna make me check my fucking. Oh shit. Use email instead. Copy. So, what are your thoughts on all of this? Create my Bitmoji. No. Cancel. Okay, go ahead. Creating 3 options. Amazing. They're all amazing. Too sexy. Use camera. Whatever. It's fine. Go. You advertise. No, I don't want your fucking outfit, dog. Alright, are you done? No, how can I fuck up people? Nobody's gonna want that. Dude, this fucking app is so popular in like Saudi Arabia and shit. Yeah, it's in the middle of that motherfucking country.
What happens when doctors listen? Patients are treated like people. At Catholic Medicine of USC, our specialists listen to the person who knows you best, you. And in turn, you get our boundless expertise and dedication.
Alright, so what are you doing? This shit sucks.
That gives you the best outcome. To us, you are more than a number. Catholic Medicine of USC. Together, we are limitless.
Hey, it's Neil Safikra. Are you frustrated with your car constantly breaking down? Don't let it sour your driving experience. If your 2018 to 2024 vehicle is giving you headaches, it might be a lemon. The expert team at mylemonlawlawyer.com is here to help. Their talented staff is ready to get you out of that car. You may nothing. Manufacturer pays. Now pound 250 now. Say the keyword lemon lawyer. You'll have the option to receive one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia. Now pound 250. Say the keyword lemon lawyer or go to mylemonlawlawyer.com. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Oh, the fuckers. You. The fuckers. New call? No, I don't need that shit. Dog, I don't want to add any of those assholes. The motherfucker added me back. Hey, join my fucking Discord.
The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
This hour will take your calls with Dr. Michael Shermer, Dr. Rutherford Strange, Conspiratorial World.
Okay, so some people added me.
Massive hit to the U.S. dollar.
Swift. Nifty Swifty. How does this work? Okay, then here? Oh, no way. Uh-oh, guys are fucked.
They want options other than the U.S. dollar. So I ask you, there's less demand for the U.S. dollar. What happens to the U.S. dollar? For reasons like this, I feel virtual is a valuable resource to you. More than 20 years, Virtual Group has helped tens of thousands of Americans protect their savings by converting an IRA 401k into an IRA of physical gold, which is soaring. Learn more, text Coast to 9898.
How many people do we have? Are you fucking me? Oh, this. Oh, I hate this. I fucking remember this now. Okay, new group. Group name. Fuck you. Cool. I was a member. Fuck you. Oh, yeah? We'll go fuck you.
Did you know your dog's food could be harmful? Dr. Marty says there's a red flag. Like killer canned food. Dog food at high temperatures.
I'm able to add my AI. Go fuck yourself. Can't create. Oh shit! You gotta. They have to add you as a friend. Shit. All right. Hey, so fuck yourself.
Is off. What nature's plan is freeze dried raw. Join TVs and shelf stable and mess free. All nutrients taste absolute. Save up to 54% off nature's blend and receive a free bag for recipes. Go to drmartygoods.com.
Dog. What if you did Snapchatters like this? It's weird. What happens? Unique. Make and do it again. Friends and groups.
Research on memory. There's not like a video recording that you can play back and rewatch. That in fact,
Dude, some people mad with me.
you remember people
Alright, let's see if this works. Friends and groups.
now adults don't recall the incident that never happened
Where? Okay, chat. Hi.
with their parents.
Hi. How are you? Wonder if this person's gonna get back to me. What the fuck is King of Discord? Hi. Yeah. Where you please Discord. I stream my life for world peace. Discord.me /. So what are your thoughts? Well, there's a potential that I could fuck up Snapchatters.
Michael, let me ask you a question about the Trump situation again. Something I just don't figure out. There were some lapses in the situation because when the Secret Service jumped on him just when he was raised, they let him get back up and hold his hand up. They didn't know when the shots were coming from at that point. Why do you let the guy stand up?
Yeah. You're just exposing your in charge.
don't know what the issue is right at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great. I mean, they drive it like a rag doll in the car. And,
It's extraordinary. Weighs a lot of money.
he weighs a lot. And, you know, these couple of the Asians for these, you know, small girls, these women are like, women are like 5'3", 5'4", you know, they're not going to. And, you know, something what they're going to have is peculiar again. And he doesn't have, and might have been, you know, some other valleys that we just never heard about because nothing happened. And I was thinking apart what the Secret Service did and that it got us in where nothing happened. There might have been irregularities, not solving. But then, because there was no shooter or anything, I don't know if it was something outside of Minneapolis. The RNC mentioned somebody was shot a couple miles away. There wasn't a threat, but, you know, what happened there without getting into details from God. But, you know, there's nothing happened, but, you know, I suspect these kind of things happen before. Even errors, people screw up and make mistakes, even with training, you know, and some of the panic moment of gunshots, screams, and people running around you and saying, I have no idea. Even with training, maybe people just panic. Like that in the video, you can see that one of the service agent, you could hold her gun, she's fumbling around with this gun. And, you know, you and I one day go, oh, come on, we should go over to your gun, you're a professional. Maybe not. Maybe into the panic.
She wants to be trained.
Hard to do. People screw up a lot. Like the nation of Rothschild in the First World War. Right up on the parade route, Rothschild in San Diego. Actual killers with a hand grenade. Behind us, you know, one after another. And then, again, the whole thing was okay. Here is this guy who's and Gabrielle, just sitting on the curb, and the motorcade car runs her. He's back along the same parade route to go back to London. He was hurt, and the car stalled. Went up the wrong road and never reversed. Tried to lose control back to right in front of Gabrielle, sitting there with this gun, taking shots. And it's so moody. And then, nothing controversial about everybody knows that story. The background of the very usually go. We even wonder if people have great North City and the FDIC and they still got caught. This is a simple hotel burglary. You know, I'm going. Oh, sorry. Radio not like that. Nothing happened.
Bill's mom. Hey, Bill.
How you doing, Jordan?
Good to see you.
Hey, Michael, your background and mine are oddly similar, starting with the fact that you graduated from a school called Precision Valley High School in 1973. I graduated there in 1974. Oh my God. Yeah, that's fine. We got a pretty low. Wow, okay. That's amazing. Yeah, what's your name? Bill. Okay. I went by boy in high school, and we also went to the same church, First Baptist Church. Yeah, and it's simple to take out my trajectory academically is almost identical. I did a MA in history at UCLA, and then I did an MS in journalism. They called me a J school later, and one of my heroes became probably so, but then I'm kind of scared because I get over time here and the fuck is this guy? Very much. So I'm gonna try to test a little bit. I'm gonna try to test a little bit. So I push on it, and I kind of like chat. Normal, type the definition. Why
understand what you're saying. So you live a true life for them.
People we talk to on the show, I just have no faith or belief in what they're saying. And I started educating myself on a couple specific cases, specifically the 1952 double flyover of Washington, and also the analog videos taken in Mexico City, 1991, 1994, 2004. And I have no worldview at the time that we just didn't discuss that stuff from within our heart that kept me from saying that I was, and I'm talking about my own side data, better explain in terms of I don't know, and I don't put in those things in anything, but these are not, in my opinion, clean things. And that's as far as I'll go with it. And I don't have a problem with that kind of stuff. But honestly, we have to say that sometimes that are not explicable by, things that we are familiar with. And that doesn't mean that I don't hear everybody's story, because I certainly don't. And I'm 100% with you on the rush. I'm not just like I got secondhand information, not at all. And I can appreciate analogies and what if somebody told them about nuclear weapons, we don't have to understand that to believe it. It's a different, he's talking about stuff that we're not even familiar with. So I got a problem with that. I'm not saying it's lying. I just have a problem with that. What's along the lines of what you were saying. And I also have a problem with memories and economic regression stuff. Right? I mean, and people think that
Fuck. This is lessons and hope.
There are always the residents of monopolies. I think that, when you put the land in concentrate, they look like they explain everything. We're talking over Mexico, whatever it is. That happens. Probably just something that we don't understand, and maybe somebody knows, but they're not going to tell us. I do acknowledge that I hear the government do a lot of it, and whatever things that, we know this from the Pentagon papers, the Afghanistan papers, WikiLeaks, this kind of thing happens all the time, even in the Obama administration. Pledge for transparency, well, he wasn't transparent. I think you get into office and they go, okay, here's what's actually going on in the world. And you can't tell the public about it. And they look at it and they go, oh, yeah, right. You can't tell the public about this. And I don't even know what that is, what it is, let's say it. But, I think a lot of that goes on. When people see things, I mostly think, they are seeing things. But they don't know what they are. And, we may never know a lot of these. Go to Charles in Sacramento, west of the Rockies. Hi, Charles. Go ahead. Hi, I got to hear a great dog. If I do it, I'm Dr. Bird. I really appreciate the show tonight. And sometimes my question is not only all the extra talk I do something that's important to me. I really want to get to it. Your skills can help with your rationality and thinking. Like sometimes you're based on underinformed, information, like underinformed decision specifically how to tell it's a phenomenon of the revelation. Not that it's true or not true, not that the guy really wrote it or did write it, but the fundamental understanding of where people should be, moving in what direction based upon, what we can agree on. For example, if it's prophecy, or if it's not prophecy, that's a question. It's really a concern to me, and it's a driving force in our specific culture, in our specific time. It absolutely illustrated what I've overseen, and, some airport officers, they PowerPoint presentation, it's just like, also at the end of the world, I'm watching some world on PowerPoint, you get fair and flat out from Catholic, but you could really help with that, and I wonder, what have you guys been doing something like that? So, maybe you haven't heard, anyway, the revelation is really quite an area. imagination. I recommend in terms of how it's written, whether it's what they said in Mark Herman's book on this. His last book, he's a great physical scholar. His last book is on the end of the world. But he was highlighting it's the end of the world. And, the symbolism is there with the authors. Closely that when they wrote these things, although it's possible they were just high on Iowa, or civil classes or something, when they wrote this, and it's the problem with reading things that are that ridiculous. You're really reading your own interest in it, the things that you're important to you. I want to know a lot of science fiction, or no better example would be the prophecies of Nostradamus, and one reading the Nostradamus. You should run some period on political science and cultural issues, and every generation that has read these prophecies, so-called prophecies, the quadrant, whatever was important about if there's we look at that today, and there's like something like Nostradamus, significant, I think the book of Revelation is like that. Other parts of the Bible are different, they're poetic, or, the Psalms and so on, or they're books of rules and moral rumbling, it depends on which part of the Bible, you're reading, how we should interpret it.
Michael, has there ever been a moment where you want to be a believer? Can you tell yourself that?
Really, Mark, since I want to know it's true, I want to believe something in what it should because the evidence is for it, or not being viewed in this way. I've got a problem with the living percentage on things like if I do anyway, it's like, 21% or 10% or 50% or 90%. So then I'm never committed to 100% wrong, 100% right, or historical. I might be wrong. On things. So, I don't want to be that guy, 500 years from now, that, believe crazy stuff, in the 21st century, that, no one in the right mind to believe. I don't want to be that guy. But I don't live 500 years from now. I live now. Like the rest of it, buried in our culture. And, I'm in science by training, so I know how people thought. People are converting this to Galileo to pre-scientific worldview is very, very different from our worldview. And of course, we think, well, we got it right. Those people believe silly things like that. But, I'm not at all certain that 500 years from now, people then look back at us and go, well, people in the 21st century look at crazy ideas they believe. Now, if you say, well, what are you supposed to be? I don't know. If I do, I would believe. Right? That could be something to do with consciousness.
Like for the last set, I really want to be fresh. And then when I'm hitting these, I'm not fatigued. And it's decreased my soreness substantially. It has allowed me to get all the repetitions that I would get in a shorter workout. But I'm never in a point of fatigue where I'm having a difficulty controlling the weight. And I think and the Russians used this strength training method, a long time ago. And they've realized that this idea of like train smarter, not harder.
Now, is this optimizing for strength or hypertrophy?
Strength
primarily.
Strength.
Got it.
I mean, hypertrophy, a lot of times, like bodybuilders, if you ever observe, they'll do really lightweight and extremely high repetitions, like 100 curls with like 15 pounds, because they're just trying to blow out those muscle fibers. But I don't necessarily think that contributes to strength the same way lifting things that are heavier does.
Yeah, I mean, I've always heard that lower on the rep range, as opposed to higher in the rep range, tends to promote more strength, and then hypertrophy you can achieve across the rep range.
Right.
Now,
yeah,
I think we now understand, but I wonder how it reconciles, because for hypertrophy, I've never been all that strong, and so my workouts have been, I've primarily focused on hypertrophy. But I've always thought that while you don't necessarily need to go to failure on every set, you do want to get close to it, and maybe even hitting failure, on the last set seems to promote good gains at least in terms of muscle growth.
Yeah, maybe if you want to get jacked. I just want to be strong.
Yeah.
And I want also to be strong functionally. I don't do anything in isolation. I don't have any isolation exercises. Not a single one that I do. No preacher curls, nothing. Everything that I do involves the whole body.
Are you familiar with this concept of stretch-mediated hypertrophy that people have been talking about?
I am, but explain it to people.
It's super interesting. So obviously, working through the entire rep range of a movement is beneficial, and should, I think, generally be the default. But my understanding is that when the muscle is in its, most lengthened position under load, you seem to get a lot of bang for your buck. And that's where the benefits of lengthened partials comes into play. But also really kind of emphasizing that stretched position of any move, of any exercise, whether it's like the bicep curl or the chest fly or even the chest press, making sure that you're really stretching out that muscle. There seems to be a lot of reward to be gained from that, whereas opposed to, I think, like what's most interesting about it is that we tend to think of most of the gains being achieved when fully contracted, like we squeeze the full contracted position, for example, of the chest fly.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I think what this research is starting to suggest is that you actually get more benefit from like that stretched position. So really emphasizing that and making sure that you're really, as opposed to kind of just doing like this like partial range of motion, like really kind of extending out and carrying that kind of philosophy to, on through, every lift. I think there's some thinking that, when you're like certain exercises, there might be some risk, incurred with that. Like, for example, preacher curls, for example, like I've seen some like horror story videos on Instagram where people snap their biceps, but just generally speaking, that's sort of like a big buzz thing now within the fitness community. Stretch mediated hypertrophy, which is interesting.
It kind of makes sense because it's kind of the most vulnerable time of the lift. Is like, especially if you have a chest fly in your back, you feel so vulnerable. Whereas like here, you feel pretty strong. Like once you have achieved like a certain amount of distance pulling the cables, you get to here. Now you feel pretty strong. And then at the end of it, you're like, ugh. But you really feel vulnerable in the beginning. In the beginning, everything feels like I got to get past this where it's enjoyable. And it's kind of enjoyable in this rep range, like as you're bringing the hands together.
Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely not like an expert on the topic, but I'm a student of fitness science, and I've put it into practice, and I've seen some pretty significant gains as a result. It is interesting, but primarily, you generally want to complete the full range of motion, but then just maybe throwing in some lengthened partials or
just a few extra reps at the bottom.
Yeah, you can go past failure. Adding more volume always seems to be helpful from the standpoint of hypertrophy, provided you're not adding junk volume, you're not just building fatigue, you're actually adding stimulus. Seems effective. I think that's one of the biggest mistakes that people make in the gym is that they don't train with adequate intensity. I see a lot of people in my gym, they're lifting weights, and I see them putting the weight down, but when they clearly had, 5-6 additional reps in the tank. They're not lifting weight that's all that heavy compared to how you describe your new lifting style.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of just going through the motions of the exercise, but they're not actually sending the adequate stimulus to the muscle that it needs to adapt, grow stronger, or we're going to die.
And then they wonder why they don't get any results.
Exactly.
They're half-assing it.
Yeah.
Well, that's what a lot of people do with everything in life.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Yeah. And you pay for that, whether you realize it or not. What you don't pay in the gym, you pay for with the rest of your life.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
So true.
Anything else, Max, you want to bring up while we're here?
Oh, man. I'm just super psyched to be here, to get to do what I do, to, share evidence-based research with people, but in a way that's practical and that acknowledges the limitations of the research that I share and the general landscape of nutrition science, which tends to be incredibly weak. I think that's not often acknowledged, that a lot of our, nutrition studies are incredibly weak, built on epidemiology, which has many flaws, or not flaws. It's good for what it's meant to do, but I think we tend to over-interpret it. And we use it to influence others, which I think is not smart, borderline unethical. And so, insofar as I get to provide a more authentic, high integrity highly actionable path for people. Yeah, I'm just grateful that I get to do what I do, and I do it on my podcast, The Genius Life, and I'm super excited for people to watch the film, which I've worked on for the past 10 years. And again, I think it's the most important thing I've ever done, and I'm super proud of it and grateful to be here. So thanks for having me.
I'm grateful to have you. You are a really important resource, and I think it's a great pleasure to have people like you available to provide free information for people to learn about all these different ways that they can benefit their health. And, it's just so important to have someone like yourself out there that really focuses on it and does a great job of disseminating that information.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate you
Means
very
a
much. Tell everybody how they can see your documentary.
LittleEmptyBoxes.com. LittleEmptyBoxes.com. You can, as of today, you can buy it, you can rent it. We've got some cool limited time bonuses, like a signed poster. But I'm so excited for you guys to see this film. I've put my heart and soul, blood, sweat, and so many tears into it. And listen to my podcast, The Genius Life. And I've got books, The Genius Life, Genius Foods, and Genius Kitchen.
And your Instagram and Twitter, what are those addresses?
Yeah, at Max Lugavere. Come say what's up.
Spell it to people.
MaxLugavere.
All right.
You the man, Joe.
Thank you, Max. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
Capsules help resolve a problem most overweight people have going against them. What is that? Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by day, all day.
Oh, hey, Joe Rogan.
What's going on?
Is there a left or right here, or does it matter?
No, it's all mono. What's cracking, brother?
Oh, yeah. Let me just get a little confidence here. I'm so small. This is like a large coffee to me.
They'll make you pee. They'll make you pee. That's one thing Nespresso's do.
I'm peeing right now, dude. I'm just gonna do the Biden, just let it out.
Ari peed in that seat 3 or 4 times yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yeah, he pissed into Bud Light cans. He's so disgusting.
Ari Shafir?
Oh, yeah. Every time he's here.
Oh, I didn't know he's here.
He pees into things.
I'm trying to get him to move here.
He's not going to. He's a New York rat.
Yeah.
But he's here all the time. I mean, he might as well live here. He's here like 4 or 5 times a year.
Yeah, just
good enough.
Mean, it's good enough.
He should move here.
He's so funny, man. I love watching him at the Comedy Cellar because he's one of the guys that just fucking goes for it.
Yeah, he definitely goes for it. It's gotten him in a lot of trouble.
It all comes out in the wash, though, right?
Well, if you're talented, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's definitely talented. He's just a wild boy.
I watch the crowd when he's on because I like to see the crowd just slowly kind of. He's working through stuff. He gets messy. I like that.
Yeah.
They put me and him on at the late shows now.
In the cellar?
Yeah.
What is New York scene like these days?
Well, I'm here now. We'll say that.
With an American flag out on it.
This is what it does to you, man. Dude, before I moved here, I was a 60-year-old Jamaican woman. Look what Texas does to you.
It gets you in its bones. It's just a fun thing to be. It's fun to be a Texan.
Someone the other day on the street goes, you look like Kid Rock fuck Zach Galifianakis. I was like, that works.
Yeah, that tracks. How long you been out here now?
Oh, like 2 weeks.
Wow.
It's like a dream. This has been a weird, including this, it's all a weird dream.
How long you been doing stand-up now?
I mean, I got on stage when I was 17 or 18 in high school, started doing improv and stand-up on stage. That's almost 20 years.
Oh, wow.
And then I went to college.
High school.
Yeah. I was failing out of high school. I needed like a B to pass. And I was friends with the acting teacher. We would drink together. Public school, brother. Public school.
Wow.
Yeah. We would drink together and smoke. And I thought if I take his class, he's got to give me an A or I can get him sent to jail probably for all this bad behavior. So I took this acting class and I got on stage and he pulls me aside. Like day one, he goes, "This is what you need to do with your life."
Wow.
And I go, okay. Stop drinking, stop smoking. I was like in a gang. I was growing weed. Yeah, I was a nightmare kid. People think I'm just this nice little guy. I was a fucking monster. And getting on stage, and I got all that energy out. And it's what I've been doing every day since.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool that someone recognized that, because most of the time they
It takes
don't.
one person. It's insane.
It takes one person, and that one person literally can change your life, because you're in this part of your life where you don't know what the fuck you're going to do.
No.
And then someone gives you a direction, and they say, hey, you're really good at this. This is your thing. Oh my God, I found my thing. That day you go home, you're like, I found my thing.
Yeah, he had us first class. We had to dance on stage. He was like, he goes,
wild.
You're gonna fuck. Oh, he was wild, dude. He was a playwright. He'd take the Metro North in from Connecticut, New Haven, to put on little plays. And I just thought it was the sexiest thing. It was like this guy was like living in the 1920s or something,
right? Like a real artist.
Yeah, yeah. And he goes, we're gonna humiliate ourselves day one. He goes, it's gonna be so bad. So everything you do after this is gonna be a breeze. And I've still used that to this day with stand up. You got to get messy. You got to. So he said, we're going to go do the silliest dances. And I went home. I was practicing in the bathroom, just sweating, turning around. I've never performed. And I'd get on stage and he'd be like, sillier, weirder, until you just had a mental breakdown. And then after that, doing a little Shakespeare was fine.
Oh, that's an interesting strategy.
Yeah. I need someone to break you down and go, you're allowed to fuck up. You're allowed to get messy.
Yeah.
And that's why I got a place here, because I went to your club and I saw Brian Holtzman. And I go, wait a minute, you're allowed to do this? There's a place where you're allowed to say whatever you want?
Well, Brian Holtzman was like a hero of comedians in Los Angeles, but he didn't get good spots. Unfortunately, they would put him on really late at the end of the show. And it was a wild thing to watch. You're watching like 20, 30 people in the audience. This guy saying the most hilarious but yet horrific things. And he just never got the respect that he deserves. I've known Brian for, I guess, around 30 years now. When we first started at the store, we were like young hotshots. He was like this young, dark-haired, slicked back, like really interesting guy, like really like same style that he has now he had back then.
I can't imagine him with any more energy than he has now, though.
It was
As
the
a
same
young guy.
Oh, his energy has not waned at all, which is why he's so good. Like some people slow down. It sucks. It sucks to see.
Yeah.
Because they slow down. You're like, you don't want to say anything to them, like, hey man, you gotta pick it up.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck you used to be, you gotta bring that back.
Just turn it up a little bit.
Yeah, you're a little too casual up there. I don't want to say lazy, but there's like, you're too tired.
Yeah.
You gotta fire the fuck up. Holtzman never lost that kind of that fuck that fucking crazy when he gets crazy. But he didn't have a show like a real showcase. He didn't have like a real like a real awesome spot where he could perform in front of crowds that weren't tired and hadn't seen 3 hours of comedy. But so now we've got him headlining.
Yeah.
And people come to see him. They know who he is. They get excited. People have seen him multiple times.
He's got a cult following here. It's great.
He definitely does. Yeah.
So that was it. I saw him once, and then I went to like the open mic or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I was in town doing the Vulcan, I think. And then I go, I'm gonna try to get an audition. Adam wasn't here. Flew back. Got the audition, then did a couple spots, then did a guest spot on Holtzman's show, and then I was in the car in New York. I pull over. I'm just looking at apartments in Texas. I just call the guy. I go, hey, can I move there? I made him an offer. That was like insane. I'm renting. He literally goes, are you fucking with me, dude? And the next day he goes, they took your offer. And that was it.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was like, I know Ron White calls it comedy camp. It feels like that. When I'm landing here, it feels like Camp David or something.
Yeah, Ari said it yesterday. He said, you made a festival here every week. It's like a festival.
It's a festival.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if I'd made the right move. And then I'm on the plane and it's Roseanne Barr, the next row back, Sebastian Maniscalco, and I'm right behind him. Wow. And I was losing my fucking mind. I'll go, this is it.
Yeah. Well, whenever you don't know if you should do something and you want to do something, but then you have that little, oh, I don't know, is this right? You gotta always go for it.
You got to do it.
You gotta go for it.
And you get better at that as you age.
Yeah.
It's like you have to. You got to fuck up a lot, and they go, "Oh, fuck up a little less this time."
Yeah, the fuck up thing, but it's also just like taking chances, going for things is very important. Every time I've ever done it, it's been good. My whole life, every single time. Whether it's first time going on stage, even this, even like moving here.
Sure.
Because I have a family and I have a business, or like this podcast that requires guests. And
yeah,
I had all these people that already lived in LA. I had this built-in, group of people that I would have on. And it's just like coming out here but I was like, this is the move. And then opening the club, I was like, this is the move.
Yeah.
And it's going to be fucking annoying. It's going to be a lot of energy, a lot of stuff going on, a lot of things to pay attention to. But that's what really needs to happen.
You get to practice your hour a couple times a week, and the road comes to you.
That's great. That definitely helps a lot. It just like keeps you so much healthier. It's crazy how much better you feel when you don't travel every week.
Yeah.
It's nuts. Like
I just started touring this year.
It wears you.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's like getting drunk.
Yeah.
It's like getting drunk, and then you have a show that night, and then you have another show, and then you fly home, and you get drunk flying home because it feels like when you land, like you're hungover.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh, why am I so worn the fuck out?
And with the heat here, man.
Yeah, you get used to that.
Kind of. I understand Biden a little more. I've been walking around just like, where am I? What's going on here? Shit in my pants.
Ha! Yeah. You silly boy. Did you? I was telling you before this mayoral race in San Francisco. This might be the end. This might be like San Francisco is a failed city. I mean, it really is. But there's no better indication of how failed it is than listening to this debate, listening to these people argue about what's important in San Francisco. This was on the Jesse Waters show. You gotta listen to this because
how many drag queens do you know?
You were at the debate last week and couldn't name any drag queens on your own. I was wondering if you could have, this is an opportunity to redeem yourself. And if you could name 3 LGBTQ advisors for your campaign and 3 drag queens in San Francisco.
For San Francisco, just imagine.
Shut the fuck up.
And that was the thing she was going to sit down on. This is the actual current mayor of San Francisco, London Breed. That's
London
her, right?
Breed.
Yeah, and she's like, "Can you name 3 drag queens? Can you name 3 mentally ill men who dress up like the most tardish, caricaturous?"
Like famous or just like Pixie that does the kid's story hour down at the library.
Lexus, yeah. Lexus down at the club. She does the burlesque show. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. No, sit back and enjoy. Sit back and enjoy the show. When wokeism just takes on this energy and it gets crazier and crazy. I mean, look at the sexuality acronym. It used to be gay and lesbian, GL.
Right.
It is. Watching politicians have to recite that. Oh, it's like they have a gun to their head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trudeau has them all down. But my favorite is 2AI plus.
2S.
Plus is like everybody's in this gang that's not a white male. it's basically
You mean the American flag? That would be a great flag to represent everybody.
Biracial, people of color. Like there's so many different things. Indigenous. There's two spirits in there, which is my favorite.
Yeah.
I'm a 2-spirit.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you?
Why not 3? Why not 4? Why not 45?
You're limiting yourself. And then A, which is hilarious too, because how do they have any say? They're asexual. Like, how are they in there with the perverts? How are they in there with the freaks? How are they in there with the transgender people? How are they in there with fucking guys wearing leather thongs and G-strings walking down the street? With
Like, we don't want any
flags?
part of this.
How are the A's in that? They just don't want to fuck.
My friend came out as bisexual, this guy in New York, and he goes, well, I've been so oppressed. I'm like, am I supposed to feel bad that you get to fuck everybody? Really? Just like,
He's been oppressed. How so?
I don't know. I don't know. I
Well,
mean,
isn't that
how are
fun?
you?
It's a fun thing to say.
It's a fun thing to say.
Yeah, and it also gives you like a position where people have to go, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." What did I do?
George Bush was like talking about pride the other day, and I was like, if he was he was on some interview, and I was like, if he was president today, having to, the LMAFOs, the HGTVs, the PB&Js, these are tasty folks, My cousins are translucent. Now watch this drive. But think about how much has changed since him.
Well, he is so reasonable now in I used to have a joke about Bush getting elected about the Iraq War, and that there's people in the back of the room, and their idea was the only way to find out how dumb people really are is to have a dumb president and see if everybody freaks out. Because the only way they know that he's dumb is if they're smarter than him.
Yeah.
So the only way to find out is put a dumb president and see how everybody responds. And then it was all about the Iraq War, and then all these things happen, like what they believed. And then at the end of it, I think the people in the back of the room are going, I think we can go dumber. And they were right.
Yeah.
They were so right.
Well, people act like Trump and Biden are the first, we had an autistic cowboy running the country for 8 years. We wanted 8 years of that.
Yeah. Yeah, but people didn't want it at the end, which is why Obama won.
Yeah.
Which is what this country always does. We swing hard one way and then we swing the other way. And Duncan Trussell said this when they were smashing windows and looting during the George Floyd protests. Duncan said, dude, this is going to be so bad because we're going to have a right-wing authoritarian president next. And I thought about it. I was like, God damn, he's probably right. Because that's really what happens. There's like an overcorrection.
Yeah.
One way and like the San Francisco London breed mayor thing. This is an overcorrection to discrimination. So there is some discrimination of gay people. There's discrimination of all kinds of people.
How now, though?
There's still with gay people for sure. There's still people that are homophobic, especially religious people.
It's too complicated now because it's like, well, there's that, and then there's gay guys who dress up as women who want to read to kids, and then there's those who cut their dicks. It's too. My dad came out of the closet when I was 7, so I was raised in this stuff. Came out as racist, but no, he's gay. I got a gay dad. I have two dad, mom remarried, and then my dad with a husband. And so it's funny. I try to talk about this, like, oh, shut up, straight white guy. This isn't your lived experience. I'm like, no, it is. It is.
Do you say this on stage? Do you talk about it on stage?
I talk about it everywhere. People started booing me when I started talking about this in New York City a long time ago. It was the first time where I talked about my personal life because I have everyone has a crazy life.
What were they booing?
Well, they're just like, that's their life. You can't talk about what it's like to be a gay person. And it's like, when I was 7, I was hiding it from my friends. So I was living like a closeted gay guy. I went to insane lengths to hide my dad having a boyfriend. Because this was 1993. That's when it was, and prior, that's when it was bad. But I imagine what guys like that think of what's going on now. To be like, you're like a two-spirit hetero, normative, whatever this shit is.
Yeah.
And back then it was bad. But
when I was in middle school, my friend Josh, his mom was gay, and he didn't tell us, and nobody talked about it. But
lesbian mom's a little cooler though.
She had the whole thing. Like she was wearing the sleeveless vest with the big arms. She was a big lady, and she had a girlfriend with short hair that was always over the house. It was like the whole, like, you'd go, who's that lady? Oh, that's my mom's friend. Why is she always over here? Does she live with you?
That's exactly what happened.
It was one of them things.
Yeah.
But I lived in San Francisco. And so when I moved to Boston, I moved to Florida for a few years, then we moved to Boston. Like, I had been around gay people from the time I was 7 to 11. Like, my neighbors were gay. My aunt used to go over and play bongos with them naked. They would smoke pot and play bongos. I remember. So I was just
way cooler.
Yeah. I mean, she just loved the fact she could just be naked around guys and no one cared. But it was just this thing where, like, the whole neighborhood was gay. Everybody was gay. So gay was super normal to me. So my friend was, like, hiding the fact that his mom was gay. We never really pressed him on it. But me and my other friend were like, his mom's gay, right? Like, yeah, obviously. But, we were 13. Like, what are you going to do?
For men, I think it was associated with AIDS. So I remember I was in the car, and we would like raise money for AIDS runs and all this stuff. And my friend's like, "That's the AIDS thing, right?"
Yeah.
And I would tell him, my dad's an attorney. I would tell him, because he goes, "This is my partner." And I would tell my friends, they go, why is your dad's partner sleeping? I go, "That's his law partner." I go, "They're working on a case. They're going to be up all night, fellas. If you hear some banging and moaning and see they're recreating the murder, they're in there." I would come up with this. Probably why I'm a good writer, because I back then it was not accepted at all.
When did everybody figure it out?
I never told anybody.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I was in college the first time I told somebody, because I was a theater major, so it was like I was safe.
Yeah.
I was the weird one being
And
straight.
it also gives you like social props.
It does, yeah.
Street cred.
Yeah, I'll take whatever I can get now. When you got resting January 6th face, man, you need something.
Do you think you have January 6th? What do you do with that hat?
Resting January 6th face. Yeah. I don't know. I don't care. I was raised to hate America. All that bullshit. I fucking love this country, man.
It's a great country.
Love it.
There's no reason to hate America.
No.
We should always hate bad behavior in all groups of people, left and right. Shitty, evil people on both sides. That's what we're supposed to hate. We're not supposed to hate America.
And it's history. Got to honor it. Even like the stuff growing up with my dad and stuff. I had a lot of resentment about that. But I thought, you know what? That was my burden to bear. And I have friends who saw my, gay was bad back then, but they'd see my dad being a great dad and cooking us dinner. And so their introduction to a homosexual was this normal guy. My dad, he looks like you. Looks like kind of like Bruce Willis and fucking, he's just a normal dude. He's not effeminate. He doesn't do the
which is interesting, right? That there's different groups of gay people. We associate gay with people who behave in a very specific, exaggerated way.
Yeah.
But
they're the loudest ones on the floats with.
Yo, Zoo, get in this Discord, dog. All right, well, that's life in the big city. I'm doing my best to promote it. Come on in. The water's fine. It's discord.me/rabbi. Discord.me/rabbi. I'm in the main VC. There he is. Tight. Heyo. What is up? Hop on in, dog. There he is. Yep. You are in the right one. How you doing, Zoo? Living the dream. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. I'm going viral, baby.
So you're on day 1100 right now?
Something like that.
Something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
What month? 20? You started filming 2020 or 2021?
Well, the earliest video that I have is from 2020. I have when I announced I would be a rabbi, and I did it on May 26th, 2020. And at the exact same moment, Zoo, the George Floyd protests broke out in Los Angeles. And I have it on camera. So I'm on camera saying that I've talked to my rabbis, I've talked to my family, and this is something that I want to do. And while I'm on camera, you hear all this commotion, and no one knew what was going on, but it started at that moment in downtown Los Angeles, at least. All right. So that's from 2020. And then I have video from, see, here's the thing. I have a lot of video because in 2020, that's when I started to become a rabbi. I had been in classes for like 4 years before then, but only in 2020 did I start. Well, I started learning with rabbis in Israel. via Zoom because of the pandemic. And so a lot of the classes that we had were on Zoom. So I have a lot of my time on Zoom, but that's not on servers that I to which I have access. When I started doing this, where I had access to the video, would be approximately June. Actually, yeah, maybe like May of 2021. So that's like 38 months ago. Well, hold on. I have to clarify. I didn't start streaming though on YouTube full time until GERMANY. So I started streaming on Twitch and YouTube around like August 8th, 2021. But I had been streaming, I streamed a whole summer on hard drives. So I have a bunch of hard drives of like way, way back footage. I have like terabytes full of footage of me traveling all around Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, San Diego, Disneyland, Santa Monica, Beverly Hills. It's pretty wild. Pardon me? Pardon me? Yeah, it's a big fucking deal. Do you know about my robots?
Sorry, what?
Do you know about my robots?
No.
Yeah, you do. Didn't I show you yesterday?
Oh, you got a robot? Like a sex robot?
No, nothing like that. No, but I built 4 robots that spam kick. I haven't shown you this? Oh, here you go. It's amazing. Okay. So do you see my pointer? What's with the projector?
Yeah.
It's showing Joe Rogan podcast right now.
Yeah.
I watch Joe Rogan a lot. Okay, so you see this follow button? Do you see this follow button?
Yeah.
Watch it.
Have you watched every Joe Rogan video?
Just about, but no.
Just about?
Yeah.
What's the best Joe Rogan podcast?
Episode 1000, starring Joey Diaz and Tom Segura. And the only reason why it's better than the others is...
What's the worst Joe Rogan podcast?
Great question. Perhaps a recent one that this guy, I forget his name. He's an actor, and he basically went on and tried to talk about all this math stuff, and he wasn't accurate about it. Joe Rogan had him back on and had somebody debate him, and this guy lost the debate, but I can't remember his. Terrence Howard, I think his name is. So do you see here, it's posting the Discord link? It just created a clip, and now it's going to spam the person. How amazing is that? Do you see this, Zoot?
It's not a liberal conservative
Zoot, do you see this shit? It's the wildest shit in the history of mankind.
What you say?
Do you see how this robot is working on its own? Do you recognize this is such a big deal? That this is a robot. It's following people automatically. It's creating clips of them. It's populating the clips with this Discord link. Do you see it typing by itself? Zoot. Zoot. Remember that time Zoot and I were talking? That was fucking amazing. How much is a bot to make? Is that what you asked? Yo, Doug, did you just ask me how much is it to adopt a bot? Or to make a bot? Did you just ask me how much is it to make a bot?
No, I said how much does a doctor make in Australia? I think I made more than a doctor this year.
Oh, I don't fucking know how much an Australian doctor makes. But good on you. Obviously, robotics does not impress you that much.
Does streaming streaming your life make you happy?
Yeah, I love it.
Does it?
Yeah, I fucking love it. Dude, look, I'll even show you. It's legitimate. I have a smile on my face. I like to stream. I like my life recorded. I think it's really important for the future of society to be able to study it.
Do you like how you're living?
Yeah.
Do you wish you were living with other people though?
They don't really bother me. So my life was like this years before. I mean, in some ways, I like living with other people. I'm trying to think if I've ever fully lived alone.
How do you do you have enough money to devise to keep streaming?
Obviously, I keep doing it. Obviously, I keep doing it.
Yeah. What are you doing for income right now?
I'm a certified project management professional. So if I ever need money, I just pick up a project from someone.
And you stream that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. A lot of times people will want me to, particularly when it comes to social media. Like, yeah, definitely. I've made 4 figures in some projects just by creating social media accounts for certain cryptocurrencies. It's pretty much the coolest shit of all time.
I'm guessing you don't need much to get by then.
No, I live on bare necessities. Those simple bare necessities. Those simple bare necessities of life.
What's your favorite food?
Great question. Pizza. Likely.
Why don't you get pizza now?
How do I get pizza now?
No, why don't you get pizza now?
Well, I just ate, but if I had pizza yesterday.
I just got back from, I didn't eat pizza, but I was at a pizza place, like I had a chicken schnitzel at a pizza place.
You had chicken at a pizza place?
No, chicken schnitzel.
Oh, chicken schnitzel. Oh, that's amazing. You know, actually, pizza's my favorite, but I really love schnitzel as well. It's amazing. I could eat schnitzel hot, cold, with some like mango sauce. Oh my god, it's amazing. Duck sauce.
about steak?
Love steak. Steak could easily be my favorite food. If I had to survive on food from now for the rest of my life on one food, it would be steak. And I would not get sick of it. I ate steak at different periods of my life for years at a time, only steak. For like, I loved it. 2 years, all I did was eat steak, and I ate steak breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It was all protein. I would drink coffee as well.
Have you studied algorithms of how people go viral?
You know, I would probably say my own subjective understanding of how people go viral, and it usually, almost every single time, works like this. Of total nobodies going viral, it ends up being something like small-time creator, posts something interesting, big-time creator sees it and reposts it. That's how you go viral. You don't go viral by can you repeat that, please?
How do you go viral?
You post something that's interesting and have someone who's much, much bigger repost what you posted. See, here's the thing. In order to go viral, you have to have your content observed by many people. Obviously, that's kind of the definition of it. So you need a way to communicate that to a lot of people very quickly. If you have a small account, it's not going to have the kind of reach that you need for it to go viral. So what you need to do is make an impression on someone with a large reach who will repost or, tag you or do something else to highlight your content with their audience. So your audience may be 1,000 people, their audience may be 1 million people. And when you're seen by 1 million people very quickly, it has the right recipe to go viral. Almost every single time, that's how it works. There is another way to do it, or other ways to do it, and that can be through inorganically. So, small-time creator has some really cool content, but knows that no one's going to see it because no one sees their content. So they pay companies to promote their content, basically give them automatic likes, automatic comments, automatic reposts, and it can go viral that way, but it's more expensive to do that. Those are really the only two ways. I mean, I'm sure there are other ways, but they're rare. They're unique. If you really want the things that are going to show up on someone's feed tomorrow, most likely it will be done one of those two ways. They'll essentially be promoted, or they'll be promoted by a company, or they'll be promoted by an influencer. Did that answer your question? What's your favorite food?
It's actually pizza as well.
Oh, excellent. What do you like on your pizza? I like all pizzas. Do you like Hawaiian pizza?
Yeah.
Well, I like pineapple on my pizza. I could literally eat just about anything on a pizza. You could put. I like. If you ask me, what's your favorite kind of pizza? I like all kinds, but I would say supreme. Just throw all kinds of shit on it, all kinds of vegetables and stuff. I think that's amazing. Mushrooms. Even you can throw pineapple in that bitch. I also like white pizza, which is just like cheese. I also like Neapolitan, and trying to think of a pizza that I don't like. Honestly, I've never had it, but I don't like. I don't think I would like anchovies on pizza, but I might. So I'm not putting that down. I hear it's really good, but I don't know if that's the way to go. Have you had anchovies on a pizza?
No.
Yeah, that's like the one thing that like I'm not all about. But I'm not saying that I wouldn't consider it, perhaps, under the right circumstances. If it were like a gourmet pizza and I could source the sardines and everything that's proper, I might try it. But I'm kind of waiting for that day. I don't know if it'll ever come. It was really weird. Joe Rogan and had Elon Musk on his podcast. I don't know if it was the most recent time, but I think so. They were in Austin, and they were talking about pizza. And Joe Rogan was like, "Have you ever had?" He just named this pizza with, or I said sardines. I'm sorry. I apologies. I mean anchovies. And Elon Musk was like, "No, I've never had that." And so they ordered the pizza with anchovies on the podcast and ate it. And they both really liked it. So you never know. There might be something to it. How do you like that, Zoo? Zoo, you're an amazing person, and everybody loves you. I kind of feel badly for you, Zoo, because your hours, you don't get the majority of people from Harry Potter, Obama, Sarantini. Like, not saying that you don't know them. You've been in this community a very long time, but you just don't have the same hours as they do. Zoo. You don't get to meet or interact with that many people in Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu because your hours, and that's difficult. There are a lot of really cool individuals in this community. Do you use Snapchat? Zoo.
Yeah, he's Snapchat.
Very cool.
Nice Snapchat. Wow.
Because I think it sucks. I've used it a lot. Its interface sucks. Its interface sucks. It's confusing. The interface, like the user interface, the UI, basically when you want to add a new friend, when I search, it doesn't allow you to add like a whole bunch of people. It just shows like one or two suggestions. And it's very difficult to use. When you want to create a group, you can click like 30 people in your group, And then when you want to send them a message, it says like, if one of those people is not your friend, it will not let you send the message, and it'll say so-and-so is not in your friends list yet, so you can't send them a message. So you have to go and manually find them, manually remove them, and then hope that your message goes off. Then you press send again, and it can say so-and-so is not in your group. So, and then you have to go find that name. It's just, it's like it was designed by assholes. Like literally, they were almost like, let's make this really difficult to use. Like, I get it. Some things about it are really easy. You can press a fucking button and take a picture of yourself and send it to people. I get that. That part of it's pretty easy. But some of the slightly more complex functions of the application are really poor. Like adding people, like creating groups, like messaging. Like, it's just strange. Anyway, that's my rant about Snapchat. Now, for normal people, I'm sure Snapchat's fine. But for power users, it sucks. And I can tell you this too. It took them a very long time to get a web interface. And now that they finally have a web interface, it sucks. So, I don't know. It's just, these companies suck. Everything sucks, and except Zoot and your dog. What was your dog's name again? Yoshi. That's right. Yoshi. That's amazing. I don't know how I forgot that. I love that name. Is he named after the character from Mario? That's amazing. Yoshi's an amazing character. Everybody loves Yoshi. That's a really great name for a pet because it was Mario's pet. Love that name. Does Yoshi like to eat human food? I remember when I would ask Zoot questions and Zoot would return responses. It was a wonderful time of my life. I used to sing about it. I used to sing, Zoot, do you remember when I would sing songs for you about you and ask you questions? And everyone was like, yeah, Rabbi. Alrighty, Zoot. Zoot, how you living, pimp? Zoot! Dog. Yo, dog, remember when you were like, hey, everybody, my name is Zoot, and everybody loves me? Yo, dog. I remember that. Everyone remembers that. Dog, I just changed my status, and it might be the sickest shit of all time. Now it should say, Rabbi Rothschild, living like a peasant. Zoot, remember when you fucking were talking to me, and then you were like, oh no, I'm gonna go do something else. Hold on. I'm gonna do the same thing to you. We're watching Joe Rogan.
Well, there's a lot of money. There's heads of immense corporations that have incredible financial control and influence on politicians. This is the reason why lobbyists are some of the richest fucking people in the country. Like, some of the richest real estate is in Virginia, right outside of DC, and it's a lot of it's lobbyists. The amount of money that they pour into campaigns and pour into making sure that their agendas are being met and that their businesses get to grow because of regulations or lack of regulations or tariffs or lack of tariffs or whatever the fuck they're trying to do. That's who runs things really and makes decisions. And then the politicians keep us embattled in these social squabbles. You know, it's like when Kamala Harris had this guy in a dress with a beard come to the White House recently. And she's like, God. Oh my God, for Pride Month, come on in, you're in the White House. Like that is to accentuate the social squabbling. It's so people get fired up, yay, queers are in the White House. And then other people go, what the fuck are queers doing in the White House? It's like that. This is a part of the grand plan to keep people not paying attention to the really important issues. And to just constantly, it's like these fucking beach balls they throw up at a concert. They constantly get thrown up.
It's working.
Gay marriage. They're going to take away gay marriage now. They're going to take away abortion. They're going to take away this. Guns, the border. And they just keep throwing these things in the air. So you're just like looking left and right and looking left and right. And while this is going on, there's all sorts of laws being passed that allow them to look at any computer, any laptop, any phone. They're going to be able to bypass encryption with AI. I was just watching a video where a security expert was talking about that. He was talking about, what's that guy's name? Rob Braxman. He was talking about how AI in your operating system, like once they get AI in your operating system, all this stuff like Signal and WhatsApp, encrypted end-to-end encrypted devices, that's nonsense. It's not going to work anymore. It's not going to do anything. They're going to be able to get your information before it's encrypted as you're typing it, before you send it. Everything is going to be transparent. They'll have access to anything they want, anything you have on any device. It doesn't matter what kind of encryption, what kind of bullshit you're using. All that's out the window. And he was explaining that.
Fuck. What about Elon's Neuralink chip? Do you think people are going to have those?
Yeah.
And they can just go open up, they don't have to say it. You just think it. Open up Google,
That's going to happen. There's going to be versions of that, and it's going to get. But we had, what's Nolan's last name? Say it again.
Arbaugh.
You say it the right way? Arbaugh?
Arbaugh.
He's the first Neuralink patient. We had him in the other day, and I think the episode comes out today. Yeah, it's out now. And yeah, he's the first guy.
Oh my God!
Neuralink. And
Does he sound like Elon? It's working pretty well.
It's very, very smart.
Working very well.
Very smart, very interesting person to talk to. Completely paralyzed from the neck down, except for a few movements in his hands, and like he can kind of move a little bit. His spinal cord's not totally severed, but it's very badly damaged from an accident in the river. And now with this Neuralink, he can play video games. He can do all kinds of shit. And he said the cursor goes where his eyes go. The cursor goes like exactly where he wants it to go. So he's like, I have a built-in aimbot if I'm playing video games, because I don't miss. It's like I can look right at it and I can shoot at things, which is pretty wild. And it makes you think like, okay, well, for soldiers, that's a must.
Yeah,
you have to give them that. And that's, some of the fighter jets, the new helmets that they have on now are augmented reality helmets. And when they're flying the jets, as they're looking at a specific spot, that's where the crosshairs go. So the crosshairs are connected to this
Are we going to be doing that with jokes? Like you just like hit the punchline?
I think comedy's probably going to be one of the last places where the actual human experience exists in a pure form. It's one of several reasons why at the mothership we make people put their phones in the bag. Like, get that out of your head.
Yeah.
Stop looking at that. Just sit down and watch a show.
Huge difference.
It's a giant difference. But if we could still have things like that, it'll remind us of what it's like to be a human. I feel
like the movies have kind of gone away. Going to the movie theater, I stopped.
Well, I stopped during the pandemic because you couldn't go. And then I was like, oh, this is way better. If you have a nice TV at home and no one's going to interrupt and,
there's something about that kind of taking a girl on a date. But, I remember when everybody had to be 6 feet apart and, it's two people in each row.
And that's all made up. When they found out, he's like, it was out there. I didn't make up the rules. It was out there.
From this flu when we didn't even have fucking electricity back then.
Well, it doesn't make sense. It's in the air. It's a respiratory virus. They've never, ever in the history of human beings been able to contain a respiratory virus. You can't do it. If a respiratory virus gets out to a certain number of people and it starts spreading through certain populations, it's just gonna. And it also has animal reservoirs. So one of the things they find, it actually can exist in certain animals. In fact, in deer, they tested a bunch of white-tailed deer, just wild deer, and a bunch of them tested positive for COVID-19.
Aren't we going to look back at this? They're still 6 feet, staying 6 feet apart at the airport. It's so fucking stupid.
It's so stupid, but it was all a thing where people looked for something to make them feel better, right? So even though masks didn't work, even though 6 foot distancing didn't work, if you were out in public and you knew that COVID was a thing and there wasn't some sort of fake measure that made you at least feel safe, like you have to stand a little bit apart from each other, you have to wear the mask, we're going to be okay if we follow these rules. We took the vaccine, we're standing 6 feet away, we're wearing a mask. And so all those things, even though none of those things kept you from getting COVID, 0 of those things kept you from getting COVID. In fact, there's more evidence now that the more of those shots you take, the more you get COVID. There's a bunch of different reasons for that, but I'm not a virologist or a biologist. But those things at least kept people thinking they were doing the right thing and that maybe they're going to be safe, instead of just a freak out of a bunch of people with no masks and a wild disease that we've been told is going to kill everybody.
I saw the clip of him saying, masks, they'll make you feel better. And so I thought, okay, that makes sense.
No, but he said in that clip, it's not going to help.
It's not going to help. And then wear one. Then people start wearing 2.
Yeah, he was wearing 2.
Yeah, you got to wear 2. Then wear a face shield. Then put a fucking diaper over your fucking head.
The wear 2 is just like the woke shit in San Francisco. It never stops. It would go to wear a beekeeper's outfit. It would go further.
Yeah.
If they let it stay on, I wear 2 masks now. I feel more protected.
Yeah, wrap yourself in plastic and just stay underwater.
It's amazing how that guy can gaslight. It's amazing. He does it. And his hands fidget in the most
You can tell
obvious...
with his body language.
Oh, he's fucking.
I love watching him when he's in Congress when they're interrogating him. It's all political theater, Ron. It's all misinformation and disinformation.
Yeah. Oh, he's well prepared to gaslight.
But how can people still watch him and go, yeah, we did the right thing?
Even in that audio that you were talking about, he said, when you make people's lives difficult, they will drop their ideological bullshit and get vaccinated.
Fucking worked.
He said when they were quizzing him on this, when they were asking him about this and confronting him with this, he said, that's not what I meant.
Yeah. He's sick. He's a sick mad scientist.
What could you possibly have meant other than what you said? If you're that guy.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Joe Rogan expands. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Yo, no one wants this. Welcome by. Stop. No one welcome by. Stop. No one welcome by.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
What's up, Nolan? Nothing much. You guys hear me through this? Is this too far away? Cool.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah, cool,
it's a pleasure to meet you, man.
Hey, you too. You too. Thanks for having me.
I have a feeling if there's a movie that they do in the future of how the world changed in 2024, you're going to be in that movie.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool. I wonder if they'd get to play me.
Yeah, they probably don't need people by then. They probably just do movies with AI and probably really quickly. You could probably like take a really great novel like The Great Gatsby, run it through an AI video creator, and it would just make you the most amazing version of The Great Gatsby.
Yeah, that's true.
Probably.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
But if we're talking about like historical moments in human beings and in technology, the implementation of Neuralink on the first human patient, that's you.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I keep thinking about it like, BCI have been around for a while. So I've
What is BCI?
Brain computer interface. So like just implants that they've done in people, different ways that they've found, they've given people the ability to like control electronic devices. They've been able to control computers and stuff. There are a couple things out there. The Utah Ray, Synchron came out with something where basically they go through the artery in the neck, and that they kind of thread something up into the brain. It expands in a vein up there and an artery up there, and then they can like control the brain through that. So BCIs have been around for a while, a few decades at least, I think since like the 90s. So I always say that we're standing on the shoulders of giants sort of thing, but I know Neuralink just has it's in a league of its own, and I know that, with Elon's name attached to it, it's going to blow up way more. But I think this is the beginning. I think everyone else that, comes after this basically is going to be pulled up by the progress Neuralink's making, and the fact that they are trying to like open source basically all of it. I think the whole field is just going to grow exponentially at this point.
Well, we can only hope so, and that really is fascinating. And it really is fascinating how many different ways and strategies they've employed to try to connect computers to human beings and brains. So what do you know what year the first one was that they did this?
98.
Oh,
maybe.
Wow.
Yeah, I think so. I think that was the Utah Ray. And that just was, looks like a chip with like more fixed like threads on it. They were, I think, a lot smaller, and it just sat on the brain. So obviously another open brain surgery, and they put it in there, and then it would read a section of the brain, motor cortex, I think, as well.
Have you seen some of the stuff now where they're using some kind of scanning imagery where they can actually see thoughts?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, they're doing where they think they're going to be able to record dreams eventually, and what they're able to do now is get like an approximation of what someone is seeing and thinking.
Whoa!
Can you find that, Jamie, so we could figure out exactly what they did?
Yeah,
here it is. Scientists read dreams using brain scans. Is an older one? Okay,
that's crazy. I mean, I've always heard that scientists really don't know how, like, what dreams are and like what is going on or why we do it. I've heard plenty of people say like, yeah, we still don't know why you even need to sleep, or like what's going on in your dream. I don't know if that's changed recently, but like, I don't know. Dreams are an interesting thing.
The whole sleep thing is interesting.
Yeah.
MRI scans reveal what we see in dreams. Japanese researchers unveiled dreams visuals with 60% accuracy using innovative MRI scans at pivotal Kyoto study showcasing a breakthrough in sleep science.
Whoa.
Wow. Wild stuff.
That picture just looked AI. Are we dreaming in AI now?
I think we're close.
Yeah.
I think if the simulation is real, it seems ridiculous now, less so than it seemed 5 years ago, but I think 5 years from now it'll seem likely. I think it's all interconnected in some very bizarre way. I think we're slowly building toward that connection with all of this technology and all of these new innovations and all of a greater understanding of quantum physics and space and all these as they build on all this stuff. I think it's going to become more and more likely that this whole thing's somehow or another real, but not real at the same time.
Yeah.
Neither a simulation nor like actual reality, like a hybrid of these things.
Oh yeah, that'd be crazy. That's one of the things I'm really excited about with Neuralink is how much we're going to learn just about the brain from this. Like the amount of data that they're collecting. I mean, little things like the fact that all the stuff with the thread pullout going on with my brain. One of the reasons that they think it happened is because Well, I don't know. Have you heard about like the thread pull out and stuff?
Yes.
So
Can you explain it to me?
Yeah. So basically, there are 64 threads implanted in my brain, with 16 electrodes on them each. And over the course of a month, we saw a lot of the threads start retracting from my brain. So the threads that the robot implanted were retracted. And so we were getting less signals from a lot of them. And they can't see that on like brain scans or anything. So like the threads are so small, not even the size of a human hair, that in order to get a scan of them, you'd have to use such a big machine that it would probably just fry my brain. So they can't just go in and look at them. So a lot of the data that we have that shows that they were moving or coming out of the brain was literally just whether or not the electrodes on the threads were sending signals anymore, if they were picking up neuron spikes. So a lot of the threads were getting pulled out, and that led to some declined performance. For a while, they kind of fixed that in a way. But some of the reason that happened, at least we think, is because the brain moves more than they thought it would, which is something that was so bizarre to me when I first heard that. I was like, you guys don't know how much the brain moves? Like, this feels like that should have been something that was solved, ages ago.
I never even thought it moved.
Yeah, so it pulses, with like your brain, with your heart, I mean. So like as your heart pulses and stuff, your brain pulses as well. Because, there's blood running through it and everything, so it's just pulsing. And they thought that it move like pulses at about a 1 millimeter rate. So that's how much it'll pulse, like move is 1 millimeter. And they found in my brain that it was moving 3 millimeters pulsing. So that's on a scale of 3x times what they had made the whole Neuralink and the threads and everything for, to be able to withstand. So they think that might have had something to do with it as well.
So is that a normal thing that, like, does the brain have a range?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's gonna, we'll know more.
Stiffness pulsation of the human brain detected by non-invasive time. The human brain pulses every time the heart beats. Scientists have used the tiny jiggle to reveal new insights about our neurons. Neuroscientist, try that name, Uli Rutischauer, PhD, thought he'd uncovered a strange new phenomenon about the human brain. So it pulses every heartbeat. So if your heart beats a lot, if your heart's beating fast, if you're jacked up, does your brain pulse fast too?
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I get like, what happens with me is if my heart rate's higher, I'll get like headaches and stuff. So like I have a lot of weird things with my body, with being a quadriplegic, where like I can tell, like if I have really high blood pressure, my head just gets like really, really, like I get really bad headaches and stuff. But yeah, so brain moves more than we thought it did, which blew my mind. Once we get more people in the study, then we'll really know if for some reason my brain just moves a lot more than it should. I imagine that we'll see something around the same, and then we will be able to determine like a range, like you're talking about, if it's a range of 1 millimeter to say 5 millimeters, or if it's pretty consistent around 3 millimeters. I'm not sure.
So what this implant allows you to do is you can interface with a computer, and you can use keyboard, you can type in URLs, you can play video games.
Yeah.
How does it work?
Yeah. So basically, excuse me, my implant has like a Bluetooth connection to the computer, and then through that, Neuralink has created an app that they have uploaded to the computer, and through that app, I can interface with the computer. What it does is all of the electrodes on the threads are sending neuron spikes, neuron signals, and through so it's all implanted in my motor cortex. Through my intentions, so say if I want to try to move my hand left, right, up, down, I can't really move it. I have like a little bit of movement in my hand, but I can't really move it. But the neurons are still firing. That intention is still there. So like those signals are being sent. There's just a cutoff in my spinal cord. So obviously it's not getting down. But it's still going on in my brain. And those electrodes are picking up those signals. And there's an algorithm, like machine learning going on in the background that is taking those
Yeah, no.
intentions and
How are you, Ralph? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Welcome. Hello, Ralph. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3 years. Huge fan of futurism, life extension technology, mind uploading technology, anti-gravity, antimatter. It's a pleasure to have you here. Feel free to speak whenever you wish. If you don't want to talk, I understand that as well. We're just watching Joe Rogan. This is the guy he's interviewing right now is the first person to ever have Neuralink, that brain-computer interface. So it's very interesting. Here we go.
Yeah.
So you could like move it with your nose.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like we haven't tried anything like that. We haven't tried, a lot of stuff. This is very, very, it's still very new. So there are things that we're working on what works well at this point. So like a lot of it is like my right hand stuff. We have mapped a lot of things to like individual fingers, hand movements in general, but we've done like left hand stuff. We've done like foot kick stuff, and it doesn't look like the signals are as good, but that also might be just due to the fact that some of the threads are pulled out. So when they fix that issue with the next people, then those things would be much, much better. And if that's the case, then you could theoretically do multiple things at once. It's not just, you map, say, my right hand to the cursor control, then you map my fingers in my other hand and my toes to like key control. So I could be moving the cursor and typing at the same time with my toes or something.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot to explore with this.
That's so interesting that it's tied to your mind telling different parts of your body to move. I'm very obviously very ignorant to this stuff. I thought like you were just using your mind and telling the cursor to go around.
Yeah, so it's something that is true. So it's something that we differentiate. There are what are called attempted movements and imagined movements. So at the very beginning, I did a lot of attempted movement. Attempted movement is just what it sounds like. I attempt to move my hand in a certain direction. I attempt to move my fingers, like lift your finger up, down, left, right. I attempt to do something, and then the algorithm will take that and translate it to cursor control. But what I realized maybe a few weeks in was that I could just think cursor go here and it would move. That it blew my mind when that happened for the first time. Like I said, with everything going on in my brain, all of it still works. All the signals are still there. Like I think something to try to move and the signal gets sent. So when I'm attempting to move my hand and the cursor's moving and it's moving basically where I want it to, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. It didn't really shock me that it worked. I assumed that it would work because all the signals are still working. It's just my spinal cord that's jacked up. But when I moved it for the first time with my mind without attempting to move at all, I was giddy the entire day. I could not believe what had just happened. And I think we're going to find that with a lot of things. Right now we're doing like, I'm trying to map like sign language, like the sign language alphabet in order to text, like write words and stuff. And it's pretty promising. It worked. I'm sure there's a video out there of me somewhere that Neuralink has of me spelling a couple words with sign language.
Wow. So you're thinking in your mind, or you're trying to get your hands to.
Yep. And I think the same thing is going to happen where I went from attempting to move my hand to imagining just moving the cursor. I think it's going to be the same way with the texting. I haven't had this confirmed yet, but I don't see why not. I think at some point the computer's going to learn, like me trying to do certain letters, if like attempting it, at some point I'm just going to think that letter instead of actually trying to move, and it'll type it.
Wow.
Yeah, because I think it's both like me learning what like the computer's trying to do, the algorithm, and the algorithm learning what I'm trying to do. And so over time, it's just going to be completely thought based. I don't see why it wouldn't get there. From what I've seen just with the cursor control, it makes sense that, as I'm attempting, it's learning, and then instead of even needing to attempt, it'll just understand what I want to do and it'll do it.
So you were saying that you were one of the first people to do this, and there's going to be more people in the trial, and that maybe they'll learn like the things that are going wrong with yours. Can they do yours again? Can they redo it?
Yeah, they could. It was something that, when the thread retraction had happened, I was obviously pretty broken up about it. I thought that, so like when they told me, I didn't have very good control of the cursor anymore. It was really hard for me to get the cursor to go where I wanted it to go. I thought my time in the trial was coming to an end, and that's really hard. It's something hard to come to terms with, because they had just shown me this whole new world, like all these new capabilities that I had, and they had introduced so many things. Like before that point, I had played video games for 10 hours without needing any sort of help. And it was hard to, internalize that it could all be coming to an end. I know that it will at some point, because I'll be out of the study and I won't be able to use it anymore. So my first thought was, can you guys go in and fix it? Like go in, take it out, put in a new one. And they basically said, we're not at that point yet. We're going to see if we can fix it. We're going to see if we can do things on the software side to fix it, which they ended up doing. It works better than it did before now, even with like fewer threads. So I'm glad we didn't, because they learned a lot. If we would have just gone in and taken it out and put in a new one, they wouldn't have learned anything that they had learned over the last 3 months. They could go in and do it. They're not going to. I don't think that they need to. But at some point, I know that the whole point of Neuralink is to be upgradable. So at some point, they're going to go in, hopefully, and take it out and give me a better one.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Now, what is the extent of your injury?
Sorry. I dislocated my C4, C5 in a... People keep calling it a diving accident. It wasn't really a diving accident. It was just sort of like a freak accident while I was swimming in the lake. So I dislocated my C4, C5, which they told me was good because I didn't sever my spinal cord. It was just kind of like my spinal cord like bounced out of place for a split second, then hopped right back where it was supposed to be. And so I cannot move anything. I have no control or sensation below my shoulders. I got a little bit back, like I can move my hand a little bit, but not enough to do anything. Like I couldn't control a joystick or anything. So yeah, no movement or sensation below my shoulders.
Is there anything that, have you looked into what they do with stem cells?
Yeah. So I applied for studies before Neuralink, and I never got asked to be in any of them. I never even heard back from anyone, which is kind of what I assumed would happen with Neuralink, honestly. But I had applied for things because I obviously don't want to be paralyzed anymore. I don't want to be a quadriplegic. So it would be great if I could get into something and have them fix as much of me as possible. I mean, even if I had more control over my hands, the amount of things that I could do would like skyrocket, like an order of magnitude better. And my life would be better. My independence would be better. Everything.
Yeah, I don't think it would hurt to try. And are you familiar with a lot of these clinics, like the Cellular Performance Institute in Mexico?
No.
They do a lot of UFC fighters. They do, like, you can do things in other countries that you're not allowed to do in America because of regulations. But what they're able to do down there is they're going right into discs. And they're alleviating people's disc problems, where they're actually making the discs grow larger and heal people with back injuries. And I know I've read things about spinal cord injuries and improvements, but I would love to connect you with them. And they, they're the experts on this. They'd be able to tell you like what the state of the art in terms of like what the research shows that stem cells can and can't do.
Yeah.
I don't think it could hurt. I mean, it's a healing thing, right? If you're getting some sensation, a little bit better movement, maybe they could accelerate that.
Yeah, that would be great.
I'll connect you with them.
Cool. I don't know if I'm allowed to at this point.
Really?
Because I'm in the Neuralink study. I'm not sure that.
Maybe you should lie.
Yeah. I mean, it would be great.
You should lie, but that would suck to get out of the study too. Both things would suck.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe they would allow it.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I
mean, it's only something that would help you heal.
Yeah, I know. I just know that, like, in a lot of studies, something like that, they might not want to take on, like, the added risk.
Understandably. Yeah. Also, it would kind of mess up the control.
Exactly.
Like, what happens? You juice somebody up with stem cells, and does the brain pulsate more? Does the fibers come out more?
Yeah. How does it interplay with any sort of device that someone has implanted?
Yeah, I get it. Is there a hope in the future of utilizing this technology to help people regain movement?
Yeah, that's one of the plans. I don't know if you've seen anything on it. Basically, they do something similar to what the stem cell, a lot of the stem cell research is. A lot of the stem cell stuff is, implant stem cells above and below the level of injury, and those stem cells will migrate basically and create a bridge. Some of them have even talked about injecting right into the level of injury. So with the Neuralink, the plan is to implant one in the brain and then implant one below the level of injury, and then the Neuralinks will just talk right to each other. All the brain signals that it's picking up in the brain, wherever it's implanted, motor cortex in this point, in this scenario, would go straight to the other one, and it would send it right through your body like it should.
And do they have a plan on when to try this?
They're already trying it in animals. They have one in a pig. You can watch the video of it, where basically they have an implant in the pig's brain and an implant in the pig's spinal cord, I think in the thoracic section of the spinal cord, and they have been moving the pig's legs on its own. The pig's not paralyzed or anything, but basically they tell the pig, come to this section of, they grid off the floor, and they put food in a section of the grid, and they're like, if you're okay with us testing on you, pig, come over here, basically. And the pig will go in there, and then they will take control of the pig's leg, and they will start playing around with it, making the pig, so this right here. So all those movements right there, the pig's leg are them. They're doing it. So, and this is just the beginning, obviously.
So this is flexor movement. It's saying, and the pig is lifting its leg up unconsciously. It's not doing it on its own.
Nope, they're doing it all.
Dude, how long before they can hijack people? How long before the CIA can hack into you?
Yeah, I know, right?
That's that is the ultimate fear of human beings becoming cyborgs, is that we're going to be subject to all the problems that our computers and our phones have with malware and spyware and
I mean, people ask me all the time if this thing can be hacked, and short answer is yes. But at this point, at least, hacking this wouldn't really do much. You might be able to see some of the brain signals. You might be able to see some of the data that Neuralink's collecting, and then you might be able to control my cursor on my screen and make me look at weird stuff. But that's about it. I guess you could go in and look through my messages, emails, something like that. But I'd also have to be connected already. So if I'm not connected to my computer or anything, you can't get in there on your own. So it would have to be a time when I am on it and you are able to hack it. And then
you're giving it basically a guidebook on how to ruin your life.
It's
going to crank up the volume and put gay porn on full blast.
Meatspin.com. I mean, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah. I think if it happens, it happens. It's something that they had to tell me about before I got into the study. This is possible, but I'm not worried about it.
What kind of a piece of shit would they be to hack your brain? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I know,
there's plenty of bankers out there stealing money.
Right?
Go concentrate on them.
Along that line, it's something I've thought a lot about with doing interviews and stuff, is some of the people that I've done interviews with, I'm like, are they going to try to attack me to get to Elon Musk or something? Are they going to say things about me, or try to do a getcha on me, gotcha sort of thing?
Yeah.
And everyone that I've talked to about that, they would have to be the scum of the earth to try to do that to you. But we'll see. Hasn't happened yet. Maybe someone will.
Oh, there's some scummy people out there. They'll give it a go.
Yeah.
Especially if they think it can go viral.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's become in fashion to criticize Elon Musk.
Yeah. I've already had some people who just, the way that they're interviewing me is just so, I don't know, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. Like, I can tell they're trying to get me to say things. And I'm just like, no.
So what do you think they're trying to do? Are they just trying to attack? Well, see, here's the thing about interviewing that's kind of that a lot of people don't know. When you're used to talking to people, like I talk to a lot of people. I'm used to talking to people if I just meet them. This is me if I was at a store buying food. This is me everywhere. I can be me. But it's because I'm used to it.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, when they sit down, they know they're going to be on camera. They've never been on camera before, and they get very nervous. And that's why I like to talk to people before the show, just kind of hang out a little, get you chilled out. I'm just a person. You're just a person. We're going to just talk. It's going to be easy, man. I'm your friend. We're going to have a good time. Some people don't want to do that. They want to do the opposite. So they want to sit there with a clipboard, and they want to like look at you in a condescending way. And it's like a little bit of a power move.
Yeah.
And what they're trying to do is make salacious content. That's all they're trying to do. That's their job. Their job is different than a person who just wants to have a conversation and ask questions, which is my job. Their job is to make something dramatic happen that's going to be shared on TikTok.
Yeah.
You know, they're barely in the news business anymore.
Yeah.
What they're kind of in is the clip business.
Yeah.
Viral clip business. They're farming viral clips. So if they can say something ridiculous, and maybe you'll say something back, and that'll become the gotcha. Oh, he claps back.
Yeah. Yeah. It's something like I'm not nervous talking to people. I never have been. I've never had stage fright. I think people are people. I think I'm pretty good with people. I am not weird about interacting with others. I think it's because of my mom. My mom's like the friendliest person in the world. So I grew up just being able to walk up to someone on the street and start a conversation if I wanted to. And so then I can obviously tell things when people are interviewing me, like what they're trying to get from me.
Right.
Like just the way that they ask questions, the tone of their voice.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I'm your friend. Like, open up to me. And it's like
it's so sincere.
I know. It's just not. It's not great.
Well, you know, that's the business they're in. You know.
Yeah.
If you work for a tire store, you're trying to sell tires.
Yeah.
That's their business. You know, you need new tires. Do I really? You know, their business is talking shit and making things. You know, it's a bad format. Most of those media interviews are bad formats because it's a very limited amount of time, and you have to have a clip that fits in between commercials. And also, they're not free. They have executives, and there's too many people that get in there and just the person talking to you should just be talking to you, and they should have an understanding of what you do and how it happened and what this is all about. What this means for future people. You know, it shouldn't be like going after Elon Musk. Everyone's so goddamn political right now. It's so weird. They're even making apolitical people political. It's just so to connect you to that, it's just so stupid.
Yeah.
What you are is, like I said, I think if there's a movie about the future, one of the very first people that has used this kind of technology, and we're learning that these people are getting better at it, and now with the use of AI, I mean, who knows what's going to be possible with you just in a few years.
Yeah.
It's very exciting.
It is very exciting. I know a lot of people are really nervous about it, and understandably so.
I'm one of them. I'm nervous.
Yeah. I've heard a little bit of what you've said about it, and like I don't have like good arguments against it. No, like I can come on here and be like, Joe, don't worry, man. Like I'm here to help. Don't worry about it.
I would say that's a computer in your brain talking to you, man.
Let me into your computer, your phone. I'll show you. There's no big deal. I'm your friend, Joe. No, but I get it. At the same time, the way I look at it is like how much it's going to be able to help people. How much it's going to be able to help people like me at the beginning, at least. Like I know a lot of this is like down the road stuff. Like, you know, what it's going to do to normal people who get this. They're going to be able to be hacked or controlled or something. But for me, I think about it like how many people who are paralyzed don't have to be paralyzed anymore. How many people with disabilities, ALS or Alzheimer's or any of these who are blind, how many people are going to be able to live their lives again? And that's my goal at the beginning. I know that I feel like people are going to look at me and say, like, I really need to be more concerned about a lot of the, like, things coming down the road. And it's something that I'm trying to think more about, because at some point people are going to ask, and I don't have good answers for it, because all I'm thinking about is, like, I want to help people, and I feel like this is going to help people, and that's what I'm focused on. So,
well, I think your perspective is probably the right one, because no one knows what's coming.
Yeah.
No one. And you can be freaked out about it like I am. But I'm sometimes freaked out about it. But other times I'm just sort of resigned to the fact that this is just the existence that we find ourselves in.
Yeah.
This is our timeline. We live in a very strange timeline. And it's happening at a very, very, very rapid rate. And no one has a map of the future. It's not possible. It's just all guess. It's completely... It is like an ant trying to figure out how to operate an iPhone. It's not, we don't have it.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, whatever it's going to be, and you're not going to stop it now.
Mm-hmm.
We are a runaway train.
Yeah.
Let's just hope we're going to a cool spot.
Yeah, right. I mean, you look at 100 years ago, like, there's no way they could have imagined what our world would be like now.
No.
So.
And I have a feeling the next 5 to 10 years is going to be a lot bigger than that.
Yeah, I mean, exponential growth.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's just once this stuff goes live, it's going to be really weird. It's going to be really weird. Yeah. But along the way, we're going to solve a lot of the problems.
Yeah.
That, I mean, look, if I have, I've had 3 knee surgeries, 2 ACL reconstructions. If I lived 100 years ago, I'd be a cripple.
Yeah.
Just how it is.
Yeah.
My knees would be destroyed. I wouldn't be able to walk good.
Yeah.
And now I can do anything. That's just medical technology and understanding of the human body. Implementation of this kind of device that can allow you to move your body and can, as you were saying earlier, you can bring back eyesight to some people.
Yeah.
This is something that they really are hopeful for.
Mm-hmm.
Have they done any of that on animals yet?
I'm not sure. I know that what the plan is. Like, they did a talk about it a while ago on like a show and tell. They basically show how how the Neuralink works in my brain would be very, very similar. You would just you would like activate certain parts of the brain or behind the eye, the part of the brain, the part of the eye that dictate sight and stuff. You would activate certain things in order to display what's going on around the world to someone, to the back of someone's eye, to their retina, whatever it is. I don't know much about it, but they have done it. They did it with monkeys, actually. Yeah. So there's a video of them lighting up parts of a screen, and they have like basically an eye tracker in the monkey. And so the monkey will look to different parts of the screen and like wherever they've lit up on the brain, basically. So whatever is going, whatever implant they have in the brain, they will like light up somewhere on the brain, and then they'll light it up on the screen, and the monkey will look there. And then at some point they stop lighting it up on the screen, and they're just lighting it up in the monkey's brain, and the monkey still looks there. Wow. So yeah, so they know that they can do these sorts of things. It's amazing. I know that there are other companies that have done something similar to this too, with like giving people, like helping people with their eyesight. I know one of them like went under, which was it was just a wild story, basically about a company who had implanted things in people, and the company went under, and then the people in the study were like, well, what do we do now? And they didn't know if they were just going to like continue. That's one of the things about like Neuralink.
Yeah. I should mention that the blind sight implant is already working in monkeys. The resolution will be low at first, like early Nintendo graphics, but ultimately may exceed normal human vision. Holy shit. Also, no monkey has died or been seriously injured by a Neuralink device.
Yeah, March 21st.
By a Neuralink device, right. But they did have to kill the monkeys that they originally did studies on, right?
Yeah. Do you know much about like studying with animals and stuff like that?
Yeah, you have to kill them to find out what damage you've done to them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, basically all animals that are in studies at some point get, I think they have a really terrible term for it. I think they call them call it sacrificed. So they
Whoa.
like sacrifice.
That's satanic.
animals. Yeah,
Come
it's
up with a
crazy.
new word,
Yeah, I
guys.
know, right?
Right?
I know, right?
In
But
this day and age,
yeah, I
there's
know,
a lot
right?
of fucking
It's not.
fear
It's
of
not
Satan.
It's not a great
Yeah.
turn for their cause.
We could have worked on that one.
Yeah, I know, right? Let's put a little bit more thought into it. So yeah, they do that. They have to, like you said, learn
Right.
something from the monkeys, from the animals that they're testing on. So some of them they will, let live longer. Some of them they'll implant something in and then sacrifice almost immediately to see, because they have to know what it's doing short term, medium term, long term. So basically all animals and all animal testing get sacrificed at some point. I don't know how true that is, because obviously a lot of them, once they're done with the study that they're in, they let go live if it wasn't too invasive, if they don't need to study any part of them that would need to be killed for.
But if you're going to study the brain,
then there's really no other way.
You got to get it.
So then there was the whole report that came out about all the terrible things that Neuralink was doing to monkeys. I've talked to the people. I got to meet them, the people who were working directly with the monkeys. Those monkeys have the best animal facility in the world. Someone came in and built it. Basically, they're going around now. That person is going around and changing how other labs treat their monkeys, for the better. So they're revolutionizing the world of animal testing, basically. So Neuralink treats their animals better than anywhere else. And then the report that came out and said all of these terrible things that were happening with animals, it's skewed, because all the things that they brought up were just it was all of the bad. Basically anything bad that happens to the monkey has to be, or any of the animals has to be reported, and gets reported in this XYZ format of, this is what's going on with the monkey, this is what happened, this is what we think happened, we had to kill the monkey, yes or no. But none of the other things get reported at all. None of the time between. If it's 5 years that the monkey's alive and one bad thing happens, then there's a report about that one bad thing happening to the monkey, and you compile all of that and you're look at all of these terrible things that are going on with the monkeys, but it's just not really true.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, it's a tough one, because some people don't think any study should go on with animals at all.
Yeah.
And so for them, everything that happens to an animal in captivity for a scientific purpose is evil. I get it. I get it from their perspective.
Yeah, I get it.
They call us speciesists, because we're willing to do things to monkeys that we, aren't there a lot of evil people in the world we could practice on? I mean,
I don't want to give anyone any ideas. But,
right. That's a terrible thing to say. Should do that, but an innocent monkey, it's fine. Very weird.
I mean, monkeys do terrible things to us too.
And they do, if provoked, or if they live in urban neighborhoods where they rely on tourists and they steal their phones for food and attack people. Yeah, they're fuckers.
Yeah,
they can be fuckers. But
I mean, I saw a story of a monkey who basically tore some kid's face off. I think he was outside of the village or in his village, and the whole story was about how they were doing reconstructive surgery on the kid and making him look a bit more normal again. But that's terrifying.
Monkeys are unbelievably strong. There's a video of a guy sitting on the ground cross-legged, and a monkey hops on his shoulder, and then the guy's thinking it's cute and smiley, and then the monkey just decides to take a massive chunk of his scalp off, just bites down on his head and just takes a football-sized chunk of scalp off this dude's head. It's horrible. Just decided for no reason, unprovoked.
Wow.
Monkey lives in a rough neighborhood. He had a hard life. He's not out there just picking fruit. This is it. So this dude is just sitting there with his monkey is sitting on his lap, and he's talking to the monkey. He's hello, Mr. Monkey.
Saying something bad about his
Look, he doesn't seem like he's bummed out about the monkey. Now watch what the monkey does.
Oh, jeez.
Yo. Ouchie wawa.
Is that his skull? I hope that was
that was his skull.
His brain.
No, not that. I mean, that would have to be a chunk of skull, right? Yeah. But it was the skin. It pulled. I mean, that's gone. That's gone forever. Yikes.
No thanks.
Ouch. Yeah. Gross. But the monkey again probably had a hard life.
Yeah.
For sure. We need his monkey life reform.
Yeah, I know, right?
I think when we're looking at these kind of scientific experiments on animals, a lot of people are going to have a problem with.
Yeah.
But I wonder through with new technology if that's even going to be necessary anymore. If they'll in the future, particularly with the leaps that are going to be made with AI, I wonder if they're going to be able to just be able to map out a study, like understand the interactions between human beings and these devices and be able to map out the possibilities and probabilities without having to do that.
Yeah, you would think so.
Yeah, but who knows?
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. I feel like at the beginning they would probably need to do like that along with a study on a human. So they might run, say, simulations 1,000,000 times on what, an AI simulation on how this would interact with a human, but then they would have to go in and do it to see how true the simulations are. And then depending on how accurate they are, then maybe they could just go fully to that. But if it ends up being different, then
yeah, I have a feeling they're going to be able to replace parts with artificial parts too, like the eyeball itself. I was just thinking about that the other day, like how complex, look how small these little cameras are on our phones, little tiny ass cameras, but one of these can do 100x zoom.
Yeah.
And one of these is 200 megapixels, this little tiny thin thing. Like, what's to say that they wouldn't be able to come up with something that works way better than the human eye, where you could zoom in.
Yeah.
Just like a phone, just like zoom into something, but have like a real optical zoom.
Yeah. I just hope they don't give them red retinas.
That would be creepy.
Yeah, I know.
Terminator style.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It just seems like they could do better.
Yeah, it would be very weird talking to someone with two fake eyes.
It'd be weird if you couldn't even tell.
You probably wouldn't trust them anymore, right? Because you kind of like look into someone's eyes, you find out if they're cool.
Yeah,
like if you're just looking into these lenses, you're like, are you even in there anymore?
Yeah.
I'm just trusting that you're still there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like talking to someone with sunglasses on forever. You never. What's going on there, man?
Yeah, what are you looking at?
That is a weird thing that we look through the eye. It's the old expression, the windows to the soul.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell, right? Sometimes looking at people, you look in their eyes, you're like,
yeah, you're a little angry, dude.
Like you got crazy eyes.
A little sketchy.
Yeah, something like that. But like I'm saying, maybe at some point you wouldn't even be able to tell, which is also something to think about. Like if you wouldn't be able to tell someone had robot eyes, like just looked like a normal person.
Right. But that's a real part of how we interact with each other. It's like facial expressions and like figuring each other out just by like how your eyes are looking at me. Oh man.
Well, it's not like you distrust someone because they have like a glass eye or something.
No, not a glass eye. But
yeah.
If they got like little red lights moving around inside their head,
either,
maybe that's the only way it works. It has to make a little noise. Especially when you're alone with them.
Oh man, just all through the night.
Yeah, like,
little
what are you looking
movements
at?
and rapid eye movement.
While you're sleeping. Yeah. I'm sure they've worked. Wasn't there some sort of a study where they were trying to develop an artificial eye?
I got whether or not I'm trying to find out how real it is. I got one guy who has a 3D printed eye.
3D printed
got
eye.
a camera in it or something. I'm trying to find.
And doesn't it hook up to his tooth?
There's two things I'm seeing here.
They figured out a way to allow people to see things through their teeth.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm not going to get that one.
Yeah.
There's not enough time in the world for me to figure that out.
For me, dog.
Thank God for smart people.
I know, right?
I mean, how are they getting it through the tooth?
I don't know. I'm trying to.
Both of them, the 3D printed eye.
Here's the one guy, first guy. He's a director. Shot himself in the eye in accident.
Oh, yo!
Guess he's got a camera in there. It says.
And he sees through the camera?
I was trying to get to. Yeah, it's got a transmitter. I don't know if it's going to his brain, but he can see it on a
so you can see it on a phone.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird.
Maybe that's the first step. Then they need to.
That guy would make the weirdest POV porn.
Is this made in like the 90s?
It's not new. And almost, yes, 12 years ago.
Uh-huh.
It looks like you're playing that on a Game Boy.
Yeah. It's not a Game Boy, but it's some sort of a proprietary little electronic video player.
Yeah.
Amazing times.
Yeah.
So what is next in terms of like how long does this study that you're on? Oh, blind woman sees with tooth in eye surgery. Doctors in Florida restore a woman's sight by implanting a tooth in her eye.
That's different.
No, but I think that's how they do it.
Okay.
That is the thing. I was saying like through your teeth, but I mean that is how they do it. A team of specialists, University of Miami Miller School of Medicine, announced Wednesday that they're the first surgeons in the United States to restore a person's sight by using a tooth. The procedure is formally called modified keratoprosthesis. Sorry. Sharon K. Thornton, 60, went blind 9 years ago from a rare disorder called Stevens-Johnson syndrome. The disorder left the surface of her eye so severely scarred she was legally blind, but doctors determined that the inside of her eyes were still functional enough that she might one day see with the help of this thing. This is a patient where the surface of the eye was totally damaged, no wetness, no tears. Dr. Victor L. Perez, the ophthalmologist at the Bascom Palmer Eye Institute at the University of Miami, who operated on Thornton. So we kind of recreate the environment of the mouth in the eye. What?
I don't get that.
3-phase operation started with the University of Miami dentist, Dr. Yo Sawatari, who removed the tooth from Thornton's mouth and prepared an implant of her own dental tissue for her most severely damaged eye. The tissue would be used to make a new cornea to replace the damaged one. The doctors then remove a section of Thornton's cheek that would become the soft mucus tissue around her pupil. Whoa.
This guy is
Finally,
a fucking
Perez and his team
robot.
implanted the
What
modified
is his
tooth,
name?
which had a hole.
Nolan Arbaugh. I gotta remember this motherfucker's name. He's gonna be fucking famous. Remember this name, kids. Rabbi Rothschild. But if, after that one, remember Nolan Arbaugh. This motherfucker's going to the top. This motherfucker's like a fucking alien. Like, I don't know. He's like a refrigerator with arms. I don't know. It's crazy shit. It's not any of that. He's just fucking off the chain. All right. I don't want a fucking screenshot, dog. Shut the fuck up. Go. Little bitch. Joe Rogan Podcast, chicken dude. That Joe Rogan experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
What's up, Nolan? Nothing much. You guys hear me through this? Is this
Yeah.
too far away? Cool.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah, cool,
It's a
man.
pleasure to meet you, man.
Hey, you too. You too. Thanks for having me.
I have a feeling if there's a movie that they do in the future of how the world changed in 2024, you're going to be in that movie.
Yeah, he's probably.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool. I wonder if they'd get to play me.
Yeah, they probably don't need people by then. They probably just do movies with AI and probably really quickly. You could probably like take a really great novel like The Great Gatsby, run it through an AI video creator, and it would just make you the most amazing version of The Great Gatsby.
Yeah, that's true.
Probably.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
But if we're talking about like historical moments in human beings and in technology, the implementation of Neuralink on the first human patient, that's you.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I keep thinking about it like, BCI have been around for a while. So I've
What is
told people-
BCI?
brain computer interface. So like just implants that they've done in people, different ways that they've found, they've given people the ability to like control electronic devices. They've been able to control computers and stuff. There are a couple things out there. The Utah Ray, Synchron came out with something where basically they go through the artery in the neck and that they kind of thread something up into the brain. It expands in a vein up there and an artery up there, and then they can like control the brain through that. So BCIs have been around for a while, a few decades at least, I think since like the 90s. So I always say that we're standing on the shoulders of giants sort of thing, but I know Neuralink just has, it's in a league of its own, and I know that, with Elon's name attached to it, it's going to blow up way more. But I think this is the beginning. I think everyone else that, comes after this basically is going to be pulled up by the progress Neuralink's making, and the fact that they are trying to like open source basically all of it. I think the whole field is just going to grow exponentially at this point.
Well, we can only hope so. And that really is fascinating. And it really is fascinating how many different ways and strategies they've employed to try to connect computers to human beings and brains. So do you know what year the first one was that they did this?
98.
Oh,
maybe.
wow.
Yeah, I think so. I think that was the Utah array. And that just was looks like a chip with like more fixed like threads on it. They were, I think, a lot smaller, and it just sat on the brain. So obviously another open brain surgery, and they put it in there, and then it would read a section of the brain, motor cortex, I think, as well.
Have you seen some of the stuff now where they're using some kind of scanning imagery where they can actually see thoughts?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, they're doing where they think they're going to be able to record dreams eventually, and what they're able to do now is get like an approximation of what someone is seeing and thinking.
Whoa.
Can you find that, Jimmy, so we could figure out exactly what they did?
Yeah.
Here it is. Scientists read dreams using brain scans. Is it an older one?
This is not the newer one.
Okay.
That's crazy. I mean, I've always heard that scientists really don't know how, like, what dreams are and like what is going on or why we do it. I've heard plenty of people say, like, yeah, we still don't know why you even need to sleep, or like what's going on in your dream. I don't know if that's changed recently, but like, I don't know. Dreams are an interesting thing.
The whole sleep thing is interesting.
Yeah.
MRI scans reveal what we see in dreams. Japanese researchers unveiled dreams visuals with 60% accuracy using innovative MRI scans at pivotal Kyoto study showcasing a breakthrough in sleep science.
Whoa.
Wow. Wild stuff.
That picture just looked AI. Are we dreaming in AI now?
I think we're close.
Yeah.
I think if the simulation is real, it seems ridiculous now, less so than it seemed 5 years ago, but I think 5 years from now it'll seem likely. I think it's all interconnected in some very bizarre way. I think we're slowly building toward that connection with all of this technology and all of these new innovations and all of a greater understanding of quantum physics and space and all these as they build on all this stuff. I think it's going to become more and more likely that this whole thing's somehow or another real, but not real at the same time.
Yeah.
Neither a simulation nor like actual reality, like a hybrid of these things.
Oh yeah. That'd be crazy. That's one of the things I'm really excited about with Neuralink is how much we're going to learn just about the brain from this. Like the amount of data that they're collecting. I mean, little things like the fact that all the stuff with the thread pullout going on with my brain. One of the reasons that they think it happened is because, well, I don't know. Have you heard about like the thread pullout and stuff?
Yes.
So
explain it to me.
Yeah. So basically, there are 64 threads implanted in my brain with 16 electrodes on them each. And over the course of a month, we saw a lot of the threads start retracting from my brain. So the threads that the robot implanted were retracted. And so we were getting less signals from a lot of them. And they can't see that on like brain scans or anything. So like the threads are so small, not even the size of a human hair, that in order to get a scan of them, you'd have to use such a big machine that it would probably just fry my brain. So they can't just go in and look at them. So a lot of the data that we have that shows that they were moving or coming out of the brain was literally just whether or not the electrodes on the threads were sending signals anymore, if they were picking up neuron spikes. So a lot of the threads were getting pulled out, and that led to some declined performance. For a while they kind of fixed that in a way, but some of the reason that happened, at least we think, is because the brain moves more than they thought it would, which is something that was so bizarre to me when I first heard that. I was like, you guys don't know how much the brain moves? Like, this feels like that should have been something that was solved, ages ago.
I never even thought it moved.
Yeah, and so it pulses with like your brain, with your heart, I mean. So like as your heart pulses and stuff, your brain pulses as well. Because there's blood running through it and everything. So it's just pulsing. And they thought that it moved like pulses at about a 1 millimeter rate. So that's how much it'll pulse, like move is 1 millimeter. And they found in my brain that it was moving 3 millimeters pulsing. So that's on a scale of 3x times what they had made the whole Neuralink and the threads and everything for, to be able to withstand. So they think that might have had something to do with it as well.
So is that a normal thing that, like, does the brain have a range?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's gonna we'll know more.
Stiffness pulsation of the human brain detected by non-invasive time. The human brain pulses every time the heart beats. Scientists have used the tiny jiggle to reveal new insights about our neurons. Neuroscientist, try that name, Uli Rutischauer, PhD, thought he'd uncovered a strange new phenomenon about the human brain. So it pulses every heartbeat. So if your heart beats a lot, if your heart's beating fast, if you're jacked up, does your brain pulse fast too?
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I get like, what happens with me is if my heart rate's higher, I'll get like headaches and stuff. So like I have a lot of weird things with my body, with being a quadriplegic, where like I can tell, like if I have really high blood pressure, my head just gets like really, really, like I get really bad headaches and stuff. But yeah, so brain moves more than we thought it did, which blew my mind. Once we get more people in the study, then we'll really know if for some reason my brain just moves a lot more than it should. I imagine that we'll see something around the same, and then we will be able to determine like a range, like you're talking about, if it's, you know, a range of 1 millimeter to say 5 millimeters, or if it's pretty consistent around 3 millimeters. I'm not sure.
So what this implant allows you to do is you can interface with a computer, and you can use keyboard, you can type in URLs, you can play video games.
Yeah.
How does it work?
Yeah, so basically, excuse me, my implant has like a Bluetooth connection to the computer, and then through that, Neuralink has created an app that they have uploaded to the computer, and through that app, I can interface with the computer. What it does is all of the electrodes on the threads are sending neuron spikes, neuron signals, and through so it's all implanted in my motor cortex. Through my intentions, so say if I want to try to, you know, move my hand left, right, up, down, I can't really move it. I have like a little bit of movement in my hand, but I can't really move it. But the neurons are still firing. That intention is still there. So like those signals are being sent. There's just a cutoff in my spinal cord. So obviously it's not getting down. But it's still going on in my brain. And those electrodes are picking up those signals. And there's an algorithm, like machine learning going on in the background that is, you know, taking those intentions, and over time it is learning what I'm trying to do, and that translates to cursor control. So yeah, so if I want to try to move the cursor to the left, I move my hand to the left, but that's not necessarily what I would need to do. If I wanted to move the cursor to the left, I could kick my foot, or I could do any sort of like motor action to train it to learn that's what I want it to do, to go left. So there will be like a visual on the screen that says like move your hand to the left, and then they will train that left movement to left on the cursor control. But that visual could be anything. It could be like do a little jig, and that'll move it to the left. Like anything that it can do, anything you can do, I mean, it can learn, and you can map that to anything.
So does this include facial movements? Does it?
Yeah.
So you could like move it with your nose?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like we haven't tried anything like that. We haven't tried, you know, a lot of stuff. This is very, very, like it's still very new. So there are things that, you know, we're working on what works well at this point. So like a lot of it is like my right hand stuff. We have mapped a lot of things to like individual fingers, hand movements in general, but we've done like left hand stuff. We've done like foot kick stuff, and it doesn't look like the signals are as good, but that also might be just due to the fact that some of the threads are pulled out. So when they fix that issue with the next people, then those things would be much, much better. And if that's the case, then you could theoretically do multiple things at once. It's not just, you know, you map, say, my right hand to the cursor control, then you map my fingers and my other hand and my toes to like key control. So I could be moving the cursor and typing at the same time with my toes or something.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot a lot to explore with this.
That's so interesting that it's tied to your mind telling different parts of your body to move. I'm very obviously very ignorant to this stuff. I thought like you were just using your mind and telling the cursor to go around.
Yeah, so it's something that is true. So it's something that we differentiate. There are what are called attempted movements and imagined movements. So at the very beginning, I did a lot of attempted movement. Attempted movement is just what it sounds like. I attempt to move my hand in a certain direction. I attempt to move my fingers, like lift your finger up, down, left, right. I attempt to do something, and then the algorithm will take that and translate it to cursor control. But what I realized maybe a few weeks in was that I could just think cursor go here and it would move. That it blew my mind when that happened for the first time. Like I said, with everything going on in my brain, all of it still works. All the signals are still there. Like I think something to try to move, and the signal gets sent. So when I'm attempting to move my hand and the cursor's moving, and it's moving basically where I want it to, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. It didn't really shock me that it worked. I assumed that it would work because all the signals are still working. It's just my spinal cord that's jacked up. But when I moved it for the first time with my mind without attempting to move at all, I was giddy the entire day. I could not believe what had just happened. And I think we're going to find that with a lot of things. Right now we are doing like, I'm trying to map like sign language, like the sign language alphabet in order to text, like write words and stuff. And it's pretty promising. It worked. I'm sure there's a video out there of me somewhere that Neuralink has of me spelling a couple words with sign language.
Wow. So you're thinking in your mind, or you're trying to get your hands to make the signs of sign language, and then the computer interprets that as the language and types it out.
Yep. And I think the same thing is going to happen where I went from attempting to move my hand to imagining just moving the cursor. I think it's going to be the same way with the texting. I haven't had this confirmed yet, but I don't see why not. I think at some point the computer's going to learn, like me trying to do certain letters, if like attempting it, at some point I'm just going to think that letter instead of actually trying to move, and it'll type it.
Wow.
Yeah, because I think it's both like me learning what like the computer's trying to do, the algorithm, and the algorithm learning what I'm trying to do. And so over time, it's just going to be completely thought-based. I don't see why it wouldn't get there. From what I've seen just with the cursor control, it makes sense that, as I'm attempting, it's learning. And then instead of even needing to attempt, it'll just understand what I want to do, and it'll do it.
So you were saying that you were one of the first people to do this, and there's going to be more people in the trial, and that maybe they'll learn like the things that are going wrong with yours. Can they do yours again? Can they redo it?
Yeah, they could. It was something that, when the thread retraction had happened, I was obviously pretty broken up about it. I thought that, so like when they told me, I didn't have very good control of the cursor anymore. It was really hard for me to get the cursor to go where I wanted it to go. I thought my time in the trial was coming to an end, and that's really hard. It's something hard to come to terms with, because they had just shown me this whole new world, like all these new capabilities that I had, and they had introduced so many things. Like before that point, I had played video games for 10 hours without needing any sort of help. And it was hard to, internalize that it could all be coming to an end. I know that it will at some point, because I'll be out of the study and I won't be able to use it anymore. So my first thought was, can you guys go in and fix it? Like go in, take it out, put in a new one. And they basically said, we're not at that point yet. We're going to see if we can fix it. We're going to see if we can do things on the software side to fix it, which they ended up doing. It works better than it did before now, even with like fewer threads. So I'm glad we didn't, because they learned a lot. If we would have just gone in and taken it out and put in a new one, they wouldn't have learned anything that they had learned over the last 3 months. They could go in and do it. They're not going to. I don't think that they need to. But at some point, I know that the whole point of Neuralink is to be upgradable. So at some point, they're going to go in, hopefully, and take it out and give me a better one.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is the extent of your injury?
Sorry. I dislocated my C4, C5 in a. People keep calling it a diving accident. It wasn't really a diving accident. It was just sort of like a freak accident while I was swimming in the lake. So I dislocated my C4, C5, which they told me was good because I didn't sever my spinal cord. It was just kind of like my spinal cord like bounced out of place for a split second, then hopped right back where it was supposed to be. And so I cannot move anything. I have no control or sensation below my shoulders. I got a little bit back, like I can move my hand a little bit, but not enough to do anything. Like I couldn't control the joystick or anything. So yeah, no movement or sensation below my shoulders.
Is there anything that, have you looked into what they do with stem cells?
Yeah. So I applied for studies before Neuralink, and I never got asked to be in any of them. I never even heard back from anyone, which is kind of what I assumed would happen with Neuralink, honestly. But I had applied for things because I obviously don't want to be paralyzed anymore. I don't want to be a quadriplegic. So it would be great if I could get into something and have them fix as much of me as possible. I mean, even if I had more control over my hands, the amount of things that I could do would like skyrocket, like an order of magnitude better. And my life would be better. My independence would be better. Everything.
Yeah, I don't think it would hurt to try. And are you familiar with a lot of these clinics, like the Cellular Performance Institute in Mexico?
No.
They do a lot of UFC fighters. They do, like, you can do things in other countries that you're not allowed to do in America because of regulations. But what they're able to do down there is they're going right into discs. And they're alleviating people's disc problems, where they're actually making the discs grow larger and heal people with back injuries. And I know I've read things about spinal cord injuries and improvements, but I would love to connect you with them. And they're the experts on this. They'd be able to tell you like what the state of the art in terms of like what the research shows that stem cells can and can't do.
Yeah.
I don't think it could hurt. I mean, it's a healing thing, right? If you're getting some sensation, a little bit better movement, maybe they could accelerate that.
Yeah, that would be great.
I'll connect you with them.
Cool. I don't know if I'm allowed to at this point.
Really?
Because I'm in the Neuralink study. I'm not sure that.
Maybe you should lie.
Yeah. I mean, it would be great.
You should lie, but that would suck to get out of the study too. Both things would suck.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe they would allow it.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see.
I mean, it's only something that would help you heal.
Yeah, I know. I just know that, like, in a lot of studies, something like that, they might not want to take on, like, the added risk.
Understandably. Yeah. Also, it would kind of mess up the control.
Exactly.
Like, what happens, you juice somebody up with stem cells, and does the brain pulsate more? Does the fibers come out more?
Yeah, how does it interplay with any sort of device that someone has implanted?
Yeah, I get it. Is there a hope in the future of utilizing this technology to help people regain movement?
Yeah, that's one of the plans. I don't know if you've seen anything on it. Basically, they do something similar to what the stem cell, a lot of the stem cell research is. A lot of the stem cell stuff is, implant stem cells above and below the level of injury, and those stem cells will migrate basically and create a bridge. Some of them have even talked about injecting right into the level of injury. So with the Neuralink, the plan is to implant one in the brain and then implant one below the level of injury, and then the Neuralinks will just talk right to each other. All the brain signals that it's picking up in the brain, wherever it's implanted, motor cortex in this point, in this scenario, would go straight to the other one, and it would send it right through your body like it should.
And do they have a plan on when to try this?
They're already trying it in animals. They have one in a pig. You can watch the video of it, where basically they have an implant in the pig's brain and an implant in the pig's spinal cord, I think in the thoracic section of the spinal cord. And they have been moving the pig's like legs on its own. The pig's not paralyzed or anything, but basically they like tell the pig, come to this section of, they like grid off the floor and they put food in a section of the grid. And they're like, if you're okay with us testing on you, pig, come over here, basically. And the pig will go in there and then they will take control of the pig's leg and they will like start playing around with it, like making the pig. Yeah. So this right here. So all those movements right there, the pig's leg are them. They're doing it. So, and this is just the beginning, obviously.
So this is flexor movement. It's saying, and the pig is lifting its leg up unconsciously. It's not doing it on its own.
Nope, they're doing it all.
Dude, how long before they can hijack people? How long before the CIA can hack into you?
Yeah, I know, right?
That's like, I mean, that is the ultimate fear of human beings becoming cyborgs, is that we're going to be subject to all the problems that our computers and our phones have with malware and spyware. And
I mean, people ask me all the time if this thing can be hacked. And
it's perfect. It's perfect. It's a pleasure to meet you, man.
Nolan Barbaugh.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night.
No, I have to do the thing. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. Not Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
what's up, Nolan? Nothing much. You guys hear me through this? Is this too far away?
No, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah,
It's a
cool,
pleasure to meet you, man.
Hey, you too. You too. Thanks for having me.
I have a feeling if there's a movie that they do in the future of how the world changed in 2024, you're going to be in that movie.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool. I wonder if they'd get to play me.
Yeah, they probably don't need people by then. They probably just do movies with AI and probably really quickly. You could probably like take a really great novel like The Great Gatsby, run it through an AI video creator, and it would just make you the most amazing version of The Great Gatsby.
Yeah, that's true.
Probably.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
But if we're talking about like historical moments in human beings and in technology, the implementation of Neuralink on the first human patient, that's you.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I keep thinking about it like, BCI have been around for a while. So I've
What is BCI?
Brain computer interface. So like just implants that they've done in people, different ways that they've found, they've given people the ability to like control electronic devices. They've been able to control computers and stuff. There are a couple things out there. The Utah Ray, Synchron came out with something where basically they go through the artery in the neck and that they kind of thread something up into the brain. It expands in a vein up there and an artery up there, and then they can like control the brain through that. So BCI has been around for a while, a few decades at least, I think since like the 90s. So I always say that we're standing on the shoulders of giants sort of thing, but I know Neuralink just has, it's in a league of its own, and I know that, with Elon's name attached to it, it's going to blow up way more. But I think this is the beginning. I think everyone else that, comes after this basically is going to be pulled up by the progress Neuralink's making. And the fact that they are trying to like open source basically all of it, I think the whole field is just going to grow exponentially at this point.
Well, we can only hope so. And that really is fascinating. And it really is fascinating how many different ways and strategies they've employed to try to connect computers to human beings and brains. So do you know what year the first one was that they did this?
98.
Oh,
maybe?
Wow.
Yeah, I think so. I think that was the Utah Ray. That just was, looks like a chip with like more fixed like threads on it. They were, I think, a lot smaller, and it just sat on the brain. So obviously another open brain surgery, and they put it in there, and then it would read a section of the brain, motor cortex, I think, as well.
Have you seen some of the stuff now where they're using some kind of scanning imagery where they can actually see thoughts?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, they're doing where they think they're going to be able to record dreams eventually. And what they're able to do now is get like an approximation of what someone is seeing and thinking.
Whoa.
Can you find that, Jimmy, so we could figure out exactly what they did?
Yeah.
Here it is. Scientists read dreams using brain scans. Is it an older one?
This is not the newer one.
Okay.
That's crazy. I mean, I've always heard that scientists really don't know how, like, what dreams are and like what is going on or why we do it. I've heard plenty of people say, like, yeah, we still don't know why you even need to sleep, or like what's going on in your dream. I don't know if that's changed recently, but like, I don't know. Dreams are an interesting thing.
The whole sleep thing is interesting.
Yeah.
MRI scans reveal what we see in dreams. Japanese researchers unveiled dreams visuals with 60% accuracy using innovative MRI scans at pivotal Kyoto study showcasing a breakthrough in sleep science.
Whoa.
Wow. Wild stuff.
That picture just looked AI. Are we dreaming in AI now?
I think we're close.
Yeah.
I think if the simulation is real, it seems ridiculous now, less so than it seemed 5 years ago, but I think 5 years from now it'll seem likely. I think it's all interconnected in some very bizarre way. I think we're slowly building toward that connection with all of this technology and all of these new innovations and all of a greater understanding of quantum physics and space and all these as they build on all this stuff. I think it's going to become more and more likely that this whole thing's somehow or another real, but not real at the same time.
Yeah.
Neither a simulation nor like actual reality, like a hybrid of these things.
Oh yeah. That'd be crazy. That's one of the things I'm really excited about with Neuralink is how much we're going to learn just about the brain from this. Like the amount of data that they're collecting. I mean, little things like the fact that all the stuff with the thread pullout going on with my brain. One of the reasons that they think it happened is because, well, I don't know. Have you heard about like the thread pullout and stuff?
Yes.
So
explain it to me.
Yeah. So basically, there are 64 threads implanted in my brain with 16 electrodes on them each. And over the course of a month, we saw a lot of the threads start retracting from my brain. So the threads that the robot implanted were retracted. And so we were getting less signals from a lot of them. And they can't see that on like brain scans or anything. So like the threads are so small, not even the size of a human hair, that in order to get a scan of them, you'd have to use such a big machine that it would probably just fry my brain. So they can't just go in and look at them. So a lot of the data that we have that shows that they were moving or coming out of the brain was literally just whether or not the electrodes on the threads were sending signals anymore, if they were picking up neuron spikes. So a lot of the threads were getting pulled out, and that led to some declined performance for a while. They kind of fixed that in a way, but some of the reason that happened, at least we think, is because the brain moves more than they thought it would, which is something that was so bizarre to me when I first heard that. I was like, you guys don't know how much the brain moves? Like, this feels like that should have been something that was solved, ages ago.
I never even thought it moved.
Yeah, and so it pulses with like your brain, with your heart. I mean, so like as your heart pulses and stuff, your brain pulses as well, because there's blood running through it and everything. So it's just pulsing, and they thought that it moved like pulses at about a 1 millimeter rate. So that's how much it'll pulse, like move is 1 millimeter. And they found in my brain that it was moving 3 millimeters pulsing. So that's on a scale of 3x times what they had made the whole Neuralink and the threads and everything for, to be able to withstand. So they think that might have had something to do with it as well.
So is that a normal thing that, like, does the brain have a range?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's gonna, we'll know more.
Stiffness pulsation of the human brain detected by non-invasive time. The human brain pulses every time the heart beats. Scientists have used the tiny jiggle to reveal new insights about our neurons. Neuroscientist, try that name, Yuli Rudischauer, PhD thought he'd uncovered a strange new phenomenon about the human brain. So it pulses every heartbeat. So if your heartbeat's if your heart's beating fast, if you're jacked up, does your brain pulse fast too?
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I get like, what happens with me is if my heart rate's higher, I'll get like headaches and stuff. So like I have a lot of weird things with my body, with being a quadriplegic, where like I can tell, like if I have really high blood pressure, my head just gets like really, really, like I get really bad headaches and stuff. But yeah, so brain moves more than we thought it did, which blew my mind. Once we get more people in the study, then we'll really know if for some reason my brain just moves a lot more than it should. I imagine that we'll see something around the same, and then we will be able to determine like a range, like you're talking about. If it's, you know, a range of 1 millimeter to say 5 millimeters, or if it's pretty consistent around 3 millimeters, I'm not sure.
So what this implant allows you to do is you can interface with a computer, and you can use keyboard, you can type in URLs, you can play video games.
Yeah.
How does it work?
Yeah, so basically, my implant has like a Bluetooth connection to the computer, and then through that, Neuralink has created an app that they have uploaded to the computer, and through that app, I can interface with the computer. What it does is all of the electrodes on the threads are sending neuron spikes, neuron signals, and through so it's all implanted in my motor cortex, through my intentions. So say if I want to try to, you know, move my hand left, right, up, down, I can't really move it. I have like a little bit of movement in my hand, but I can't really move it. But the neurons are still firing. That intention is still there. So like those signals are being sent. There's just a cutoff in my spinal cord. So obviously it's not getting down. But it's still going on in my brain. And those electrodes are picking up those signals. And there's an algorithm, like machine learning going on in the background that is, you know, taking those intentions, and over time it is learning what I'm trying to do, and that translates to cursor control. So yeah, so if I want to try to move the cursor to the left, I move my hand to the left, but that's not necessarily what I would need to do. If I wanted to move the cursor to the left, I could kick my foot, or I could do any sort of like motor action to train it to learn that's what I want it to do, to go left. So there will be like a visual on the screen that says like move your hand to the left, and then they will train that left movement to left on the cursor control. But that visual could be anything. It could be like do a little jig, and that'll move it to the left. Like anything that it can do, anything you can do, I mean, it can learn, and you can map that to anything.
So does this include facial movements? Does it?
Yeah.
So you could like move it with your nose?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like we haven't tried anything like that. We haven't tried, you know, a lot of stuff. This is very, very, like it's still very new. So there are things that, you know, we're working on what works well at this point. So like a lot of it is like my right hand stuff. We have mapped a lot of things to like individual fingers, hand movements in general, but we've done like left hand stuff. We've done like foot kick stuff, and it doesn't look like the signals are as good, but that also might be just due to the fact that some of the threads are pulled out. So when they fix that issue with the next people, then those things would be much, much better. And if that's the case, then you could theoretically do multiple things at once. It's not just, you know, you map, say, my right hand to the cursor control, then you map my fingers and my other hand and my toes to like key control. So I could be moving the cursor and typing at the same time with my toes or something.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot to explore with this.
That's so interesting that it's tied to your mind telling different parts of your body to move. I'm very obviously very ignorant to this stuff. I thought like you were just using your mind and telling the cursor to go around.
Yeah, so it's something that is true. So it's something that we differentiate. There are what are called attempted movements and imagined movements. So at the very beginning, I did a lot of attempted movement. Attempted movement is just what it sounds like. I attempt to move my hand in a certain direction. I attempt to move my fingers, like lift your finger up, down, left, right. I attempt to do something, and then the algorithm will take that and translate it to cursor control. But what I realized maybe a few weeks in was that I could just think cursor, go here, and it would move. That it blew my mind when that happened for the first time. Like I said, with everything going on in my brain, all of it still works. All the signals are still there. Like I think something to try to move, and the signal gets sent. So when I'm attempting to move my hand and the cursor's moving, and it's moving basically where I want it to, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. It didn't really shock me that it worked. I assumed that it would work because all the signals are still working. It's just my spinal cord that's jacked up. But when I moved it for the first time with my mind without attempting to move at all, I was giddy the entire day. I could not believe what had just happened. And I think we're going to find that with a lot of things. Right now we are doing like, I'm trying to map like sign language, like the sign language alphabet in order to text, like write words and stuff. And it's pretty promising. It worked. I'm sure there's a video out there of me somewhere that Neuralink has of me spelling a couple words with sign language.
Wow. So you're thinking in your mind, or you're trying to get your hands to make the signs of sign language, and then the computer interprets that as the language and types it out.
Yep. And I think the same thing is going to happen where I went from attempting to move my hand to imagining just moving the cursor. I think it's going to be the same way with the texting. I haven't had this confirmed yet, but I don't see why not. I think at some point the computer's going to learn, like me trying to do certain letters, if like attempting it, at some point I'm just going to think that letter instead of actually trying to move, and it'll type it.
Wow.
Yeah, because I think it's both like me learning what like the computer's trying to do, the algorithm, and the algorithm learning what I'm trying to do. And so over time, it's just going to be completely thought-based. I don't see why it wouldn't get there. From what I've seen just with the cursor control, it makes sense that, as I'm attempting, it's learning, and then instead of even needing to attempt, it'll just understand what I want to do, and it'll do it.
So you were saying that you were one of the first people to do this, and there's going to be more people in the trial, and that maybe they'll learn like the things that are going wrong with yours. Can they do yours again? Can they redo it?
Yeah, they could. It was something that, when the thread retraction had happened, I was obviously pretty broken up about it. I thought that, so like when they told me, I didn't have very good control of the cursor anymore. It was really hard for me to get the cursor to go where I wanted it to go. I thought my time in the trial was coming to an end, and that's really hard. It's something hard to come to terms with, because they had just shown me this whole new world, like all these new capabilities that I had, and they had introduced so many things. Like before that point, I had played video games for 10 hours without needing any sort of help. And it was hard to, internalize that it could all be coming to an end. I know that it will at some point, because I'll be out of the study and I won't be able to use it anymore. So my first thought was, can you guys go in and fix it? Like go in, take it out, put in a new one. And they basically said, we're not at that point yet. We're going to see if we can fix it. We're going to see if we can do things on the software side to fix it, which they ended up doing. It works better than it did before now, even with like fewer threads. So I'm glad we didn't, because they learned a lot. If we would have just gone in and taken it out and put in a new one, they wouldn't have learned anything that they had learned over the last 3 months. They could go in and do it. They're not going to. I don't think that they need to. But at some point, I know that the whole point of Neuralink is to be upgradable. So at some point, they're going to go in, hopefully, and take it out and give me a better one.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Now, what is the extent of your injury?
Sorry. I dislocated my C4, C5 in a. People keep calling it a diving accident. It wasn't really a diving accident. It was just sort of like a freak accident while I was swimming in the lake. So I dislocated my C4, C5, which they told me was good because I didn't sever my spinal cord. It was just kind of like my spinal cord, like bounced out of place for, a split second, then hop right back where it was supposed to be. And so I cannot move anything. I have no control or sensation below my shoulders. I got a little bit back. Like I can move my hand a little bit, but not enough to do anything. Like I couldn't control the joystick or anything. So yeah, no movement or sensation below my shoulders.
Is there anything that, have you looked into what they do with stem cells?
Yeah. So I applied for studies before Neuralink, and I never got asked to be in any of them. I never even heard back from anyone, which is kind of what I assumed would happen with Neuralink, honestly. But I had applied for things because I obviously don't want to be paralyzed anymore. I don't want to be a quadriplegic. So it would be great if I could get into something and have them fix as much of me as possible. I mean, even if I had more control over my hands, the amount of things that I could do would like skyrocket, like an order of magnitude better. And my life would be better. My independence would be better. Everything.
Yeah, I don't think it would hurt to try. And you familiar with a lot of these clinics, like the Cellular Performance Institute in Mexico?
No.
They do a lot of UFC fighters. They do, like, you can do things in other countries that you're not allowed to do in America because of regulations. But what they're able to do down there is they're going right into discs. And they're alleviating people's disc problems, where they're actually making the discs grow larger. Oh, wow. And heal people with back injuries. And I know I've read things about spinal cord injuries and improvements, but I would love to connect you with them. And they, they're the experts on this. They'd be able to tell you like what the state of the art in terms of like what the research shows that stem cells can and can't do.
Yeah.
I don't think it could hurt. I mean, it's a healing thing, right? If you're getting some sensation, a little bit better movement, maybe they could accelerate that.
Yeah, that would be great.
I'll connect you with them.
Cool. I don't know if I'm allowed to at this point.
Really?
Because I'm in the Neuralink study. I'm not sure that.
Maybe you should lie.
Yeah. I mean, it would be great.
You should lie, but that would suck to get out of the study too. Both things would suck.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe they would allow it.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see.
I mean, it's only something that would help you heal.
Yeah, I know. I just know that, like, in a lot of studies, something like that, they might not want to take on, like, the added risk.
Understandably. Yeah. Also, it would kind of mess up the control.
Exactly.
Like, what happens, you juice somebody up with stem cells, and does the brain pulsate more? Does the fibers come out more?
Yeah, how does it interplay with any sort of device that someone has implanted?
Yeah, I get it. Is there a hope in the future of utilizing this technology to help people regain movement?
Yeah, that's one of the plans. I don't know if you've seen anything on it. Basically, they do something similar to what the stem cell, a lot of the stem cell research is. A lot of the stem cell stuff is, implant stem cells above and below the level of injury, and those stem cells will migrate basically and create a bridge. Some of them have even talked about injecting right into the level of injury. So with the Neuralink, the plan is to implant one in the brain and then implant one below the level of injury, and then the Neuralinks will just talk right to each other. All the brain signals that it's picking up in the brain, wherever it's implanted, motor cortex in this point, in this scenario, would go straight to the other one, and it would send it right through your body like it should.
And do they have a plan on when to try this?
They're already trying it in animals. They have one in a pig. You can watch the video of it, where basically they have an implant in the pig's brain and an implant in the pig's spinal cord, I think in the thoracic section of the spinal cord. And they have been moving the pig's legs on its own. The pig's not paralyzed or anything, but basically they tell the pig, come to this section of, they grid off the floor, and they put food in a section of the grid, and they're like, if you're okay with us testing on you, pig, come over here, basically. And the pig will go in there, and then they will take control of the pig's leg, and they will start playing around with it, making the pig. Yeah, so this right here. So all those movements right there, the pig's leg are them. They're doing it. So, and this is just the beginning, obviously.
So this is flexor movement. It's saying, and the pig is lifting its leg up unconsciously. It's not doing it on its own.
Nope, they're doing it all.
Dude, how long before they can hijack people? How long before the CIA can hack into you?
Yeah, I know, right?
That's like, I mean, that is the ultimate fear of human beings becoming cyborgs, is that we're going to be subject to all the problems that our computers and our phones have with malware and spyware and
I mean, people ask me all the time if this thing can be hacked, and short answer is yes. But at this point, at least, hacking this wouldn't really do much. You might be able to see like some of the brain signals. You might be able to see some of the data that Neuralink's collecting, and then you might be able to control my cursor on my screen and make me look at weird stuff. But that's about it. I guess you could go in and like look through my like messages, emails, something like that. But I'd also have to be like connected already. So if I'm not connected to my computer or anything, you can't get in there on your own. So it would have to be a time when I am on it and you are able to hack it. And then
you're giving it basically a guidebook on how to ruin your life. It's gonna crank up the volume, put gay porn on full blast.
Meatspin.com. Yeah, I mean it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I think if it happens, it happens. It's something that they had to tell me about before I got into the study. Like, this is possible, but I'm not worried about it.
What kind of a piece of shit would they be to hack your brain? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I know, right?
There's plenty of bankers out there stealing money.
Right?
Go concentrate on them.
Along that line, it's something I've thought a lot about with like doing interviews and stuff. Is like some of the people that I've done interviews with, I'm like, are they going to try to attack me to get to like Elon Musk or something? Are they going to say things about me, or like, try to do like a gotcha on me, sort of thing?
Yeah.
And everyone that I've talked to about that, they would have to be the scum of the earth to try to do that to you. But we'll see. Hasn't happened yet. Maybe someone will.
Oh, there's some scummy people out there. They'll give it a go.
Yeah.
Especially if they think it can go viral.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's become in fashion to criticize Elon Musk.
Yeah. I've already had some people who just, the way that they're interviewing me is just so, I don't know, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. Like, I can tell they're trying to get me to say things, and I'm just like, no.
So what do you think they're trying to do? Are they just trying to attack? Well, see, here's the thing about interviewing that's kind of that a lot of people don't know. When you're used to talking to people, like I talk to a lot of people. I'm used to talking to people. If I just meet them, this is me. If I was at a store buying food, this is me everywhere. I can be me. But it's because I'm used to it.
Yeah.
But a lot of people, when they sit down, they know they're going to be on camera. They've never been on camera before, and they get very nervous. And that's why I like to talk to people before the show, just kind of hang out a little, get you chilled out. I'm just a person. You're just a person. We're going to just talk. It's going to be easy, man. I'm your friend. We're going to have a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Some people don't want to do that. They want to do the opposite. So they want to sit there with a clipboard, and they want to like look at you in a condescending way. And it's like a little bit of a power move.
Yeah.
And what they're trying to do is make salacious content. That's all they're trying to do. That's their job. Their job is different than a person who just wants to have a conversation and ask questions, which is my job.
Mm-hmm.
Their job is to make something dramatic happen that's going to be shared on TikTok.
Yeah.
They're barely in the news business anymore.
Yeah.
What they're kind of in is the clip business.
Yeah.
Viral clip business.
Mm-hmm.
They're farming viral clips. So if they can say something ridiculous, and maybe you'll say something back, and that'll become the gotcha. Oh, he claps back.
Yeah. Yeah. It's something like I'm not nervous talking to people. I never have been. I've never had stage fright. I think people are people. I think I'm pretty good with people. I am not weird about interacting with others. I think it's because of my mom. My mom's like the friendliest person in the world. So I grew up just being able to walk up to someone on the street and start a conversation if I wanted to. And so then I can obviously tell things when people are interviewing me, like what they're trying to get from me.
Right.
like just the way that they ask questions, the tone of their voice.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I'm your friend. Like, open up to me.
Mhm.
And it's like,
It's sincere.
I know. It's just not. It's not great.
Well, that's the business they're in.
Yeah.
If you work for a tire store, you're trying to sell tires.
Yeah.
That's their business. You need new tires. Do I really? Their business is talking shit and making things. It's a bad format. Most of those media interviews are bad formats because it's a very limited amount of time, and you have to have a clip that fits in between commercials. And also, they're not free. They have executives, and there's too many people that get in there and just. The person talking to you should just be talking to you, and they should have an understanding of what you do and how it happened and what this is all about. What this means for future people. It shouldn't be like going after Elon Musk. Everyone's so goddamn political right now. It's so weird. They're even making apolitical people political. It's just so to connect you to that, it's just so stupid.
Yeah.
What you are is, like I said, I think if there's a movie about the future, one of the very first people that has used this kind of technology, and we're learning that these people are getting better at it, and now with the use of AI, I mean, who knows what's going to be possible with you just in a few years?
Yeah.
It's very exciting.
It is very exciting. I know a lot of people are really nervous about it, and understandably so.
I'm one of them. I'm nervous.
Yeah. I've heard a little bit of what you've said about it, and like I don't have like good arguments against it. Not like I can come on here and be like, Joe, don't worry, man. Like I'm here to help. Don't worry about it.
I would say that's the computer in your brain talking to you, man.
Let me into your computer, your phone. I'll show you. There's no big deal. I'm your friend, Joe. No, but I get it. At the same time, the way I look at it is like how much it's going to be able to help people. How much it's going to be able to help people like me at the beginning, at least. Like I know a lot of this is like down the road stuff. Like, what it's going to do to normal people who get this. They're going to be able to be hacked or controlled or something. But for me, I think about it like how many people who are paralyzed don't have to be paralyzed anymore. How many people with disabilities, ALS or Alzheimer's or any of these who are blind, how many people are going to be able to live their lives again? And that's my goal at the beginning. I know that I feel like people are going to look at me and say like, I really need to be more concerned about a lot of the like things coming down the road. And it's something that I'm trying to think more about because at some point people are going to ask and I don't have good answers for it because all I'm thinking about is, like I want to help people and I feel like this is going to help people and that's what I'm focused on. So,
well, I think your perspective is probably the right one because no one knows what's coming.
Yeah.
No one. And you can be freaked out about it like I am. But I'm sometimes freaked out about it, but other times I'm just sort of resigned to the fact that this is just the existence that we find ourselves in.
Yeah.
This is our timeline. We live in a very strange timeline. And it's happening at a very, very, very rapid rate. And no one has a map of the future. It's not possible. It's just all guess. It's completely, it is like an ant trying to figure out how to operate an iPhone. It's not, we don't have it.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, whatever it's going to be, and you're not going to stop it now. We are a runaway train.
Yeah.
Let's just hope we're going to a cool spot.
Yeah, right. I mean, you look at 100 years ago, like there's no way they could have imagined what our world would be like now.
No.
So,
and I have a feeling the next 5 to 10 years is going to be a lot bigger than that.
Yeah, I mean, exponential growth.
Yeah.
So,
well, it's just once this stuff goes live, it's going to be really weird. It's going to be really weird. Yeah. But along the way, we're going to solve a lot of the problems.
Yeah.
That, I mean, look, if I have, I've had 3 knee surgeries, 2 ACL reconstructions. If I lived 100 years ago, I'd be a cripple.
Yeah.
Just how it is. Yeah. My knees would be destroyed. I wouldn't be able to walk good.
Yeah.
And now I can do anything. That's just medical technology and understanding of the human body. Implementation of this kind of device that can allow you to move your body and can, as you were saying earlier, you can bring back eyesight to some people.
Yeah.
This is something that they really are hopeful for. Have they done any of that on animals yet?
I'm not sure. I know that what the plan is. Like they did a talk about it a while ago. on like a show and tell. They basically show how how the Neuralink works in my brain would be very, very similar. You would just you would like activate certain parts of the brain or behind the eye, the part of the brain, the part of the eye that dictate sight and stuff. You would activate certain things in order to display what's going on around the world to someone, to the back of someone's eye, to their retina, whatever it is. I don't know much about it, but they have done it. They did it with monkeys, actually. Yeah. So there's a video of them lighting up parts of a screen, and they have like basically an eye tracker in the monkey. And so the monkey will look to different parts of the screen and like wherever they've lit up on the brain, basically. So whatever is going, whatever implant they have in the brain, they will like light up somewhere on the brain, and then they'll light it up on the screen, and the monkey will look there. And then at some point they stop lighting it up on the screen, and they're just lighting it up in the monkey's brain, and the monkey still looks there. Wow. So yeah, so they know that they can do these sorts of things. It's amazing. I know that there are other companies that have done something similar to this too, like giving people, like helping people with their eyesight. I know one of them like went under, which was it was just a wild story, basically about a company who had implanted things in people, and the company went under, and then the people in the study were like, well, what do we do now? And they didn't know if they were just going to like continue. That's one of the things about like Neuralink.
Yeah. I should mention that the blind sight implant is already working in monkeys. The resolution will be low at first, like early Nintendo graphics, but ultimately may exceed normal human vision. Holy shit. Also, no monkey has died or been seriously injured by a Neuralink device.
Yeah, March 21st.
By a Neuralink device, right. But they did have to kill the monkeys that they originally did studies on, right?
Yeah, do you know much about like studying with animals and stuff like that?
Yeah, you have to kill them to find out what damage you've done.
Yeah, exactly. Well, like, basically all animals that are in studies at some point get, I think they have a really terrible term for it. I think they call it sacrifice. So they like sacrifice.
That's satanic.
Animals. Yeah, it's
up with a new word, guys.
Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? But
in this day and age, there's a lot of fucking fear of Satan.
It's not a great for their cause.
We could have worked on that one.
Yeah, I know, right? Put a little bit more thought into it. They do that. They have to, like you said, learn something from the monkeys, from the animals that they're testing on. So some of them they will, let live longer. Some of them they'll implant something in and then sacrifice almost immediately to see, because they have to know what it's doing short term, medium term, long term. So basically all animals and all animal testing get sacrificed at some point. I don't know how true that is, because obviously a lot of them, once they're done with the study that they're in, they let go live if it wasn't too invasive. If they don't need to study any part of them, they would need to be killed for.
But if you're going to study the brain,
then there's really no other way.
You got to get it.
So then there was the whole report that came out about all the terrible things that Neuralink was doing to monkeys. I've talked to the people. I got to meet them, the people who are working directly with the monkeys. Those monkeys have the best animal facility in the world. Someone came in and built it. Basically, they're going around now. That person is going around and changing how other labs treat their monkeys for the better. So they're revolutionizing the world of animal testing, basically. So Neuralink treats their animals better than anywhere else. And then the report that came out and said all of these terrible things that were happening with animals, it's skewed, because all the things that they brought up were just it was all of the bad. Basically anything bad that happens to the monkey has to be, or any of the animals has to be reported, and gets reported in this XYZ format of, this is what's going on with the monkey, this is what happened, this is what we think happened, we had to kill the monkey, yes or no. But none of the other things get reported at all. None of the time between, if it's 5 years that the monkey's alive and one bad thing happens, then there's a report about that one bad thing happened to the monkey, and you compile all of that and you're look at all of these terrible things that are going on with the monkeys, but it's just not really true.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, it's a tough one because some people don't think any study should go on with animals at all.
Yeah, yeah.
And so for them, everything that happens to an animal in captivity for a scientific purpose is evil. You know,
Yeah,
I get it. I get it from their perspective.
Yeah, I get it.
You know, they call us speciesists because we're willing to do things to monkeys that we, you know, aren't there like a lot of evil people in the world we could practice on? You know? I mean,
I don't want to give anyone any ideas. But,
right. It's that's a terrible thing to say. Should do that, but an innocent monkey, it's fine. Very weird.
I mean, monkeys do terrible things to us too.
And they do, if provoked, you know, or if they live in urban neighborhoods where they rely on tourists and they steal their phones for food and attack people. Yeah, they're fuckers.
Yeah,
they can be fuckers.
I
But
mean, I saw a story of a monkey who basically tore some kid's face off. I think he was like outside of the village or in his village. And the whole story was about how they were doing reconstructive surgery on the kid and like making him look a bit more normal again. But that's terrifying.
Monkeys are unbelievably strong. There's a video of a guy sitting on the ground, cross-legged, and a monkey hops on his shoulder. And then the guy's like thinking it's cute and smiley. And then the monkey just decides to take a massive chunk of his scalp off. Just bites down on his head and just takes like a football-sized chunk of scalp off this dude's head. It's horrible. Just decided for no reason, unprovoked.
Wow.
You know, monkey lives in a rough neighborhood. he had a hard life. He's not out there just, you know, picking fruit. This is it. So this dude is just sitting there with his monkey is like sitting on his lap and he's like talking to the monkey. He's like, hello, Mr. Monkey.
Saying something bad about his
Look, it doesn't seem like he's bummed out about the monkey. Now watch what the monkey does.
Oh, jeez.
Yo. Ouchie wawa.
Is that his skull? I hope that was
that was his skull.
That was his brain.
No, not that. I mean, that would have to be a chunk of skull, right? Yeah. But it was the skin. It pulled. I mean, that's gone. That's gone forever. Yikes.
No thanks.
Ouch. Yeah. Gross. But you know, the monkey again probably had a hard life.
Yeah.
You know,
for sure.
We need his monkey life reform.
Yeah, I know, right?
I think when we're looking at these kind of scientific experiments on animals, a lot of people are going to have a problem with.
Yeah.
But I wonder with new technology if that's even going to be necessary anymore. If they'll in the future, particularly with the leaps that are going to be made with AI, I wonder if they're going to be able to map out a study. You know, like understand the interactions between human beings and these devices and be able to map out the possibilities and probabilities without having to do that.
Yeah, you would think so.
Yeah, but who knows?
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. I feel like at the beginning they would probably need to do like that along with a study on a human. So they might run, say, simulations 1,000,000 times on what, you know, an AI simulation on how this would interact with a human, but then they would have to go in and do it to see how true the like simulations are. And then depending on how accurate they are, then maybe they could just go fully to that. But if it ends up being different, then
yeah, I have a feeling they're going to be able to replace parts with artificial parts too, like the eyeball itself. I was just thinking about that the other day, like how complex, like look how small these little cameras are on our phones, little tiny ass cameras, but one of these can do 100x zoom.
Yeah.
You know, and one of these is 200 megapixels, this little tiny thin thing. Like, what's to say that they wouldn't be able to come up with something that works way better than the human eye, where you could zoom in.
Yeah.
Just like a phone, just like zoom into something, like, but have like a real optical zoom.
Yeah. I just hope they don't give them red retinas.
That would be creepy.
Yeah, I know.
Terminator style.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It just seems like they could do better.
Yeah, it would be very weird talking to someone with two fake eyes.
It'd be weird if you couldn't even tell.
You probably wouldn't trust them anymore, right? Because you kind of like look into someone's eyes, you know, you find out if they're cool.
Yeah,
like if you're just looking into these lenses, you're like, are you even in there anymore?
Yeah.
I'm just trusting that you're still there. It's like talking to someone with sunglasses on forever. You know, what's going on there, man?
Yeah, what are you looking at?
That is a weird thing that we look through the eye. You know, it's the old expression, the windows to the soul.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell, right? Sometimes looking at people, you look in their eyes, you're like,
yeah, you're a little angry, dude.
Like you got crazy eyes.
A little sketchy.
Yeah, something like that. But like I'm saying, maybe at some point you wouldn't even be able to tell, which is also something to think about. Like Like if you wouldn't be able to tell someone had robot eyes, like just looked like a normal person. And,
Right. But that's a real part of how we interact with each other. It's like facial expressions and like figuring each other out just by like how your eyes are looking at me. Oh man.
Well, it's not like you distrust someone because they have like a glass eye or something.
No, not a glass eye. But
Yeah.
if they got like little red lights
hopefully it doesn't
moving
make
around
those
inside their
sounds
head,
either, yeah.
maybe that's the only way it works. It has to make a little noise. Especially when you're alone with them.
Oh man, just all through the night.
Yeah, like,
little
what are you looking
movements
at?
and rapid eye movement. In
Yeah.
It's like,
while you're sleeping. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they've worked. Wasn't there some sort of a study where they were trying to develop an artificial eye?
I got whether or not this is, I'm trying to find out how real it is. I got one guy who has a 3D printed eye.
3D printed
It's got
eye.
a camera in it or something. I'm trying to find.
And doesn't it hook up to his tooth?
There's two things I'm seeing here.
They figured out a way to allow people to see things through their teeth.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm not going to get that one.
Yeah.
There's not enough time in the world for me to figure that
Not
out.
for me, dog.
Thank God for smart people.
I know, right?
I mean, how are they getting it through the tooth?
I don't know. I'm trying to.
Both of them, the 3D printed eye.
Here's the one guy, first guy. He's a director. Shot himself in the eye in an accident.
Oh, yo!
Guess he's got a camera in there. It says.
And he sees through the camera.
I was trying to get to. Yeah, it's got a transmitter. I don't know if it's going to his brain, but he can see it on a
so you can see it on a phone.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of weird.
Maybe that's the first step. Then they need to.
That guy would make the weirdest POV porn.
Is this made in like the 90s?
It's not new. And almost, yes, 12 years ago.
Uh-huh.
It looks like you're playing that on a Game Boy.
Yeah. It's not a Game Boy, but it's some sort of a proprietary little electronic video player.
Yeah.
Amazing times.
Yeah.
So what is next in terms of like how long does this study that you're on? Oh, blind woman sees with tooth in eye surgery. Doctors in Florida restore a woman's sight by implanting a tooth in her eye.
That's different.
No, but I think that's how they do it.
Okay.
That is the thing. I was saying like through your teeth, but I mean that is how they do it. A team of specialists, University of Miami Miller School of Medicine, announced Wednesday that they're the first surgeons in the United States to restore a person's sight by using a tooth. The procedure is formally called modified osteoodonto keratoprosthesis. Sorry. Sharon K. Thornton, 60, went blind 9 years ago from a rare disorder called Stevens-Johnson syndrome. The disorder left the surface of her eye so severely scarred she was legally blind, but doctors determined that the inside of her eyes were still functional enough that she might one day see with the help of this thing. This is a patient where the surface of the eye was totally damaged, no wetness, no tears. Dr. Victor L. Perez, the ophthalmologist at the Bascom Palmer Eye Institute at the University of Miami, who operated on Thornton. So we kind of recreate the environment of the mouth in the eye. What?
I don't get that.
3-phase operation started with the University of Miami dentist, Dr. Yo Sawatari, who removed the tooth from Thornton's mouth and prepared an implant of her own dental tissue for her most severely damaged eye. The tissue would be used to make a new cornea to replace the damaged one. The doctors then remove a section of Thornton's cheek that would become the soft mucus tissue around her pupil. Whoa. Finally, Perez and his team implanted the modified tooth, which had a hole drilled through the center to support a prosthetic lens. We used that tooth as a platform to put the optical cylinder into the eye, explained Perez. Perez said doctors often use less risky and less invasive techniques to replace corneas, but the damage from Thornton's Stevens-Johnson syndrome ruled those out. Whoa. Using a tooth might sound strange, but it also offers an advantage because doctors used Thornton's own cheek and tooth tissue. She faces less risk that her immune system will attack the tooth and reject the transplant. Yeah. Patients getting a cornea transplant from a deceased donor, on the other hand, face chances that their immune system will reject the new tissue. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, for some reason I thought they were using that tooth to like, I don't know, use it as a replacement for like her vision in some way, but it's literally just a placeholder for like, you know, different things like the tissue and different places to like they said, hold that lens and stuff. That makes more sense.
Yeah, I thought it was that too. I thought they were seeing through the teeth.
Yeah. I was like, I don't get
No,
that.
that makes more sense.
Like, why can't we see through our teeth all the time? Be looking at what's going on in my mouth.
Right. Yeah. All this stuff is it's just mind blowing to imagine where this is going to be in 100 years.
Yeah.
And with you, do you have the like if they start doing the range of motion studies or the being able to recreate motion or restore motion, are you going to be available for those studies too? Can you do that too, or are you only like locked into this one study?
Yeah, I don't know. I imagine I'm locked into this for now at least, but at the same time, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. You would have to do it with someone who already has the implant in their brain. So I don't know if it'll be a separate Neuralink that they would need, like a different one specifically for like the two implants interacting together. I don't see why that would be the case. Just like the same thing with people who they're going to have to test to see if the surgery to replace a Neuralink is safe at some point. They're going to have to go through a whole thing. So they're going to have to do it on people who already have it in. So I imagine like that sort of study might be something I would be involved in if they're planning on implanting one in someone's spinal cord and then seeing how they interact and seeing if it works. I don't see why I couldn't be in that, but we'll see. It's kind of a long way off, I think.
How big is the Neuralink implant?
It's about the size of a quarter. It's thicker than a quarter. I don't know, maybe half an inch, something like that thick.
And does it's on the surface?
So it's implanted on my skull. So they cut out a chunk of my skull. I think it's called a craniectomy. And then they left that chunk out and just replaced it with the Neuralink.
Do they take that chunk and like put it in the freezer so they could put it back in you someday?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think so. Talking about it afterwards.
That's it?
Yep.
Yo, that's in your head.
I was talking about it with my buddy afterwards, and I was like, I should have asked them for my chunk of skull. That would have been sweet.
Yeah, I don't think they're allowed to give that to people.
Yeah,
I think that's like bio waste or something like that. I think it's like
bio-waste.
I know. It definitely should be.
Yeah.
But
they give people their testicles back. So
right, but it has to be in like formaldehyde or something.
Okay.
So let's take your skull and put it into formaldehyde.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as I can have it.
How many versions did they go through before they got to the one where they're willing to do it on people?
A lot. I saw like from their very first idea of Neuralink through this one. I don't know. I don't know exactly how many there were. I would say at least 1 or 2 dozen different like iterations. Yeah, and then like the version I have is like thousands in like the 1,000 or 2,000 iteration of this one. So like they're constantly changing stuff. So like even the next person that gets it, they've probably made, I don't know, 1,000 more modifications to it. Little things, just like if they've seen certain things in my implant, they could improve on. Obviously, they're going to change how the threads work. They're going to add more electrodes. They're going to maybe update the battery. They might update a lot of things. They're looking at updating what signal it uses instead of Bluetooth. They're looking at different things like that. So the next one that comes in is probably going to be much different. Maybe the same design. Maybe they found a better design. I don't know.
Wow. And I know in the future they've talked about putting this into people that don't have any issues medically.
Mm-hmm.
What are they planning on doing? Like, how are they planning on that? Do you know?
What do you mean how? Like
in terms of like, is that going to just be offered for? Are you going to get like? What are the long-term goals? Is it to get the internet on that? Is it so people communicate telepathically? Is it going to be like a slow build up to the idea that everyone is going to want to get one of these things?
I think once it's proved, so like this study is to prove whether or not it's safe and if it works. Basically, I think once that's proven, then they're going to get into a lot more of what it's actually capable of. And then once it's released to the public, I think people are going to rush to get it, honestly. At least a group of people who have been following it at the very least, because once we know that it's safe, then that's one of the big things that people are going to like. Once that's lifted, once you're like, okay, it's safe, now we can go through and start talking about being able to communicate with people and being able to, possibly download information or have it be available to you using AI and stuff like that. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. I don't see why it's not possible at the very least. And then I know Neuralink's talking about opening up a clinic in Austin, basically where you would go in and get a surgery and like walk out. So it's not like my surgery was, I don't want to say not invasive because obviously they did brain surgery, but they were expecting it to be, something like 3 to 6 hours, and my surgery took under 2 hours. It went super, super fast. There were no complications at all. It was not obviously invasive in the brain, but there was no damage done really. So, and this was the very first time. So once they get this even better, even more tuned in, then I imagine people go into this clinic and go in and come out in a few hours with a Neuralink, and then they can chat with all their friends online or something else.
Jesus.
Yeah. It'd be pretty cool. Again, I'm not here to talk about like the ethical ramifications of that, or like how it's fun to think about, like the things that might go wrong or could go wrong, and it's probably something that people much smarter than me should think about whether or not it should be done. But I think there are so many things that you could do with it.
I think it's going to be done no matter what. And if it's not done by Neuralink, it's going to be done by someone in another country.
Yeah.
It's going to be done. Technology always moves forward. It never stops over concerns of what could possibly go wrong. Hence the nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
It's not going to stop.
Yeah.
It's just not what we do. We always try to come up with greater things. And if someone does figure out a way to connect human beings to some form of wireless internet or wireless data or some completely new thing, instead of thinking it as the internet as we know it, being these devices that go to websites, it might be a completely different invention that uses a completely different type of technology to sync all the information and all the minds in the world together. It might not be as dopey as going to a website. Like going to a website is probably like an archaic way to do it.
Yeah. It'll be like the cloud or the metaverse or something. You can just hop in and everyone will be there. You can go chat with whoever you want around the world.
And they can just upgrade your operating system and make you woke.
Yeah, exactly, right?
You sign up for the wrong one. The next thing you know, you get some way crazy ideas.
Yeah. Propaganda will take new leaps and bounds.
Right, but then who's running it? Like is it one person and everybody else is a robot? Like that doesn't make any sense.
They'll try. So I'm sure someone's going to want to run it all.
Someone is going to want to run it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's going to need to be, hopefully by that point they will regulate it. But as we've seen with things like AI art, even they're trying to catch up with that. It's like, should we have thought about this before all this was released? And no, government will figure it out. Yeah. Good luck with that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they're able to scour the internet for every artist's work and then sort of take pieces of that and create art. And these artists are like, hey, that took me fucking forever to paint that. And you just stole it and did a version of it in 13 seconds.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's just one problem. Another problem is deep fakes and songs. They made a Drake song that became a hit and Drake had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
It's not that far away from it being out of the barn where you're not going to be able to ever stop. You're not going to be able to, you're going to be able to do whatever you want in terms of creating videos, audios, and it'll look indistinguishable from a real video, real audio.
Yeah.
They're already going to take this podcast and translate it into different languages without me being able to speak them, just through AI.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think they did the same thing with the deep fake, like you were just saying.
Mm-hmm.
I think they did something with Trump recently, where it was a deep fake of Trump, and after a while, he had to be like, "Hey guys, that wasn't me."
Wasn't there? Was there a football player that was saying some wild shit that turned out to be fake, or a basketball player?
Yeah, that too.
Did you hear about this, Jamie?
Depends on exactly what you're talking about, but there's a bunch of fake press conferences that go viral.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's like a thing someone's doing.
Yeah, but apparently it was just barely wacky enough for people to go, that looks fake.
Yeah.
But you have to be very sophisticated. If you saw this, I mean, we're getting used to looking for things being fake, whereas 20 years ago, you would say that's real.
Yeah.
I see it. It's video. It's real.
It's something that I was actually just talking with my buddy about the other day. I think it's going to be something similar to, you know how like we get emails from Nigerian princes, and we're like, yeah, like grandma, don't open that, don't send them money, it's not real. I think it's going to be something that people are able to do, like the next generations, where they look at something online and they're like, oh yeah, that's AI, oh yeah, that's fake. But
yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, they're going to grow up with it, so they're going to be able to figure out. But maybe not. This stuff looks so real that I don't know. But maybe they're going to have to be required to do like watermarks or something on it every time.
I don't think they're going to be able to stop it. Yeah. I think we're just going to get into a real weird, blurry place. I think the one thing that might help, and this sounds crazy, but I think ultimately what technology does is it makes things more accessible. It gets you more information. It connects people more. With translation, it's connecting people from different cultures and different countries more. I think ultimately what it's going to do is it's going to be some sort of a mind interface. I don't think it's going to be as simple as language. I think it's going to be a next level mind interface. If it's something through a technology akin to Neuralink, or maybe future versions of Neuralink, I think we're going to be able to know what someone's actually thinking. I think you're not going to be able to lie anymore, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't think lying is going to be possible 100 years from now, which would be a really good thing. And if you're a person right now that lives your life without lying, you know this. This is way better. As a person who used to lie and doesn't lie ever now, I'll tell you right now, it's great.
Yeah.
I love it. It's a good thing to not lie. And if you live your life in this manner where there cannot be deception, how much more would we get done? How much more would we understand each other in relationships? And if you're bullshitting, you'll understand that you're bullshitting by the way another person sees your thoughts. And then you'll be forced to handle those and go, you know what? I'm trying to put this off on other people, and it's really me. I'm the problem.
Yeah.
You'll be able to see it. Everyone will be able to see reality instead of these sort of manufactured narratives that people have with this very selective view of memory and their thoughts of the past. And, you know, my boss did me wrong. No, you were a fuck up. You showed up late every day. Like, you know, they fucking hated me. No, you were super insecure and real shitty around people. You know, it's like you'll see, we'll be able to solve a lot of our social issues that seem insurmountable because of poor communication, but poor understanding, and a lack of honesty, a lack of real honest conversations instead of just people trying to win arguments.
Yeah, that'd be great until people realize that, you know, maybe you don't need to lie exactly. Maybe you can find ways to work around having to lie with this thing. If you can't lie anymore, if you're not allowed to, I mean, people find ways to kind of sort of lie all the time. And then also if you can hack it and then you're able to lie and no one else is, then that becomes kind of an issue too. If in some way you are able to like jailbreak your Neuralink so you can't lie anymore, and then you're the only one lying, everyone's going to believe you. They think that you can't lie, and then that brings up a whole new world of problems.
My eyes are seeing right into the thoughts.
Oh, I see.
I don't think you have a chance to lie. Yeah. I don't think it doesn't exist anymore. I think it goes away, and hence leaders go away. That's going to be a real problem. We're going to have actual understanding of all the different processes that are in play, whether it's environment or resources or, you know, inter-country conflicts, whatever the fuck is going on. We have to have a real understanding of it without politicians bullshitting us as to why we're going to do something that won't exist anymore. That would be wild. They would be the ones that would resist it the most. They were like, "Wait, this dangerous mind-reading technology!" Like fucking Nancy Pelosi to have a press conference.
I mean, I just think if something like that ever came about, they would never let it happen.
I don't think they have a choice. Because China will do it, Russia will do it, everyone will do it. Someone's going to do it. All these eggheads out there that are willing to push that, but they're not going to listen to the government. Shut the fuck up. The government is just a bunch of people. The super nerds out there are the ones who are really in charge of this stuff, because even we're seeing this with technology and some of these hearings on AI, the people that are asking the questions don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm sure you saw that with some of the Facebook hearings and some of the other hearings. The people that are actually asking about the tech, how much time do you have to get into the understanding of this? How much time between worrying about water rights in your district and this and all these other problems that you have as a politician? how much time are you actually spending trying to figure out how social media works?
Yeah, probably none. They just have aides that are giving them all this stuff. Yeah.
That's why they have pieces of paper and they're looking down with their reading glasses. Now, Mr. Zuckerberg, my phone doesn't go to Google, right? Why is that? He's like grandpas who argue on Facebook. Like they're not going to be the people that control AI, and they're not going to be the people that are going to be able to figure out how to stop mind reading technology. I think when mind reading technology comes, it's going to come so fast that it's going to be just like all these other things, like the internet. It came so fast they couldn't control it. Because if you looked at the internet, if you looked at what the internet has done for like a distrust in mainstream media, distrust in politicians, exposing corruption, all the different things that we know about now that are a fact that just 20 years ago you would have thought been crazy conspiracy talk. If they knew that that was going to happen and make life so much more difficult for them, they would have regulated the internet from the jump. They would have stopped, stepped in, took over like China did, took over like North Korea did, and you would get their version of the internet forever, and that's it, and there's no growth, and they'll silence dissidents. And that's how they would have done it if they had ever known that it was going to be what it is now. I think that's exactly what's going to happen with mind reading software and mind reading technology. I think it's going to happen. They're going to be, oh, Jesus Christ. I don't think, and also, look, they're just human beings too. They're going to want that.
Yeah.
If they find out there's a technology that allows you to communicate with people in a completely new way, and it's much more fulfilling, and we understand each other much better, and we really do realize that we are all one. Imagine we can communicate with this technology and it ends war overnight.
Yeah.
It makes war literally impossible. You realize that these people that you're about to bomb are you, and that we're all the same thing. We're all one consciousness experiencing itself through different bodies and different lives and different experiences and different genes in different parts of the world, but we're all genuinely the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It brings up a lot of questions, like where we would go from there, though. Like how it's going to change.
That's when the aliens land.
Yeah.
The aliens land, we figure it out. Finally.
Oh, man. Yeah.
We were waiting.
If that's what it takes to bring aliens down, then I'm all for it. If that's what it takes to really get us to be face to face, the only thing I keep telling my buddy is, like, I'm all down for the whole, like, aliens coming, us interacting with them and everything, as long as they're not the mantids. If they're the mantis people, I don't want anything to do with them. I think that, I just don't want it.
I'm with you, bro.
Yeah.
Fuck the mantis people. Dude. Can you imagine if mantises were like the size of a dog? We'd be so fucked. We'd be so fucked.
Yeah.
One of the most gangster videos I've ever seen online is like a gecko, and the gecko's trying to eat the mantis. And the gecko walks up to the mantis and tries to get it, and the mantis is like, "Not today, bitch. I'm going to eat you."
Oh, my gosh.
And the gecko's like, "What is happening?" And you can see it look at its face. It's like so confused. And it's got its claws, these giant things wrapped around it, controlling it. It just starts eating its face.
Yeah. Mantises are like insects themselves. Like, you really get up close to an insect, you're like, that thing is ugly. I do not like it one bit. Now imagine that. And the things I've heard about the mantids is they're not the size of a dog. They're like the size of like multiple people. And no thanks. Like, absolutely not.
The mantis aliens I'm not too familiar with. I've seen like a couple things online. How many people have seen the mantis aliens?
Yeah, I know of one story where there was a hunter just walking around, and it got like dark over him or something, and he looked up and there was just like a ship over him, and he looked through his scope and he looked right into some like mantis people. And
dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, and I'm not okay with that. Like, that's the one alien story I think I'll stay far away from and hope it's something else.
Well, you got to think that insects have some kind of bizarre intelligence, because that's, if you've ever seen leafcutter ant colonies when they pour the cement in them, and you realize like how sophisticated they are. Like, how did you guys do this? Like, how do you figure this out? There's like they have channels where the air can pass through that, so they can ferment leaves. So they have like a fermentation factory inside their ant colony, and the colony is huge.
Yeah,
it's so big, and you little tiny fuckers built a city underground right here. There's got to be some sort of intelligence. Now, if ants evolved to the point where they develop that kind of intelligence, who's to say that in a different environment where ants have more access to food, more access to resources, and more competition, that they don't evolve to the point where that intelligence, it keeps getting scaled up and they get to like a human level intelligence from an insect or beyond. Why not?
Yeah, they just need some psychedelics or something to really get that brain to grow.
Or a Neuralink.
Yeah, right.
That's what I have a feeling. I have a feeling that in the future, everyone's going to be some sort of a cyborg and everyone else is going to be artificial. That there'll be complete life forms that were developed just with computers. Just like computers, technology, whatever form of chips, and they'll put together things that are more intelligent than us, can communicate with us, can work with us, but that's going to be one of those things. It's not going to be one of us, and that'll be a different life form that exists alongside with us. But I don't think there'll be very many people like me. No chip, no nothing, just a person. Like what is that moron doing? You're running around with no chip? I think in the future, it's going to be everyone's going to have something that enhances them. We already do with our phones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
going to be something like beyond that, where it's going to be so compelling that everyone's going to want to do it.
So you're not going to get it if it comes out?
I'm not saying I'm not going to get it. I might get it. I might have. I don't want to be alone.
Yeah.
I want to be the only person who can't read minds. I probably wouldn't want to be the first adopter.
Yeah.
I want to wait a little bit.
Yeah. That was an argument that I had with doing this was, do I really want to be the first? I mean, who knows what kind of problems there's going to be, but for a guy like you, I would say like they're pretty sure it works, and they were right. Yeah.
And how cool was it the first day to be able to play video games?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was.
What did you play?
Cool. Civilization 6. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a massive game. It's something I've been wanting to play for a long time. I was able to kind of sort of play it with some different assistive technology over the last few years, but not really. And I played it like all night. I didn't sleep. It was freaking awesome. Man, I just love. I mean, I grew up being a gamer. I grew up in kind of this age. So the last 8 years, I've watched all of my friends play games that I've wanted to play. And the fact that I might be able to play some of them, like some of them are still too far out of reach for the Neuralink at this point, but not for much longer. In the next few years, I think I'll be able to play anything anyone else plays.
Halo.
So I love Halo. I'm a big Halo guy.
You going to be able to play that?
Yeah, I hope so.
Wow.
I really hope so. Yeah.
So you'll be able to play shooters like Call of Duty?
Yeah. That brings up another thing. Like, I basically have an aimbot in my head.
So, that's crazy.
Yeah, they'll probably have like different leagues for people like me because it's just not fair.
Wow, is it that accurate?
It's that accurate, and it's faster. One thing that I found with the Neuralink is something that kind of blew my mind too, is that when I'm attempting to do stuff sometimes, or I'm thinking it to like move in a certain place, sometimes it's so good that it's moving before I even like think it to move. It's almost like if you think about moving your hand, the signal is basically already being sent before you move your hand. Like your mind is saying, okay, he's about to move his hand basically. So the signal needs to be sent all the way down and back up in order for you to move your hand. So the speed that all of that happens, and it's almost a little preemptive. I saw that with the Neuralink, where it was moving the cursor before I was actually moving my hand.
Wow.
So with video games, stuff like that, you just need to think for it to move somewhere, and it is that accurate, and it's quicker than you can even think. So there's no way it's gonna, like, no one else is gonna be able to keep up with it.
That's gonna be wild for something like Quake, like a first person, like a fast first person shooter. You're running down hallways and you're just catching people and shooting them instantaneously.
Yeah. Elon Musk will have a field day. Wasn't he like one of the best Quake players in the world?
Was he?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think he was like one of the top Quake players in North America at one point.
I wouldn't doubt that. Yeah. I know he's a gamer. I know he gets addicted to games.
Yeah.
Especially something that's that exciting. That's going to be so dope for you, man. You'll be fucking people up.
Yeah. It'll be cool. I'll just enter tournaments and I won't tell them I have the Neuralink, and I don't know how I would do it, I guess.
Yeah, but
if I'm doing it all online, like
it would
like,
be
they might not
kind of
able to see
cool
me.
for you to play them in a tournament,
Yeah.
like a one-on-one tournament, and fuck up like the best players in the world. Wouldn't that be insane?
Yeah.
I bet they would play you just to see.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah, because like there's tactics and strategy, especially if you're like doing one-on-one deathmatch, where you have to know like when the health is spawning and when the weapons are spawning, how to control a map. So they'll have like a little bit of an advantage in that.
Yeah,
but
we'll
if you
see.
just can't
I'm
miss,
pretty good at video games. I'm pretty good.
Getting cocky.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Now, what about VR? Has there been any sort of interface that allows you to use like Meta's VR or Oculus?
No, not yet. I don't think so. Like a lot of what we've done is just the computer at this point. Like they're planning on doing it in the phones. I did connect to a Nintendo Switch at one point. I was playing Mario Kart. And that's something that isn't like too far off as well for me to just be able to do that on my own. But that's going to be every console. I don't see why VR would be any different. I think at some point in the study they're going to do it just to see if it works. I don't see why it wouldn't at all.
The only thing that I would say is that VR actually requires physical movement. Like there's a couple games that we have.
Yeah, but if the brain is already interpreting your like motor cortex, the movement of your motor cortex, then you can just think, move this, and it'll move it in VR as well. I think it will work.
Right, but you're actually moving these handles in VR.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean.
know, you have the handles.
We'll
and
just get an Optimus robot and then have him hold the VR handles, and then you can control that.
And he's connected to you.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It would be the same. Yeah.
Bro, you're going to be inside that thing walking around.
Yeah.
Some Iron Man type dude.
Yeah, I've always thought if, you just give me an Optimus robot, I'll have it get one of those like baby chest carriers or something. And they can just carry me around like that. And
bro,
that'd be great.
You imagine walking down the street with that? That's so you'd accidentally step on people.
Did you ever watch Dave Chappelle's old like show that he did? There was a
Chappelle show, you mean?
Chappelle show.
Yeah, I was on it a couple times.
I didn't.
No worries.
There was one about the home stenographers, and it's basically like a little person that they carry around on one of those carriers on like their back, and it's just like a stenographer. He's typing down everything you say, and I just want something like that, like a little Optimus robot carrying me around on its back, and
like a kangaroo pouch.
Yeah, something like
that.
Put
it right in the front, so you just like be sitting there. That's what you want.
Yeah,
you want like your head on the chest, and it's just
yeah. It'd be sick.
What's this guy doing?
There
it is. Oh, the
and he just reads back things.
Oh, what you said.
Yeah.
Really funny. Yeah. Really I do remember that bit. Yeah, that would I think the future is going to be very interesting, and I think there's going to be a lot of really wild discoveries that build upon other wild discoveries and stuff like Neuralink. I'm sure there's competing companies that are doing something similar, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that I'm pretty sure some of the people who have left Neuralink have gone and either started their own little companies or have gone to other companies that are doing something similar. I think Neuralink's advancements now are going to pull everyone else up. I think Neuralink will be at the lead for quite a while, but I don't see why companies that haven't been able to achieve what Neuralink is achieving now won't be able to do it in a year or two's time. Like, especially, like I said, because Neuralink is making everything so open source, and there's people like me out there who are just talking about it like willy-nilly, that I don't see why other companies won't, find some way to catch up over time.
No, for sure. I think with them leading the way and the fact that it's been implemented and it's been successful, and the fact that they're already improving upon the software and how yours and being able to correct issues with it. What is their timeline like in terms of next being able to use something that allows people to move that couldn't move, restore sight? Do they have like a timeline where they think,
I don't know. I keep saying that it's all going to happen in my lifetime for sure. I keep saying that it's going to happen in the next 10 years, 20 years, where quadriplegics like me, paralyzed people, won't have to be paralyzed anymore. I have this vision of someone being paralyzed, going into the hospital, getting the Neuralink, and walking out like a day or two later, which I think is totally possible. I think it's going to happen a lot sooner than later. especially how fast all this is moving, and the fact that this is like successful now. I think I don't know that it would help me per se. Even though I said it's in my lifetime, part about being paralyzed and quadriplegic is my body is just deteriorated so much that even if they did give me something to like make me able to move again, my body's just so jacked up at this point that I'm not sure it would really help that much. I could probably build it back up to a certain point, but even people who have recovered or have been part of studies where they get some movement back, their bodies just don't work the same
because of atrophy.
Like one of my ankles is completely jacked up. It's like twisted the wrong way. I have to wear this hand brace because if I don't, my fingers are all just like curled up basically. And so like correcting some of that would take probably some extensive surgery. One of my buddies is like one of the top ortho surgeons in the United States. So maybe I could just get him to go in and fix it all. But it would be a lot, and I'm not sure it would help, and muscle atrophy. So I don't know, but that doesn't matter to me. What matters is that people won't have to be paralyzed in the future. Like that's more like that's worth more than anything.
Well, that's also one of the legitimate uses for steroids. One of the legitimate uses for steroids is the people with like muscle wasting disease people who are like severely atrophied, and that it allows them to build up tissue better.
Oh yeah, maybe that would help.
Yeah, stem cells, steroids, gonna make you a superhuman, bro.
Yeah, I mean, aren't I already one?
Kind of already are one, especially if you're playing you Quake. Yeah, I can't wait to see that. That'd be sick. Now, with the future of this stuff, it's going to eventually get to a point where it's probably like in the beginning, it's probably going to be very difficult to acquire, right? Like very expensive, but it's probably in the future going to be much more accessible. When do they if they complete your trial, they find it satisfactory, they have like a way to do it. When will the average person who is a quadriplegic be able to start being able to use some of this technology?
I have no idea. I know that my study is like the main part of the study is a year, and then 5 years kind of extensive like follow-up stuff in the study. So once that's done, and however many people, I've seen numbers up to like a few hundred people have it in this 5-year timeline. So once all that happens, and I don't know what like phase 2 is with this. I would say 20 years. But that's me probably also being very optimistic. I have no idea. I don't know like what the FDA is going to decide with all of this. I don't know how many more phases of the trial need to happen before that. I really couldn't tell you. But honestly, I think it's within my lifetime for sure.
And how did they contact you? How did you wind up getting chosen?
Yeah. Oh, my buddy's probably out there having a freaking heart attack. So basically what happened was I knew nothing about Neuralink. I was just lying in my bed one day, and I got a phone call from my buddy at like 11 a.m. or something. And I answered the phone, and I was like, "What's up?" And he was like, Neuralink just opened up their first in-human trials. He's like, "You should apply for this." I was like, "Cool. Like, what is it?" So he explained it to me, gave me like a 5-minute rundown of what they're doing and stuff, and we applied over the phone. Like I just basically like told him all my information. He applied for me. He spelled my name wrong on the application, which is pretty funny because he was drunk at the time. Again, on a Wednesday, middle of the week, at like 11 a.m., he was already wasted.
Respect.
Yeah.
Respect to the day drinkers.
Yeah. It was his justification for it is that he was like going to a wedding that weekend. He hadn't drank in a long time. So he's like, I need to understand what my tolerance is. So he drank like a whole bottle of Fireball or something like that just to see like how he would be. So yeah, we did all that. And then within like a day or two, they contacted me. And then I went through about a month-long application process of different like Zoom interviews and stuff. And then finally culminating in like an in-person interview or in-person like full day of testing where they did like 8 hours of tests on me, like different scans, blood tests, urine tests, things like that. And then I was just waiting.
What was it like when you found out it was going to be you?
It was cool. It was cool.
Did you get an email? Did you get a phone call?
They called me. For the first, like, so I applied like late September like 19th or something around that day. A month later, end of October, I had finished all my testing and interviews. And then I didn't find out they had chosen me until maybe the end of November, early December. And even when they said they had chosen me, they said I was going to be one of the first, like 3 people that they were doing for the first part of the study. So they didn't tell me I was going to be the first. They just said, we selected you as one of the candidates, basically. And so that was really, really cool. And then it was sort of a back and forth. Do I want to be the first? Do I want to wait till I have someone else? Because being the first, a lot more risk, obviously, and I have the worst version of the Neuralink that's ever going to be in anyone. It's only going to get better. So I was like, maybe I'll let someone else get the first, and then I get a better version in the second or third one. But ultimately, being the first is cool. It's something that I just decided to do. I was like, this is the best way I can help too. If anything goes wrong, I'd rather it go wrong to me than passing it up and having someone else struggle, having someone else, if like, God forbid, anything bad happened to someone, I would rather it happen to me, and I would rather not have passed up and watch it happen to someone else. So decided to do it. I was like, yeah, just let me know if I'm going to be the first or not. Obviously, I wanted to at that point. And then about a month later, they called and they were like, we're going to do your surgery. You're going to be the first person. I think in December, they had told me that it could be me, and they said that we might end up having you be the first, and it could happen as early as like mid-December. And that kind of stressed me out because I was a little worried that something bad would happen and I would have ruined Christmas for my family forever. I was like, if this is right around Christmas and something bad happens, like Christmas is going to be ruined forever. Luckily, they waited like an extra month and a half, but it was cool. Like I kept pretty level expectations through the whole thing. I didn't know what was going to come of it. I didn't know if I was going to end up doing media or anything. It was something that I had talked to my parents about, but it wasn't something that I really wanted to do per se. I wasn't wanting to like get famous or anything from this. There are a couple things that I did want to do, and ultimately that's why I decided to do media. But yeah, it was cool. It was all right.
You have a very noble and selfless outlook. Have you always had that?
No. No, I would say being paralyzed made me just rethink a lot of things in my life, a lot of my perspective. I mean, one thing about being paralyzed is there's, especially being a quadriplegic, you just have a lot of time to think. I thought through everything I'd ever done, all the mistakes I ever made, why I was who I was, where I was. I realized a lot of things about myself. I realized, that I wasn't the person who I thought I was. I always built myself up a certain way. And then going back through all of my interactions with everyone, all the mistakes I made, I realized I'm painting a much prettier picture of myself in my head than who I actually was, than a lot of the interactions I had with people. Actions speak louder than words. And if I was thinking I was this great person and then treating people like absolute, dog crap, basically, then maybe I'm not as good of a guy as I thought I was. I realized that I wasn't as good of a son as I thought I was. I wasn't as good of a boyfriend as I thought I was. And I wasn't as good of a friend. So I found the reasons why I was doing these things. And I thought about it for probably a few years, just lying in my bed, staring at walls for, 8-10 hours a day, just thinking. And eventually I came to this conclusion that partly through my faith, my interactions with God, partly just because I wanted to be better, I wanted to be a better person, I realized that there were things that I could do to help, and this seemed like my best chance, honestly.
Wow. That's a wild thing to happen to someone, to have a radical shift in perspective that's forced upon you.
Yeah. I heard you say, I was watching, I can't remember who I was watching you interview. Maybe it was the Tucker interview, maybe it was the Terrence Howard interview, because I just watched those ones recently. And you were talking about people never having been through anything like extreme happen to them. And so, they're never forced to think certain ways, or they just, I don't know, they never grow in certain ways. That's paraphrasing, but it was along those lines. And I don't know, being a quadriplegic is, I kind of make this joke, but it's easier than people think. I just get waited on all the time. I get to lie in bed and watch TV and read books, and people bring me food and bring me drinks, and people do everything for me. Like, it's really not that bad. But obviously it was really, really hard. Like, being paralyzed, getting all of the things that I love to do most taken from me. Like, I was a really big athlete. I played like every sport under the sun. And then not being able to play sports anymore was one of the hardest things that I think I've ever had to go through. And there were a lot of other things, not having any privacy anymore. Like having to have everyone do everything for me, like go to the bathroom, having to take a shower with people, having like my parents scrub me in the shower, or having my mom like help me go to the bathroom. Like, it's not easy, and it's not easy being a burden to everyone around you. And people always say like, you're not a burden, like we love you and we would do anything for you. But I know I am. It's not something that someone's going to be able to convince me that I'm not. And I understand that they love me and they're willing to do it. But at the same time, like obviously there are things that if I could change, I would, and I can't. So I just have to try my best to, do as much as I can for those around me. And this is part of what I can do. I've thought for years, like, what could I possibly do to help? And this is it. I think as much as I can, I want to do everything with Neuralink to make things better for people in the future.
That's a beautiful way of engaging with this, man. It really is. And I think what happened to you is tragic, but your perspective is pretty fucking cool. It really is. It really is. It's beautiful to hear. And I wish you all the best. I really hope that this becomes something that allows you to move again, and that they keep improving upon it. And thank you for risking this, and thank you for being the first guy.
Yeah, no worries. People keep saying a lot of weird things about me, like, you're like an Apollo astronaut. I don't see myself that way. I know that people keep saying you're the first, you're like a pioneer. I don't see myself that way at all. I just think anyone in my position would have done it. I think that, I guess it took a bit of bravery. I don't think, I don't see myself that way. I just think that I did it so, to show people, like, I did it because I knew that I could. I did it because I knew that I was capable of going through it. I did, became a quadriplegic, and I made it out the other side. Like, I feel good about my life. I feel like I managed that pretty well. I'm a pretty chill guy, so I feel like I rolled with the punches pretty well. Not the same thing with Neuralink. And so, like, I never thought of myself like trailblazing or anything, but it's just cool to be a part of, and I'm really happy that Neuralink chose me. And I'm looking forward to having some like cyborg buddies in the future. That'll be cool.
Yeah. How long before you can link those things together?
Yeah. I guess we'll find out when they get the next patient, like the next participant, like maybe a couple months, and we'll be chatting with each other. I've been, having telepathic communications with Pager the monkey for a few months. No one knows about it, but we talk about that kind of stuff all the time. He's oddly obsessed with the new Planet of the Apes movie, but couldn't tell you why.
What kind of joke is that, man? You can't crack jokes like that. What? I don't know if you're telling the truth. You're talking to a monkey telepathically? No, you're joking.
Yeah.
See, I can tell because you have human eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. If
Do
you
I
have those,
though? Are you sure?
I think you do.
Okay.
Or they're really good.
Yeah.
You know, if they could develop an eye just like artificial intelligence can make
Yeah.
images like pretty fucking close, maybe
Mm.
they can make an eyeball that just really does kind of like talk to you a little bit.
Makes you think.
Just knowing someone's bullshitting. Dude,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah. There's no way I talk to Pager at all. On a daily basis, at least.
Now I'm thinking you do. Now I'm going the other way with it. Yeah, it's exciting times. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
The ability that you have right now is limited to computer interfaces, right?
Yeah.
What about other smart things? Can you interact with it? Like, could you interact with other sort of electronics? Would it have to be
not
blue?
really. It's all through the computer. Just because in order to even interact with the computer, it has to be uploaded with that app. And so that's why, like, putting it on a phone or something, you would just upload the app onto it. Any sort of other devices, there's ways to, like, connect to them. So, like, for me, even with the Switch, it's through my computer still, but then you run, like, a cord from my computer through, like, a converter box and then into the Switch. So it's all through the computer right now. I don't think it's going to be that way forever. I think it's going to be much easier to connect to other devices in the future, especially if Neuralink takes off like I think it will. Then companies will start just uploading the software onto it, downloading the software onto it, so that way you can connect to it. Like, it's going to be one of those things where, like, it's Alexa compatible, it's Neuralink compatible.
Right. Right, that makes sense, especially if there's widespread implementation of this and it turns out to be a real thing. It might be something that someone has to have, like you have to have a wheelchair wrap at certain businesses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New Tesla phone, I'm sure he's just going to build all of that into that. All the Optimus robots are going to have it built in.
Do you think he's going to make a Tesla phone?
Yeah, he might.
I think when he said that they might ban Apple devices because they're going to use OpenAI, I was like, what is going on?
Yeah.
I get real nervous when someone way fucking smarter than me gets nervous.
Yeah.
You know, when he's saying that if AI, basically what he's saying is, I think, to paraphrase, he's saying that Apple wasn't smart enough to create their own artificial intelligence, but they're smart enough to keep artificial intelligence from running rampant through their operating system. Like, I don't think they are.
Yeah. I don't trust it. I don't trust it one bit.
That's going to be in your head, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
One day we're all going to have to trust it.
You know, if I had Scarlett Johansson's voice in my head all the time, I don't think I would mind.
It'd be dreamy.
Yeah, it would be okay. It would be okay.
She's got a dreamy voice. Well, listen, man, thank you very much for being here. Thanks for being you. And let's do this again sometime in the future. We can see like what improvements and how it's going.
Hey, man, absolutely. As we move this thing along, then I'm more than happy to come back.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Oh, do you have social media or anything where people can find out what you're up to?
Yeah, I have an X, like at Modded Quad, I think it's called. I have like an Instagram and stuff, and I'm getting other stuff up and running. I'm gonna start like streaming more and stuff, so it'll be out there.
You gonna stream?
Yeah, I did once. I did like kind of like a test stream. I'm about to do another test stream probably this week at some point, maybe in the next few days. Then I'm gonna stream some like video games and stuff.
That's great, man. I think people would love to see that and love to hear you talk about your experiences through this.
Yeah, it'll be cool.
You got a great perspective, man. You really do.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
All right. All the best. Thank you very much. Goodbye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Gentlemen, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Please introduce yourselves.
I'm Dr. Aaron D'Souza, president of the Enhanced Games.
And I'm Christian Angermeyer, co-founder of the Enhanced Games.
And this is a very exciting idea. And how did this come about? What was the impetus behind this?
I've been studying the Olympics and the Olympic movement my entire life. You know, I'm 39 years old. When I was a undergraduate at university, it was just after the Sydney Olympics. And, you know, it was always something that inspired me. And I thought to myself, I learned some key statistics. 44% of Olympians admit to using banned performance-enhancing drugs within the last year, according to research commissioned by the World Anti-Doping.
44%.
44%.
And the other, probably lying.
Yeah, exactly. And so, and then I learned that the average American Olympian only earns $30,000 a year. And I thought to myself, there's something really wrong in the system. And instead of, trying to reform it, let's take a blank slate of paper and invent the third Olympiad from scratch.
Well, the Olympics is kind of a scam because it generates billions of dollars in revenue, and the people that are there to perform make almost none of that.
That's correct. The International Olympic Committee doesn't pay any of the athletes. And incidentally, they may get some money in sponsorship or from their National Olympic Committee.
Yeah.
But ultimately, the billions of dollars in revenue come into the Olympics, and none of that goes to the athletes. It gets wasted building stadiums. It gets wasted paying officials. And we thought there's a way to do a better, more honest model that inspires us to believe in the future of science and technology in the 21st century.
And you could do it apolitically too, if you chose to. Are you guys doing it by nation, or are you doing it just like human beings?
Human beings.
Better.
I think the era of nationalism is over. Right. Look at the Eurovision Song Competition recently.
What is that?
Oh, it was when Israel was performing, and there were huge protests out front of the competition.
It's a very European thing. It's called European Song Contest. Contest.
A song contest.
Yes, it's every country every year makes a very cheesy song.
Oh God!
I actually like it. So let's not go there. I'm kind of a fan. Being German, it's a big thing in Europe. But unfortunately, it was super fun and campy. There's actually a Netflix movie about it, like not a documentary, but a fun movie about it.
Is this right here, Jimmy?
Well, that is one of the
recent winners of the Eurovision.
Yes. So last year, and she's amazing. She's amazing. It's Noreen.
She's amazing. Okay,
yeah, it's very catchy songs. I don't know what your song.
She's crawling around with her butt up in the air.
Well, it's very campy,
I guess.
But there is even a cool Netflix movie about it. But long story short, unfortunately, this was the first year where it became really political, which I think music shouldn't be. Yeah,
right.
And which was sad.
Yeah.
But we will not be political. That's the short version. We're not going to go per country. Yeah, it's the best human being, the fastest one, highest jumper, whatever.
Yeah, it's just so many countries use it as a political tool, and they cheat. Like, I'm sure you guys have seen Icarus, right?
Yeah, I was with Brian Vogel a couple of days ago.
He's great, and that documentary is amazing. And what incredible circumstances, like the way it all played out, where he's in the middle of doing this documentary about doing a race naturally, and then doing a race enhanced, and the guy he contacts in the middle of all the Sochi Olympics crap, that guy winds up fleeing the country, spilling the beans, and now he's hiding.
He's witness protection.
Yeah, still in this country, hiding from Russian killers.
Yeah, and that's right. And I think, the reality is that performance enhancements are everywhere. 6.3% of men in the Western world have used anabolic steroids at some point in their life. 75% of men who regularly go to the gym are interested in using steroids. And so instead of doing it underground, in secret, let's do it out in the open with clinical supervision and safety.
But what are the legal ramifications of this? Because we were talking about this in the pod. We were talking about the different drug schedules on the podcast yesterday, and steroids are scheduled, right? It's like Schedule 3.
It's a Schedule 3 substance in the United States. There are 23 countries where steroids, anabolics are legal, including in the United Kingdom for personal use. And so let's first distinguish between what is legal and what is banned. So in Olympic competition, they will say, oh, these drugs are illegal, but actually they're banned in Olympic competition. So
because there's a lot of things that are, like peptides and things along those lines that are illegal in the Olympics.
That are banned in the Olympics, but they're not. Yeah, they're not scheduled.
It's really important because that means the Olympics decided as a sort of private organization, we don't want that.
Right.
You can take it.
Right.
Yeah.
So legally you can take it.
So like TRT, for example, is a perfectly legal substance. It's FDA approved. It's delivered under clinical supervision. But if you used it, you would be banned from Olympic competition.
Right.
Right. So the vast majority of compounds that are banned by the World Anti-Doping Agency are actually perfectly legal.
The UFC had a guy that accidentally took something that had DHEA in it.
Mm-hmm.
A real high-level guy, Khalil Roundtree. And he was supposed to be fighting Jamal Hill in 3 weeks. And he found out that there was DHEA in it. He informed the UFC, told them, and DHEA isn't even performance enhancing.
Yeah.
And they banned him for 2 months. So he got a 2 months. And so he missed out on like the biggest opportunity of his career.
So if you go into your local GNC, 25% of the goods will contain substances that are banned by the World Anti-Doping Agency.
25%.
Yeah, so these are just off the shelf.
Right.
This is not black market. This is what you can buy in your local shop.
And then, of course, there's tainted supplements, which is a real problem because a lot of these supplements, they use another party that puts them together for them, generally in other countries, and a lot of them in China. And these people are also making different things with these vats. They don't clean them properly, and then they mix the new stuff in it, and you easily get contamination. It happens all the time.
Exactly. And well, that's the excuse that the Chinese government used about the 23 swimmers. Are you aware of this situation?
What's this?
So 23 Chinese swimmers tested positive TMZ, which is a heart medication. And they claimed that this was because of a...
When was this? How long ago?
Just 6 weeks ago.
Really?
It came out 6 weeks ago.
Oh.
The incident was earlier.
Yeah, so 2021. But yeah, the New York Times reported it.
Received no sanctions. 13 of these athletes went on the year's Olympic Games in Tokyo, won 6 medals, 3 of them gold. Huh. Well, they definitely did something during Beijing, too.
Yeah, well, the Chinese clearly were doing this intentionally, and the World Anti-Doping Authority, because of pressure from the Chinese state, covered it all up. And that's not my accusation. That's the accusation made by Travis Tygart, who's the CEO of the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency.
Okay, so the premise is, let's cut the shit.
Yeah.
You guys are... There's been people that do it's like the argument for Tour de France, right? Like Tour de France, when they stripped Lance Armstrong, the next person that had not ever tested positive was 18th place.
Yeah. And if you look at the 100-meter time, it's the fastest man in the world. 7 of the top 10 fastest 100-meter runners in history have had a doping violation. And the only one that's not in the top 5 is Usain Bolt.
Wow. So it's just a scam.
It's a scam, yeah.
And we've been hearing that for years about sprinters, particularly sprinters in other countries, that they're enhanced. And especially if your national pride is involved and they know that there's ways that you can kind of finagle things and get around them, and you hire doctors to test people and use masking agents or whatever the hell you do.
Mm-hmm.
In the UFC, they don't even let them rehydrate with IVs anymore.
Yeah, same thing in cycling. So if you take more than 100 milliliters of IV within 12 hours, that's considered a banned substance.
You can't do any IVs in the UFC.
Really?
Yeah, they won't let you because of the fear of masking performance-enhancing drugs, because you could flush your system.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem with that is IVs are good for you. This is really stupid. If you can make sure that a person is just doing IV vitamins, I mean, if your random testing is effective, you should just do that. Don't stop someone from doing something that's going to make them healthier while they're in a business that's about as dangerous as you can get without people shooting at you.
Yeah, and so the solution is not to do drug testing, it's to do health testing. We want to make sure that our athletes are healthy and safe to compete. So we do cardiac screenings, MRIs, blood work to measure their biomarkers to ensure that they're within healthy ranges. And that's the core difference, right? The drug testing apparatus at the Olympics is about fairness in competition. It's not about the health and safety of athletes.
Here's the question. If you open up the gates and say you're allowed to take whatever substances you want at whatever levels you want in order to compete at your very best, how close to redlining does a person get? Especially if you're involved in something that requires strength and explosive energy. We've had one of the things, the UFC at one point in time had testosterone use exemptions, and you were allowed to get those if your testosterone was at a low enough level. The problem with that was was not thought out at all.
You can beat that test in a heartbeat. Just stay up all night.
Eat 15 cheeseburgers, and jerk off 3 times, and you're good. you're gonna be at 200. Oh my God, you're sick, Bob. But also, there's another problem, is that people that have a history of anabolic steroid use, generally they've wrecked their endocrine system.
Mm-hmm.
And particularly back in the day, the early days of MMA was all enhanced. And if you go and watch Pride, for instance, like Pride, which was the big show in Japan, it was this enormous organization in Japan that kind of fell apart because the Yakuza was involved with it and they went bankrupt. There's a lot of craziness involved. But at one point in time, they were selling out like these 90,000 seat arenas in Tokyo. It was nuts.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody looked like a superhero. I mean, just fucking just giant jack guys beating the shit out of each other. And everybody who went over there will tell you, like, the contract literally specifically stated in capital letters, we do not test for steroids. They will encourage you to do steroids over there. They want you to look good.
Mm-hmm.
They want you to fight at your best. Like, we don't care what you take. Just go over there and go ham.
But it comes down to a fundamental philosophical question. Shouldn't an individual with free and informed consent, an adult, be able to make choices about their own body?
They should. But the question is, when is it not fair?
But
right?
It's the epitome of fairness if it's very transparent.
Right.
What is unfair, think about it like you winning silver in the current Olympics. And I talk to so many athletes, they kind of know who is cheating or not. Because if you are very into sports, you know what is kind of, let's call it unnatural or enhanced.
Right.
So, but they cannot say it. There is a lot of politics, as you say, whatever. So you win silver, you stand next to the person who won gold, and you have a deep hunch that this person is enhanced.
Right.
That is the worst, because you're betrayed of your performance, because the people on the screen cannot contextualize it.
Right.
What we are saying is like, by the way, we're also not anti-Olympics. We're like, the Olympics should be really clean. Then it's interesting, because then I have a framework I can judge performance. But in our case, people will know that people take enhancements. We actually will endorse people to even say what they're doing, because it's completely open.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, you can contextualize. So both is about either zero or completely free slate in the medical framework is the real definition of fairness.
And from 1896 until 1992, the Olympics banned professional athletes from competing. And so the Olympics were amateur, and there were professional sports leagues elsewhere. And I think the same thing is going to happen in the 21st century. The Olympics are going to be the natural sports competition, where we're going to see what the best of a human 1.0 can do. And at the enhanced games, there will be what can the best unleashed human, superhuman can do.
But here's the question. If you guys are successful, what athlete would want, if you guys are successful and it becomes a huge household name and people watch it and it becomes exciting, and you make money, what athletes are going to want to do the Olympics for free and get a microscope up your ass and people constantly testing you for this and that, and knowing that other countries are probably pulling off some shenanigans like China allegedly did?
Not our problem, but I agree with you. Like, by the way, the same question is,
it's a good answer. Not our problem.
Not a problem. Like, but I don't want to not wish them well. Like, it's just like, I think we're gonna do better. And the other thing is, by the way, what I deeply believe, humans are wired. We want the best, and we want to also watch the best. Like,
yes.
You're not gonna watch something where the best natural player. No, you want to see the best absolute player, even if this player or person is enhanced. Like, but again, the future will tell and the consumer will tell, but we are super.
But it's like the rise of the UFC. So the UFC was unbridled by the traditional rules of boxing and other combat sports. And, the simple premise that Orion Gracie had was, how do we find the very best fighter, right? And that's just a very simple question. And at the enhanced games is, how can we find the fastest human being? Or what is the total potentiality of the human spirit and all of humanity?
So how do you get, there's a lot of factors, right? You need people that have already competed. You don't want to get someone who's just starting out in a sport, right? So you have people that have a deep history in the sport where they want to, and they're capable of competing at an elite level. And then if they're going to do your games, they have to kind of make this decision, because they're never going to be in the Olympics again after that, right?
Well, they actually could go back to the Olympic system.
But they would get so tested. And if they do start taking testosterone, do start taking a bunch of other things, it's going to inhibit their natural ability to produce hormones.
Well, technically, most likely it comes back. But I would say it's a decision of the Olympics and other sports leagues how they want to handle athletes who also at a certain time have participated in our games. Maybe they say there is a cooling off period. So it's not that we will exclude them going back. It might be that other sports leagues say, look, once if you're in the enhanced games, you can't come back to us.
And it's fundamentally an economic question too. So your average Olympian is earning $30,000 a year. The best performing track and field athletes might be making a couple $100,000 a year. And we're offering $1 million prize to break significant world records. And
so it's $1 million just to break the world record.
Yeah, so $1 million to break the 100-meter world record on the track, $1 million to break the 50-meter freestyle world record in the pool.
So the question is, like, how can you ensure that you're going to get elite level athletes that are capable of performing at like an Olympic level, and they'll be risking. It's a significant risk to them, because they'll be openly admitting they're a part of the enhanced games. They're openly admitting that they're taking these substances in order to compete at this level. And they don't know if you guys are going to be around.
So number one, you don't have to take enhancements to be at the enhanced games.
You can just be a regular person.
You can be a regular
genes.
Yeah. You can say, hey, I won the genetic lottery, right? And I think I can beat all of the enhanced athletes and make for great television.
Yeah, right? That's fun too, right?
Yeah, and so if you believe you've won the genetic lottery and you think you can show up and break a world record and get $1 million, they'll come and do it, right? And do it naturally. And then some athletes say, I did not win the genetic lottery, and I want the chance to be the Neil Armstrong of our generation. This is how I think of it. I think we're building the Apollo mission for the 21st century. What did the Apollo mission do? It showed us that we were so much more capable as a human species. Right, we hit a new threshold going to the moon, using science and technology to overcome our limits. This is exactly what the enhanced games is about.
Sort of. You're not going to the moon. Let's be serious.
It's going to be cool.
That's even about it. You're just getting a bunch of guys juiced up, running really fast. Big difference, but still
make
interesting.
History. Still,
yes.
I would say breaking a world record is a thing. Maybe not going to the moon, I agree, but it's something people aspire to do.
Well, it is. It's also, we'll know for sure that these people are doing something, whereas before we just suspect it. I remember when Ben Johnson got popped, and everybody's like, "Oh, I can't believe he cheated." But then you find out that Carl Lewis was taking stuff too.
I think everyone on the starting line in the 1988 100-meter final was.
They probably all were.
Yeah.
Bruce Jenner took him famous. He talked about it, like taking him when he won the decathlon.
And by the way, one thing is that we don't even need to speculate if athletes want to do it, because we did a so-called casting call. So we're doing a documentary about the way to the enhanced games together with Ridley Scott. So we made a big casting call, and we have more than 1,000 professional athletes, many of them who are in the Summer Olympics, who applied to be in that documentary and hence in the enhanced games. So the question, if this is an appealing proposition, is answered. So more than 1,000.
What about the pressure from countries, like different countries that have elite athletes that compete in sprinting and whatever, boxing?
I spoke to 2 head of states about it. One is a very close friend, and he texting me every week. He's like, I can't wait for this to happen. He's one of our early fans.
So they're into?
Well, at least the ones I spoke to. I don't think there will be a lot of pressure, because again, what do countries want? What is sports for them is a way to show their national pride. And if you have national pride, you want your person to be the fastest person in the world.
Right.
If that's with enhancements, so be it.
And it's also a point of national pride. It will be a point of national pride to be the most technologically and scientifically advanced society.
Yes.
That has the engineering and intellectual capability.
Right.
To develop and manufacture and clinically supervise these products.
It's actually what is interesting. Like when we teamed up, Aaron had the idea, we talked early, I have my own investment firm, so I'm both the investor and his co-founder. We both were actually calculating with much more negativity, in actually a good way, because it's driving our recognition. So, but I'm always jokingly saying it's almost going too smooth because people love it. Like the only people who don't love it is the Olympics. But like the feedback we're getting from my 14-year-old godson to a head of state is like, that's fucking awesome.
Well, it's also, everybody knows that athletes are taking things. They've been doing it forever. Before USADA came into the UFC, there's actual a lot of people studied the difference between certain fighters that were competing at an incredibly high level before USADA came, and then their physiques melted.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could see the difference. It's a giant difference. But they were all passing drug tests before. But they were passing drug tests by the athletic commissions on the day of the fight, which by all accounts is an intelligence test. It's just whether or not you're taking the proper steps to cover your tracks.
Yeah, you just got to know the half-lives of the products that you're taking. And
everybody knew that was the case.
Yeah.
And so instead of going your way, they went the way of just crawling up everybody's ass with a microscope. And they do it. USADA was doing it in a very intrusive way where they were waking up fighters on the day of a weigh-in early in the morning because they'll show up at 6 o'clock in the morning. But
and it's because USADA is not accountable to anyone. The International Olympic Committee is not accountable to anyone. It's a really important question about how the structure of sports internationally works. Do you know who appoints the members of the International Olympic Committee?
No.
Right. So logically, it should be like member countries like the UN, or maybe the athletes should elect the members of the IOC. No, the IOC is a club of European aristocrats that was formed in 1896 that just elects itself. And so it has no external accountability. It's not regulated by anyone. It's not accountable to any governments. And so that means that they can just set the rules however they want. And this is how they've gotten away with not paying athletes for over 100 years.
Yeah, that makes sense. What are the sports that you guys are going to showcase? And will you have combat sports?
Yeah, so there are 5 key sports: track, swimming, combat, gymnastics, and strength.
And for combat sports, you can have boxing, wrestling. What are you going to have?
So boxing and MMA are definitely in.
MMA?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. So MMA, if you're going to have people being enhanced in MMA, that will severely limit their ability to compete in other organizations. So how are you going to get high-level fighters that are not going to compete in Bellator or not going to compete in the UFC? Or how are you going to do that?
Well, I think the entire MMA community is clearly moving away from the traditional drug testing apparatus. And look at what UFC has done, moving away from
No, they just moved to drug-free sport, which is just a better organization, does the exact same thing. They're doing the exact same things. The exact same things are banned, including peptides like BPC 157, which people argued, they're like, this is ridiculous. This shouldn't be illegal. But what they said is the problem is state athletic commissions test for BPC 157. And as long as they test, some of them do at least, as long as they deem it illegal, we have to make it illegal. Even though, soft tissue injuries, it's really great for recovery.
Yeah, and so, in terms of athlete recruitment, there's such a wide pipeline. The difference in terms of with MMA and combat sports is there's no objective world records. So, it's solving for a fame question, not a performance question.
Right. It's to be one of the people that does it. So have you talked to athletes about that? Combat sports athletes?
We've had in the casting call that we did, we had maybe about 15% of the athletes were in the combat disciplines,
really,
including ex-UFC athletes. Yeah,
ex-UFC athletes.
Yeah.
So guys at the end of their run.
Yeah, that's where performance-enhancing drugs are very appealing, right? You've been in your career. You're sort of 30, 35 years old, and people say, you're out of it. You should be retired. And they're saying this isn't now with the emotional maturity that you have in your 30s,
right?
To regain the body in your 20s and to come back to compete at a high level.
It's also the wisdom. It's not just emotional maturity. It's like accumulated time sparring, accumulated time in different scenarios where you know what's coming next. You don't have to think about it. It's programmed into your system. So they're all kind of, well, that is interesting because, I don't know how much you guys follow MMA, but one of the great eras of MMA was Vitor Belfort when they let him take testosterone.
Mm-hmm.
So do you know about this?
No.
Okay. It's legendary in MMA because he is the best example of a veteran, a guy who was an older guy, first fought in the UFC at 19 years old in 1997. And in the 2000s, this was like 2004 or 5, that's when they allowed the testosterone use exemptions. And Vitor looked like an alien. He would come, Luke Rockhold saw him and he like at the weigh-ins, and he's like, my first thought was, what the fuck is this guy on? Because he had a mohawk and he just looked insanely jacked, and he was knocking everybody out. I mean, fearless. But because of the testosterone use exemptions, and then there was some controversy about it, they had tested him one time when he lives in Brazil, and they had tested him one time when he was in the United States, and he was off the charts. Like, you're not supposed to have that much testosterone in your system. This is fucking insane. And so then it started this controversy, and then ultimately they got rid of testosterone use exemptions. But he was the perfect example of a really elite fighter who, you know, is getting older. His body was kind of failing him, and just he did a lot of steroids when he was younger, allegedly. And so his physique looked kind of soft. And then all of a sudden, he looked like a fucking freak, just a real freak. And he was just wheel kicking people and knocking everybody out. And it was like he went on a run for a few years where he was just unstoppable. It was terrifying. And everybody knew he was enhanced. You'd look at him and just like, good Lord. So then he gets off of it. 2017 rather is him off of it. So 2012 is Vitor high on the sauce. I mean, look at him. And then 2017,
it doesn't even look like the same person.
It doesn't. All of his muscle went away, and all of his endurance went away. His endocrine system was shot from years of doing TRT and, you know, and just whatever else he was doing.
And what I would caution about that is having the highest quality clinical and scientific supervision. So the problem about the current environment is that it's largely done underground. Very few athletes have access to high quality doctors. Most of the information is what I call bro science on bodybuilding.com forums.
Or gym guys to tell you, I got you, bro.
Yeah, someone on Instagram. So, you know, what we're trying to do is a very rigorous scientific and medical process to ensure that we gather high quality clinical data and we share it. And we're going to publish it in the top journals. And we have a scientific advisory board. We have doctors from, you know, previously at FIFA, you know, the chairman of genetics at Harvard, Professor George Church, is on our advisory board. And we've really built up a serious scientific and medical establishment to make the enhanced games a very serious endeavor.
And when you do this, so you're going to have combat sports, so you'll have MMA, you'll have wrestling. Not sure
about wrestling. Well, you know, we're still open to ideas in terms of the pool of athletes that we can recruit. Wrestling is, you know, increasingly a niche sport. The participation numbers are down, the television numbers are down, you know, so it's an economic decision, because one of the core challenges of the Olympic Games is they've expanded to so many sports. It's so much content, so expensive to run. And so in our analysis of sports, it's always what can be delivered with the highest television and social media impact with the lowest infrastructural cost.
But you're having sprinting and all these other games too, right? Don't you think that wrestling is like, I mean, wasn't it with the original game in the Olympic Games? It was the original sport.
Yeah, but you know, we are inspired in some ways by the Olympic Games, but we don't want to be held back in history like the IOC is, right? No. They're like, oh, it must be every 4 years, right? We must have these certain sports in. Our games are going to be every year, because that gives athletes greater opportunities to monetize and engage with their fans. And we believe that we are the Olympics, not of reinventing ancient Greece, but of the future.
So you'll have boxing?
Boxing, certainly.
The only worry that I think people would have is that giving someone some substances would allow them to hurt someone more. It's like, it's different. And I know what you're saying, like the other person gets them too. And so, but it's a discussion, right? If someone runs faster because you gave them something, like, no one's getting hurt there, you know, maybe reputations are getting hurt, whatever. But if you give someone something and allow someone to beat someone more, you know.
But isn't that the wrong moral discussion? Because then we shouldn't
pull up to that mic.
Then isn't that the wrong discussion? Because we shouldn't then do boxing if we don't want to allow people to hurt other
ultimately,
people.
That's the real discussion.
That's
right?
Exactly. But I think a lot of discussions are always pseudo discussions where we can have a real discussion. Should we have boxing? But like,
right,
it's the same ethical
Yeah, like
Right.
power slap, right?
But don't get me started.
Oh my god.
And then, but the other one is that maybe it's actually safer for the athletes if they're enhanced, because maybe they can recover better. Maybe they can take more punishment. Maybe if they do get hurt in a fight, they'll recover better from the fight than they would naturally. There's a good argument there as well.
Yeah, certainly what is appealing, particularly to older athletes, is reducing recovery time.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a significant thing for guys just as they get into their 30s, if they're still competing as a professional. They realize, like, I don't recover as well at 34, even though I'm still in my athletic prime in terms of ability to perform. Their ability to put in work in the gym is not quite the same, and the way they feel the next day is not quite the same.
I can tell you, I started the whole process. I always, when I start a company, I want to feel it myself. What I'm talking about. It's not just like, so I'm going through the enhancement process of an athlete myself. And it's unbelievable. Like, you feel 20 years younger in like recovery. I can train every day. I wake up in the morning and don't feel stiff anymore. I'm like, oh shit, this is how it felt when I was in my 20s.
Yeah, it's really strange that that's looked down upon.
Yeah, I can't really understand it. No, I can't really understand it. It's like, I think it's a natural right. Like, you want to be at your best at any time in your life, and it should be your decision, by the way.
Yes.
What is your best? I'm not saying that people should be jacked, that this is aspirational. It should be every single person's decision.
Yes.
What makes you happy, what is aspirational for you, but whatever you define, you should be allowed to do if you're a grown-up, and if you do it, that is always my sort of not limiting factor, but I'm really adamant. I also, I don't know if you know, I'm also working on bringing psychedelics back. That's the same sort of discussion into the medical world. It's always, you have to do it with a doctor in a sort of informed environment, but then it should be up to you. The same with performance enhancement.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think another aspect of this whole thing is what you said initially. We all know that the Olympics are dirty. We all know that anyone who's seen Icarus, and if you haven't seen it, I really recommend it. It's amazing. These state-funded, state-sponsored programs have existed forever, and they've just been doing weaselly things to try to avoid detection, and they get caught all the time. And it's not as simple as like everyone just really wants to find out who the best is, and they're on the honor system, and everybody is honorable. No, it's like they're taking things. Everyone's taking things. They're all hiding things.
But imagine the scientific potential of all of that research if it came out into the open in terms of anti-aging in particular.
Mm-hmm.
The same compounds that allow individual athletes to run faster and jump higher are the ones that will allow us to be younger, faster, and stronger for longer. And I think that's a very admirable aspiration. Look at Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's doing pull-ups when Joe Biden and Donald Trump can hardly walk up a flight of stairs.
Yeah.
And he's very openly enhanced.
Yeah, openly enhanced, and works out with jeans on.
Yeah.
Which is odd, right?
Yeah.
Jeans thing is so weird. Like, what are you doing, man?
But also, it's an important point. I think a lot of people always put enhancements into just the vanity pocket, which is, by the way, and I think it's a very legit pocket, because, for example, I'm doing it more for vanity. But like, if you look at older people, like sarcopenia, like a rapid muscle loss, whatever, is a problem for many people, and we take it as normal. We're like, oh, it is normal that you're losing muscle mass. And I was like, no, we can do something. And the life of a 70, 80-year-old will be completely changed if they have a functioning muscle system again, which is, by the way, easy to produce. But like, we're shying away because it all got commingled in that 80s, 90s doping debate. There are extremely good anabolic steroids with a very good medical use case. Take Anavar, or these kind of compounds. Like, they are very good for older people with muscle loss, with osteoporosis, but we don't give it to them. So I spoke to so many doctors. They still there, but the doctor's like, oh, like, I have these reputational risks giving an 80-year-old an anabolic steroid because the word became so bad. Despite they all agree this would make the life of millions of older people much more livable. By the way, small doses, but like,
yes.
Anyway, so I'm very passionate, not just about like enhanced games. We hope will be a crystallization factor for a whole societal change on how we look at body autonomy, how we give the decision back to people, again, what they want to be with their body, with their mind, and all of that.
And with the current state of the art science too, it's like, what is the point of having all this knowledge and functional ways? There's absolute ways to enhance the way your mind performs, your body performs, and to chalk it off to vanity is so crazy. Like, well, what about fashion? Should we get rid of that too?
Exactly.
Yeah.
No,
What are you
100%.
talking about?
Yeah.
Well, that's vanity.
Do you know what the legal definition of medicine is?
No, I do not.
So it's a fascinating thing. I only learned it a couple of weeks ago. So in the 1920s, the Carnegie Foundation commissioned a sociologist from Johns Hopkins University, Professor Albert Flexner, to go and study medical education. And so it used to be back then that anyone could call themselves a doctor. Right?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone could.
Damn, I missed the boat.
Yeah. Anyone could just read some books and you call yourself a doctor. And after the Flexner report, it was decided by state legislatures that we had to regulate what it meant to be a doctor and what medical education was required. And the definition of medicine, as a result of that, is that medicine is about the treatment and cure of disease. It's making sick people less sick, right? And if you walk into your doctor and you say, I'm a healthy 39-year-old, but I'd like to be extraordinary, he would say, I'm sorry, medicine legally cannot help you.
Well, wasn't this the reason why Provigil and New Vigil, when they first came up with those, I believe they came up with them with the idea of them being a performance-enhancing substance, but then they didn't have a way to prescribe them, so they used narcolepsy.
Yeah, you mean there's no modafinil?
Modafinil, yeah, it's interesting stuff, right? Because it doesn't make you speedy.
No,
but
it's like, I think it's like, by the way, I always tell that at universities when I give a speak, that's the real mind or intellectual enhancement drugs, because it doesn't make you jittery, whatever.
Do you stack it
with
nootropics?
Yes, I do a lot of things. Yes, but
he's the one that's more enhanced. Okay, ask him about a stack.
But I think again, but it's a good example. Like, why do we say for students or whatever, oh, it's bad if you try to be the best? Like, and why is a substance, modafinil, which is, by the way, widely studied, which is there since decades. Every single neuroscientist in my team, in my biotech sector, I talk to is like, this can be taken safely in moderate amounts, like, and all of that. Why are we like shying away to discussing that this is a good thing? Like, I don't even understand it. Like,
is there a large body of research on long-term use of modafinil? Yeah.
Enormous. Like, everybody, trust me, because I take it. Yeah, I looked at it.
Are you on it right now?
Yes.
How do you feel?
Great. Like, but it's like, but really, like, because like we have this whole. So the lucky thing in my life is I have these resources. Like, and we're the largest investor, one of the largest investors in neuroscience globally. So I have all these colleagues at hand. And I went to everybody because people always mix it up. They're like, when they hear me talking, like, oh my God, Christian is so adventurous. Like, I'm actually a huge hypochondriac, and I'm always worried I do the wrong thing. So meaning I put in a lot of effort before I take something. So I went to some of the biggest neuroscientists in the world and discussed modafinil, and everybody just had good things to say. I really mean it. Like, it's not only modafinil, I'm not doing a marketing session about it, but it's a good example where I really don't understand how we could not at least give people the choice. Again, some people might not want to do it. Yeah,
right. They should have the choice, just like they have the choice to drink alcohol and smoke cigarettes.
By the way, which is way worse. Like, he might have even been on the show. Like, a good friend is Professor David Nutt. Do you know the name?
Where's he from?
From the UK. And if we can pull it up, like, he wrote a whole book. That's my favorite sort of take on how fucked up our society is in terms of drugs. He wrote a whole book about the risk of drugs. Because the interesting thing is, we all throwing around the word risk without definition. When I sit at dinner and talk with people about modafinil, for example, or psychedelics, and they're zipping a glass of wine, look at me and like, oh, this is very risky. And then like, tell me, what do you mean? What is risk? And people don't have an answer for that. So what David did, he defined what actually risk is. He made a real risk score. Simplified said, can you die when you take it? Can you die when you take too much? Can you become disabled? Can you have long-term damages? Can you become addicted? All of that. So he, for the very first time, defined a proper, by the way, never tested, undisputed risk score for substances you can take. And then he applied this risk score to most, he forgot sugar, but like most legal and illegal drugs, from alcohol to heroin to psychedelics. So the outcome is that in a comprehensive risk assessment, the most riskful drug of all, the number one is alcohol, full stop. And by the way, it was never sort of disputed. The number two is heroin.
Wow.
And then comes everything else.
It's per user, so
on a total societal risk analysis. So the paper is published in the Lancet, which is the top medical journal. And if Jamie, you want to pull it up, it's called Drug Harm in the UK, a multi-criteria decision analysis, published in the Lancet in 2010 by Professor David Nutt. And it has this amazing chart, which I'm looking at on.
By the way, I like your little logo. It's pretty dope.
Oh, thank you. And yes, on the one side, on the most extreme, the highest individual and social risk is alcohol and heroin, and on the other side,
psychedelics. So by the way, I urge every listener, because that's a little bit my passion, is like to make people at least aware. And then you can decide, by the way, that you drink alcohol. I'm not saying I would ban alcohol, but I think people should be aware.
Isn't it crazy that
what they're doing?
Yeah, totally.
So it's all about education and awareness.
Look at the drop between alcohol and heroin.
Yeah.
Heroin's way less bad for you than alcohol.
So, by the way, but I want to be careful, because that actually what got him in political trouble, because one magazine wrote, which is, by the way, the wrong takeaway, said, oh, the drug advisor of the UK government said, take heroin on alcohol, whatever. Heroin is the second worst.
So mushrooms?
So, and by the way, that chart has a very emotional thing for me, because I was presented that chart in 2013. And guess it or not, I have never drank alcohol in my whole life.
Really?
I'm from Bavaria, and I decided when I was 14, I'm never going to touch it ever.
Wow.
For societal reasons, because I was gay in a village where it was not cool to be gay, and I was like, if I get drunk, I'm going to spill it, and my life is ruined.
Right.
And then I stayed on that track. But so friends in 2013 showed me that chart. And we talked a lot about it, and the outcome of it was like, you should try mushrooms. And I was like, you're completely insane, like it's a Schedule 1 drug, whatever. And then it took me a year when I was reading up, and by the way, this was a different time, like people didn't talk about psychedelics and all of that. So I was reading up all about psychedelics from 2013 to 2014, and then had my first psychedelic trip in 2014, which was hands down the single most meaningful and important thing I've ever done in my whole life. Nothing comes close. And I was always a very happy, lucky person, so I didn't think it's doing that much to me. So I came out of this trip, and that was the point when I decided that psychedelics in general should be medically available again, and then sort of restarted the whole psychedelic renaissance.
Well, I'm glad that that's something that we've been discussing forever. It's something that got squashed in 1970 by the sweeping Psychedelics Act, and it didn't make any sense.
I think it was the biggest crime, one of the biggest crimes that government back then did. Because if you think about it, like all the data we're producing, it has the potential to heal, really, I'm using the word healing deliberately, to heal mental health issues like depression, anxiety, addiction.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, that a government scam in 1970, which was a pure political scam to discredit the hippie community because they were going against the Vietnam War, that took away one of the most potent groups of drugs, medical drugs, for mental health issues. And then you look at our time, how prevalent mental health issues are. They are actually, as a whole, you could say the number one problem we have, from opioid addiction to depression to youth suicidality. And it's all was taken away for no reason. These drugs, as you saw on the chart, and by the way, what we're showing with my two companies, Compass and Atai, they have a little downside, meaning everything has a downside, but like there is no big downside if taken properly with a therapist together. But the data we're producing shows an enormous upside, again, to cure and alleviate mental health issues.
And I think one of the best paths that MAPS has put forth is...
Hey, dude. How are you? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. We're watching Joe Rogan. Yo, dog. Yo, man, what's up? How you living, pimp? How'd you hear about me? What are you doing? Watching Joe Rogan.
I saw you watch podcast every time, bro.
Hell yeah, Hank. What's going on? How you living?
There's nothing I can do, but I'm just relaxed.
Dude, well, enjoy. We're watching Joe Rogan. He's got some people on. They're talking about the Olympics.
That sounds good.
Excellent. Here we go, baby. Hey, Hank, have you ever played this game, Trunker Strike, with us?
So, I played this and this connection and it's so lag.
That's right. We did play. Okay, no big deal. Here we go. This is Joe Rogan.
On August the 11th on MDMA, but the advisory committee hearing, which was public, recommended not to approve MDMA for post-traumatic stress disorder. It was a big outcry. But the reason is also, I want to be a little bit self-critical, like for the psychedelic industry, because I'm a huge believer. Like you're sitting next to maybe the biggest believer in psychedelics, but I also realized that 95%, I would guess, because we live in our bubble. You have met a lot of people who take psychedelics. I'm always very open, like in a country where it's legal, I do my psychedelic therapy, sort of life-enhancing thing twice a year. Like I'm very open with that. But like, I also realized we are a bubble, like in 95% or whatever, like a vast majority of people have not done psychedelics yet and are unfortunately, we can like it or not, and we can blame the Nixon government or not, but like are stuck in this misinformation. So the only way to, this was sort of what some people say, I'm too conservative because they're like, oh my God, you taking it, like you should like be more like be liberal, whatever. But my decision was the only way to move psychedelics back into the medical world is to do it like I would do it, and we have a biotech portfolio, 50 biotech companies, like I do it with every other medical substance. I'm producing clinical data in a very rigorous, very scientific way to show and prove it, what I personally believe, but we have to prove it. And that was a little bit the weakness of the MAPS data, because MAPS was a non-profit, so they never had a huge funding. So all the data was actually always done with the minimum effort, not because they wanted it, but like was kind of limited in terms of funding. Give you an example, like MAPS did 200 people in the phase 3 PTSD study. In our treatment-resistant depression study with psilocybin, the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, we treated around 800 people. Why? People said that, it's a lot, do you need to spend all that money? Because it cost hundreds of millions. But I was like, people will try to poke holes in it because it's magic mushrooms. Yeah. So because I'm dealing with psychedelics, and because I have this personal conviction, but I cannot take my personal conviction and say, oh, everybody should just follow me because like, I know I need to be especially rigorous. I need to do it sort of very scientific, very broad. So yeah, long story short, I think psychedelics are coming back. Yeah. I think we're going to deliver really good data over the next years. And I also think, I still hope that the FDA will actually still approve MDMA because they can, so they don't need to follow that advisory board recommendation. And I think the political pressure of the veterans is there, so I really hope. But if not, it's also not lost because the advisory board didn't push back on MDMA per se. They pushed back on that specific data set and said, okay, there are holes we can poke into it. So yeah, nothing lost.
Nothing lost. What's going on with marijuana is interesting in this country because at this point, 24 states, is it 24? 24 states? We talked about it yesterday. 24 states have it legal for recreational use. That's literally half the country. And then you have more that have it available for medical use, yet the government still has it as a Schedule 1. They've made moves to turn it to a Schedule 3, but as of this discussion, it's a Schedule 1 drug, which is you have half the country, literally in states that are saying you can take it here, you could buy it here, you could sell it here, we'll tax it. And the federal government is still not on board with that. And then the move next would be psilocybin. So some states have decriminalized that, right? Like Portland or Oregon, I think, has done a reverse. They've made I think they've hit the brakes.
Because I want to make a big sort of plea that psilocybin or in general psychedelics and cannabis should not be mixed together. People instinctively do that because it's kind of the same history. It's so-called illegal drugs, which now becoming in one way or the other legal. But if I look at it, I have a very sort of strong opinion. Psychedelics are very strong substances in a very good way. So they have a very good outcome. But if I look at human history, and you had Brian here, Mura Rescue, who I love, yeah. So if you look at Brian's work, he has shown that over 10,000 years, humans have used psychedelics in a very actually rigid setting. If you think about the cult of Demeter, the Eleusinian mysteries, or the cult of Osiris, all of these psychedelic cults, they all actually said you can just do psychedelics once or twice a year. With a shaman together, it was actually forbidden by death to take the kykeon, the drink which we believe was ergot, the natural version of LSD, in the Eleusinian mysteries, outside of the very strong framework of the Eleusinian mysteries. So psychedelics were never consumer drugs. They were always there for enlightenment and for becoming a better human being, but the people understood that it has to be done in a certain framework to really unfold their power.
Okay,
so that's what I want. So that's why I really have my personal opinion is, so psychedelics should be medically used, but they should be limited, not consumer drugs. They should be limited to be used with a therapist together, who also sort of gives you a sort of a full sort of therapy session around it, and that's how they can unfold.
I understand where you're coming from, but here's what I would say about that. First of all, two things. One, you can take psychedelics in microdoses, and it's very effective. It's very helpful. And to limit people from having the ability to do that, I don't think makes any sense. There's great benefits to microdosing psilocybin. A lot of people have had great benefits microdosing LSD. Like tremendous benefits, and they talk about it very openly. And I think if we are going to act under the idea of body autonomy, that falls under that. Also, to say that marijuana is not a psychedelic, all that would say to me is you haven't taken enough, or you haven't taken edibles. Because are you aware of the process of what happens when you eat cannabis? You know the difference?
What do you mean, compared to psychedelics, or?
No, the difference between THC and 11-hydroxymetabolite.
No.
Okay. When you eat marijuana, it produces a completely different chemical when it gets processed by your liver, and it's called 11-hydroxymetabolite. 11-hydroxymetabolite is 5 times more psychoactive than THC. And I used to do a joke about it where it said, and it lets you talk to dolphins, because it's very psychedelic. Edible pot, like in high doses, is extremely psychedelic, especially if you close your eyes. Like if you lie somewhere in silent darkness and close your eyes on edible marijuana, it rivals a lot of different drugs. It rivals psilocybin, a lot of them, especially in the tank that I showed you guys. This psychedelic drugs. You know, mushrooms, like there's a great history of people using them in those tanks. We talked about John Lilly, who would take ketamine, but I know a lot of people who do high levels of edibles, and they get in the tank and they have crazy psychedelic experiences. I don't think it's that. I think that's also part of the problem with people recreationally taking edibles, is you really probably shouldn't do that all the time, especially at high doses, because I think it causes schizophrenia, and I think it has in some people. I think it causes fragile minds to shatter, and especially if you have some underlying conditions or propensity or a family history of schizophrenia, it's probably not a good idea for you. But I don't think we should just like dismiss marijuana as being different than the other drugs. It's just a drug that is more likely to be consumed microdosed.
Okay, so I just want to be mindful that we're not mixing things. So I didn't want to oppose marijuana. I was just saying,
no, I didn't think you were.
It's something just
but you
different.
were talking about it the same way. You were opposed to talking about it the way you talk about mushrooms.
Because mushrooms are, it's technically a different mechanism of action.
Yes.
So it might have the same or similar feelings, but I think it's a different mechanism of action. If you, by the way, pull up the chart again of David Nutt. So the amazing thing with mushrooms is that the only risk which you saw with the small pinkish sort of thing is that you fall down the stairs and hurt yourself while you take it. Otherwise, psilocybin has no toxicity. Cannabis has. Yeah, as you said, like it could trigger.
Yeah, but that's
cannabis is way less than alcohol. I just want to say I think
I know people that have blown their brains out like with psilocybin and with LSD as well.
I cannot imagine. Well, like we have a whole team which is following up that sentence if somebody says that, and literally for like, since when are we doing that? Since 2018, every single person we could find online and chat boards, whatever, whom we contacted, who said, "Oh, I have any side effects, our first question is always, what have you taken? And 100% of the people who had negative things said, oh, I've taken mushrooms and I drank a lot of alcohol and I took a lot of cocaine. Can already stop there. Never mix these things because we don't know. What I'm arguing for, by the way, the same, going back to microdosing, we need to find, or we need to create the scientific basis for all of that. There will never be a scientific study which tells you you can happily mix alcohol, psilocybin, and cannabis. I really don't know what's happening in your brain. Yeah, so don't do it. But I can give you a lot of studies what is happening standalone when you take psilocybin. I can give you a lot of studies what is happening when you take cannabis. Yeah, so I always tell people, why mix? That is one of my first recommendations, because remember, I'm a hypochondriac. I just want to do things what I really know what's happening in my body, because life is awesome. I think I'm very okay up there. I'm happy. Like, why should I risk it? Yeah, so I was microdosing is my favorite example to push back a bit, because you said it actually. You said there are people who say they were helped by microdosing. Yeah, that is not how science works. Because like I can give you a lot of people who have one experience, but like science is take thousands of them and see if there is a real statistic significance in whatever we want to prove. There are, not from us, because I think microdosing will always be not a commercial endeavor, but there are a few really good studies from, I want to say, you can look at, I think it was the University of Chicago, but I don't know, about microdosing, and they could not reproduce the positive factors individual people were saying on a large scale. Second,
what positive factors were they searching for?
Increasing concentration, increasing creativity, like all sort of the anecdotal evidence.
Did they try skills games? Study of LSD microdosing doesn't show a therapeutic effect. Man, but who wrote?
But look,
how was this performed?
What I'm saying is like we need more work. I'm just saying microdosing.
I want to hang out with these people.
But I give you the positive. Questions. I give you the positive ending you're gonna like. But like what I'm saying is like by the.
How you living, pimp? How are you, Alex? Good morning. How are you? Excellent. How's ChatGPT working for you? How is ChatGPT working for you? Good. Oh, I love it too. It's amazing. All right. So how many social media accounts have you signed up for?
I've signed up for Facebook and TikTok, and then I have one Telegram account. And then I have plans of completing the social medias, like that. Well, I'll try to get that done. Just that I'm just tired. I'm very tired. Like yesterday, what happened yesterday? Like I also had to go through, like I did not expect it.
I understand. All right. Hey, you know what to do. I don't have to tell you anymore. You know what to do. I don't have to tell you anymore. That's fine. That's good.
I'll get all that done, and I'll let you know when it's done.
That's excellent. All right. Sounds like a plan.
But I'm happy to do so.
All right. You do what you need to do. You register for those accounts, and then when it's done, let me know, and I'll show you how to create some pretty easy content for them. but it will help you to advertise your business. And then here's what you do. And then here's what you can do. You can provide services for someone to do exactly what you did for yourself. So you say, look, I'll create your social media for you for $100. And then you build them a nice social media, and I'll show you, you put all the stuff in there in a spreadsheet for them, and then you give them access to it. And when they're happy, you get $100. Excellent. I like your hair. I like your hair shower cap. I like it. You look cool. You look. There you go. Very cool. Well, you go do what you need to do, and you get registered for those things, and let me know if you need any help, okay? Peace out, my friend. Take care, buddy. That was Alex, everybody. Alex is a pimp. Shout out to Alex. Shout out to that crew.
forget about our TV show, Beyond Belief with George Norrie. Just log on to beyondbelief.com.
Here's another way to do iHeartRadio. Just ask Google Assistant for your favorite radio stations and iHeartRadio or on your Google Home, Google Mini Nest Hub, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that uses your Google Assistant. The convenience of playing all your favorites hands-free. Just say, okay, Google, play to get your favorite AM/FM stations from iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office through your Google Home, Google Nest Hub Mini, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that is Google Assistant powered. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. A staggering 8 million pounds of plastic ends up in the world's oceans every year. If current trends continue, our oceans could contain more plastic than fish by 2050. Do your part. Purchase items made from renewable or recycled content and recycle whenever possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
iHeartRadio Did You Know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio not only lets you listen to all your favorite AM/FM stations locally and nationwide for free, but iHeartRadio also has a team of people who are as passionate about music as you, working round the clock to hand curate playlists perfect for any mood or activity. We know the right soundtrack can help set the mood, change your mood, or enhance any activity. And that's why we have thousands of playlists tuned to fit any situation. The best part, you can listen to all your playlists for free. Tap the playlist tab in the iHeartRadio app and explore playlists to help you get in the zone while working out, chill when it's time to wind down, playlists for a party, sleeping, cooking, gaming, or road tripping. Playlists curated with the best hits from every decade and playlists with the biggest hits from
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But can't seem to find anyone who gets it.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, I guess that's not your cup of tea. Are you sure?
Very. Good luck with that.
Can't find a website for my unique interests. I just wanted to.
Have you thought about paranormalday.com?
What? Who are you?
I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's paranormalday.com. It's a website for people looking for people like that. Stuff you might remember. Interesting. I'll give it a try.
But how we can keep people more healthy for longer and help them to enhance themselves if they want
Yeah,
to.
so I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, and I come from the view that aging is a disease that we should be able to treat, cure, and eventually solve. But that's not what medicine is about. So legally, aging is not a disease. So a doctor cannot prescribe you medication against the clinical indicator of aging. Aging is a normal biological process and is just accepted by the field of medicine. And it wasn't until 1997 that osteoporosis was considered a disease. It was prior to that just considered a natural part of the aging process. And so I think we need a revolution here where we say medicine is not about making just the sick people less sick. It's about fundamentally improving the quality of all human life so that we can become superhuman. And at the time in which we live, an era of artificial intelligence where the machines are upgrading, we need to upgrade our own biology to be competitive.
Well, I think then in that case, I mean, especially looking at Ozempic and these drugs that are used off label, the fact that they're incredibly profitable and the fact that they are being used mostly for people that just want to lose some weight and look better, that's really probably a good sign for the future of how these substances are at least allowed to be used. 100%.
Exactly. And at the first Enhanced Games, athletes will break world records.
You think so?
I think so. And I'll park that up for a second. But when that happens, everyone's going to say, what is he on and how do I get it?
Yeah.
Because it's no longer going to be scary. It's no longer going to be unknown.
Right.
It's like if Lance Armstrong, after coming back from cancer and winning the Tour de France, went out and said, you know what, I'd like to thank my sponsor, EPO. EPO made it possible for me to go from being a cancer patient to the best cyclist in the world. Everyone in the world would go talk to their doctor about EPO.
Yeah.
Right? But he didn't do that.
No, he didn't.
No.
Also, everybody shouldn't be on EPO.
No, not
That's
everyone.
a dangerous one.
No, but talk to your doctor about it. Talk to your doctor.
Yes.
And so why will records get broken at the Enhanced Games? It's actually pretty simple.
Okay.
According to my scientific team, they believe that enhancements will add about 5% to the performance of any athlete. However, most of the existing world records are enhanced in some way or another. The same Bullets world record, etc., might be. And so it's actually kind of hard, but actually doing a full open enhancement that's not trying to beat the drug test probably has about 5%. But it also goes back to the economics of being an Olympic athlete. Most Olympians are stacking boxes at Home Depot or flipping burgers at McDonald's. So by being able to pay the athletes and create a fair economic arrangement allows them to focus on their training, right? And then a third dimension, it's actually a really simple one. Have you ever been to the Olympics?
No.
Okay, go to the athletes' village. It's a dump, right? They have these cardboard beds, these paper thin walls. It's noisy. Everyone's having sex all the time. If you just put up the athletes at the Four Seasons, give them a nice bed to sleep in, they'll be more focused. They'll have a good night's sleep before the big race, and they'll perform better.
Interesting. So I didn't know that. So they make the athletes stay at the athletes' village, and it's just real loud and crazy, and they're partying.
Yeah, that's right. Because the vast majority of athletes who go to the Olympics have no chance of medaling. Right? They're just there for the party. They're just there for the party, and you have all these beautiful young people. What do you think is going to happen?
Right, they're all athletes. They're all horny as hell.
Yeah.
But they did literally a press release some days ago where they said they're just going to do single beds in order to avoid people having sex. I was like, whenever in university life has a single bed avoided that people have sex? It was one of the most dumbest ideas.
That's hilarious. That's like just say no. That's such a dumb idea.
Yeah.
So, boy, people have sex in the woods. The fuck are you talking about? Paris Olympics lifts intimacy ban for athletes and is stocking up on 300,000 condoms. They went the other way.
No, there was then two conflicting news. The other one was more hilarious with the single bed.
Yeah, I just realized it's a stupid idea.
But then there were all these headlines I saw some days ago that a blowjob before sports is actually increasing your testosterone.
Really?
So yes, Google it. Like I was like,
why specifically a blowjob?
I don't know, but I was like, I take it. It's like it's good.
Wait a minute, giving or getting?
Getting.
Okay. But why would that? I don't understand why that particular kind of sex would do it.
I ran with it. I was like,
yeah,
I like the headline.
I shut the laptop when I read a good headline.
Exactly. Take it. Let's not be too scientific on that one.
Yeah, why fuck around?
I made a screenshot using it in every day.
Yeah, that's it. Start arguing. So now we have how many sports?
So 5 sports.
5 sports.
So track, swimming, combat, weightlifting, gymnastics. Those are the 5 core sports that we've identified that have the highest television and social media impact with the lowest infrastructural costs. We don't need to build specialist stadiums. So, like I love velodrome cycling. It's a sport that I did myself. You need to build a $300 million facility for it. And
what is velodrome cycling?
Track cycling.
Oh, it's like around the
loop. Yeah, that a few thousand people in the whole world participate in. It's a pretty niche sport. Most sports at the Olympic Games, the total number of professional, semi-professional participants is very small. So things like rock climbing, skateboard, there aren't huge participation numbers for these things.
So people are going to be heartbroken that synchronized swimming is out.
Yeah, curling, bobsleigh,
curling is one of the silliest ones of all time.
Yeah, and curling is participated by less than 1,000 people worldwide.
Right. The interesting question, though, would be if people on psychedelics would be better at synchronized swimming, because it's like
synchronized
bringing
minds.
you in this exactly.
Yeah, interesting.
But we save that for later.
Are you familiar with beta blockers?
Yes.
So do you know that classical musicians use beta blockers? About 75% of professional orchestral musicians have used beta blockers.
No.
Right? So beta blockers are a banned substance under the World Anti-Doping Code. They would not be allowed to compete at the Olympic Games. But it's used en masse by professional orchestral musicians.
That's interesting. I wonder why professional orchestra musicians would find that helpful.
It allows them to focus.
Well, I think the hand gets more stable. It's my guess. I'm not a musician, but
interesting, because I wouldn't think that they would be, especially in a large group of them. They've been working together. They practice. I wouldn't think they'd be that anxious.
I don't know. Have you ever performed on stage at Carnegie Hall?
I performed on stage at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, once you're out there, you're out there. Musicians use beta blockers as performance-enabling drugs.
Video game players also.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. Calm the fuck down in a stressful situation.
Yeah, interesting. I know they're illegal in archery events.
Yeah.
They test for them in archery events.
And here we go. There's the concert master of the Chattanooga Symphony Orchestra right there. She's openly talking about using a banned performance-enhancing drug.
Now I want to try them. That's how it works. That's how it works. You read an article, you're like, what's the side effect of beta blockers?
After consultation with your doctor.
I'm going to talk to my doctor. Yeah. Dr. Feelgood. Hey, buddy. Hook me up with some beta blockers. I'm going to go do something dangerous to see how I feel.
And have an unadulterated supply. You need good quality manufacturing.
From the pharmacy, because that's what when you take.
Well, that's how all drugs. I mean, this is the conversation that I had yesterday. I had Freeway Ricky Ross on the podcast yesterday. I don't know if you know who he is, but he was a drug dealer that was illiterate, that was at one point in time selling as much as $3 million worth of cocaine in a day. And he was supplying, it was all done through the CIA, allegedly, to supply the Contras versus the Sandinistas in Nicaragua in the 1980s. He went to jail for it, learned how to read in jail, became a lawyer, figured out his case, was tried and prosecuted wrong, got off.
Wow.
Yeah. Incredible guy. And, we talked about the problem is you're never going to get away from the demand. The demand in the United States is immense. So you're fueling drug empires in Mexico. So you're fueling illegal organized crime because you won't come to terms with the fact that body autonomy and the rights of an individual to choose to do whatever they want, especially in light of what is legal that is incredibly damaging, like alcohol. And that if you just made it legal, I mean, you would have a real problem. You would have a lot of people getting addicted. You have a lot of people trying it that wouldn't try it, but eventually the dust would settle. And the concept would be you would have to mitigate all these potential future problems with counseling, with treatment, and with education, but you would severely limit the amount of adulterated drugs.
Mm-hmm.
You would change a lot of that if you made sure that the supply was clean and you're getting it from pharmaceutical drug companies, and pharmaceutical drug companies could profit off of it, and you would just have a percentage of that profit that would
tax.
Yes,
and tax the externality. And
exactly.
And in that discussion about the social externality and addictive substances, we never talk about the two most addictive substances: processed food and sugar, right? Which have done so much damage to our society. And do you know who Team USA's top Olympic sponsors are?
Kellogg's,
McDonald's, and Coca-Cola.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I thought it was Wheaties.
Yeah. read the social history of the Olympic movement and of McDonald's and Coca-Cola. Both of them built their brands on sports marketing, right? Selling
so ironic
the most dangerous, most addictive, most damaging drug ever developed to children.
It's funny that we don't look at it that way, isn't it?
Also, I always say, like, when you remember the chart we looked at where heroin is worse, alcohol is worse than heroin, next time you go to an airport and you see all these shops which say alcohol and tobacco, whatever, just think for a second it would say heroin. How messed up is that? And it's not just for adults, like it's also children. Like, we just bringing them up in a world where like the most dangerous substances are stuffed into them and like marketed to them and whatever. I think it's really fucked up.
It is fucked up. Yeah, we're very silly. There's a lot of things that we've got wrong, and there's a lot of perceptions that people have that are just locked into their minds, and they don't want to move on these ideas at all. They don't want to readjust with new data. They don't want to change their feelings about things.
How do you think is the best way to change perceptions?
Conversations over long periods of time. It's not a quick fix. Nothing's going to change things, but young people coming up, and I think a lot of podcasts are doing that because these conversations are available for the first time, and not just available but available to millions and millions of people in a way that, it used to be mainstream media was. And these conversations get shared, and then they put clips on Instagram and YouTube, and they start passing them around, and people listen more, and then they, I used to think this, but now that. And the more conversations you have with intelligent, educated people that really understand what's going on and can give you the data and give it and explain it in a logical way, where you realize, well, this is an intelligent person that has an informed perspective on this. And it'll allow people to just sort of reevaluate. And I think faith in institutions is at an all-time low, and faith in institutions that give out health advice is at an all-time low. Because we now know about the sugar industry that bribed scientists in order to lie about the dangers of saturated fat. We know about drug companies that lie about the side effects of their drugs and hide data. We know about all that now. So we're a little less likely to believe the mainstream narrative on a lot of things that we just accepted as fact.
That's right. And I think we live in this era of disruption. And social media is such a powerful force in both positive and negative ways. And 2 years ago, it was basically impossible for athletes to talk about performance-enhancing drugs.
Yeah,
right? You would just be canceled immediately. And we launched and started to have a conversation and pulled the Overton window open. And now so many eminent scientists and doctors come and say, if you actually look at the data, look at Professor Nutt's study, it's not that dangerous.
Yeah,
it's worth having a conversation about how will this affect our society? How will this, build a better future, right? And this is only possible because of the era of information distribution which we have, which is not guarded by traditional media institutions.
Right.
By the way, you might have missed it, but like anabolic steroids were also on the chart of
Yeah, I did
Professor
see
Nutt,
it,
and
yeah.
it's almost where psychedelics are, like very low risk.
Yes.
It's like,
Can you put that chart up again, Jamie, please? One of the things that was interesting in that chart is just like what I would like to know, like percentage of people who use these things. Like what kind of data? Scroll up right there. First of all, what is that one at the bottom? Buprenorphine? Buprenorphine?
Yeah, I always want to look it up.
What is that?
How
many people are using that?
We can look it up together.
What is that stuff? There it is. Synthetic opioid. Oh, interesting. Used to treat pain and opioid use disorders. Okay, so is it
from the poppy fly? Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
So clearly an FDA-approved substance by that.
I also saw methadone was on that, which I thought was interesting. Equally as effective as moderate doses of methadone. However, because buprenorphine is unlikely to be as effective as more optimal dose methadone, it may not be the treatment of choice for patients with high levels of physical dependency. Okay, so it's to treat people that are physically dependent. Was kratom on that list?
No.
Interesting.
We did a lot of research on kratom.
Yeah.
Butane,
like lighters? People are sniffing lighters? Cannabis is in there. Jesus Christ, cannabis is really high.
It's not without risk.
Yeah, but lower than tobacco.
What kind of risk you got in there?
Here's the risk, and then like they're weighted based off of, I'm guessing,
Drug-specific mortality. Let me see. Scroll up again so I can see what it says for drugs. Is there anything in cannabis?
You have to go by the color and then the size of the
there's
thing.
no drug-specific mortality. Okay. International damage. Oh, I like how it's all color-coded.
Yeah, so the way the survey works
Boy, alcohol is terrible.
is that it looks at the overall harm, and it's broken up into two sections. One to the user, and that's physical, psychological, and social. And to others, the physical and psychological and the social damage caused.
Mm-hmm. So drug-related mortality, drug-specific damage, they're all color-coded. Injury, crime. I like to see crime and weed. Oh, that's connected. Is that just people that are high that do things?
That gray box right here.
Yeah, but they're like, what does that mean? Like, did you test them? Were they high when they committed the crime? Or are they just testing positive for marijuana, which stays in your systems for weeks?
No. It's really like, do you commit a crime, I guess, to get it? Or is it some crime associated with taking it?
Oh,
so for
I
example,
thought they meant, are you doing crimes while you're on it?
No. It's like, are you robbing a gas station to pay for your cannabis addiction?
Right.
Clearly, no one is robbing a gas station to pay for their anabolic
Right, but a
steroids.
lot of criminals take marijuana. It's like, it's funny. I don't know if you could like put that in that same thing. It's interesting. Cocaine and tobacco are like neck and neck, and then amphetamines are below that, which is interesting.
Not a lot below, but yes.
It's below tobacco by 3 points.
Yeah.
But cannabis is only below amphetamines by 3 points.
And it's to emphasize that this is a really high quality, credible study published in The Lancet, which is one of the top medical journals in the entire world.
Very, very interesting study. We need more of that.
Yep.
We need to be informed, and we need data, and I firmly believe in personal autonomy, and I just think, again, I just don't think adults should be able to tell other adults what to do and not to do. If they're informed, if they're educated, if they know what they're doing, you should be able to do whatever you want to do, just like you can go bull riding. I don't encourage you to go bull riding, but if you want to go bull riding, you're allowed to go bull riding. So tell me why you can go bull riding, but you can't smoke a joint. It makes zero sense.
Well, I think about this in the context of space exploration, right? Going into space has a 1 in 19 chance of fatality.
Jesus,
right?
Jamie, we're not going on space.
Not yet.
Not yet.
It's going to be better.
But
fuck that. Let's go. Fuck that. 1 in 19?
1 in 19.
5%?
Yeah.
Fuck that. Dude.
But does that mean we shouldn't?
0% chance of going to space if we don't.
Yeah. But think about the Apollo program. Apollo 1 burnt down on the launch pad, killed 3 astronauts. Did we stop the Apollo program? Should we have not gone to the moon? Right? And what we have lost in our contemporary society in so many ways is the propensity to take risk, thoughtful, intelligent, positive risk. And this has always been something that I've been so deeply passionate about, is the people who succeed in life, the people who push society to a new level, the people who improve themselves and their families and their communities are willing to take positive risk. Yet our society is so dominated by a safetyism and a safetyist culture that we're increasingly unwilling to take any risk.
Well, also we've as we've highlighted, our desire for safety is not accurate. We're not like really targeting the things that are actually dangerous for us. We're not being honest about it, about what we know about food and what we know about certain substances that people are using and taking in their food, and just the what happens when you have a bad diet. It's like one of the primary factors for all-cause mortality is a shitty diet.
Yeah, absolutely. But arguably the number one factor with diet and exercise.
Yeah.
Right? And you know, I live in London, and just coming here to the United States and just consuming the available food makes me feel ill. Right?
What are you consuming? You can eat good here too, dude.
You can eat good here. Yeah.
I don't think you can blame it on America. You came over here and ate McDonald's.
Oh, well, you know, just the prevalence of sugar in American food. You look at a Chobani yogurt just buying the grocery store in Whole Foods in London versus in New York. The one in New York has more sugar in it.
Because we want it to be delicious.
Yeah.
Just don't eat it every day, man. The idea is, I'm all for all those things existing. I don't like the marketing. I don't like the marketing for kids. Like the thing that drives me crazy is like sugary cereals, which when I was a child, we just thought gave you cavities. We didn't know it was going to fuck up your health. Yeah. No one knew that sugary cereals were actually really bad for you. But I like them. Yeah. I don't take them. I don't eat them. But if, I don't think you should stop someone from having Captain Crunch.
No, I don't think
delicious.
I don't think we should stop anyone.
Just like I don't think you should stop someone from having tiramisu at a restaurant.
Yeah, but I think it's about accurate disclosure.
Yes.
Right. And informed disclosure, like the food pyramid, right? Clearly written by special interest.
Yeah.
Right. And guided, dietary decisions for Americans for 50 years in completely the wrong direction.
Yes. And to many people to this day, it's still gospel, and it's really crazy. It's very bizarre how few people actually know how you should really eat and what is actually bad for you. And just the ubiquitous use of seed oils. Like, seed oils are fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that that's not something that someone's clamoring to get off the shelves. They don't put the brakes on that industry.
Well, my theory of social change is very simple. Change only happens when someone puts a suit on and goes to work every day trying to solve a problem. Until I decided to rent a little office in West London, hire a few people, and say, we're going to normalize performance enhancement. We're going to celebrate performance enhancements. There was no one dedicated full-time to doing it. I doubt that there's anyone dedicated full-time in a really professional manner to stopping seed oils.
Well, there's a giant industry that's profiting off them that would get in the way of that, I'm sure.
But now we would need a business model. I think that's the power of capitalism. We're not doing it as an activist. Like, we're doing it because we believe we're going to build a multi-billion-dollar sports franchise with the enhanced games. But additionally, I think we're going to positively influence society. So we would need to find a business model where a team could say, by whatever, educating about seed oils, like, people would make money. That's always the hard thing. I deeply believe like capitalism and for-profit models are the best driver for positive change.
Absolutely.
Or neutrally said, they're the best driver for change. Unfortunately, sometimes also corporations did negative change. But like, we can combat it with positive change also.
As long as people have access to accurate information. The problem is when capitalism also works to try to subvert accurate information and try to distort things in order to increase their profits, which is also, it's a giant issue. But today, I think that's more difficult to do than ever before, just because of new media, just because people have the internet, they have access to information. As long as that information is not being curated, which is also a problem. It's a problem what is allowed and not allowed to be distributed.
And I think that's why the podcasting industry is actually so powerful as compared to consuming written content, which is so easily manipulatable and doesn't have that trust dimension. As I read the New York Times, I don't actually think about the person who wrote the article,
right?
Versus I listen to a podcast and say, oh, I know Joe, I listen to him every day. I've built an emotional relationship with the presenter. And if they do something to break that trust, I'm not going to tune in again.
Right.
Versus the New York Times
they lie all the time.
They can lie.
And you still go, what the fuck is going on in the world? The New York Times will sort of tell me.
Yeah.
With a twist.
And you just come back time and time again.
Yeah.
But someone you won't come back. That's the one. I think it's changing.
Are you guys? How are you going to deal with transgender athletes?
Great question. I think that the reality is that there are. I have not yet engaged with a transgender athlete who has the potential to break a world record. If such
In a female sport?
In a female sport. And if there is such a person who wishes to compete at the Enhanced Games, please write to me, and I'm going to set up a meeting with every athlete you propose to compete against and create a fair and balanced framework.
But is it fair and balanced if you're allowing a biological male ever to compete with biological females, especially in light of the Enhanced Games proposal of allowing people to take performance-enhancing drugs? Because you'd have to make a very clear definition of like what is a transitioned athlete, like how long would you have to wait and what are they allowed to take? If you're going to limit a biological male's ability to take testosterone or force them to take some sort of a testosterone blocker in order to achieve a certain requirement, that kind of goes against the ethics or the ethos of this Enhanced Games in the first place.
Well, so I think you're actually viewing it in the inverse way that I would, because the actual question to ask is, so, and I'm gay myself, so I'm going to use my language very precisely here because I know it really matters to members of the transgender community. The standard argument is that a person born a man who transitions to being a woman, particularly after puberty, has an insurmountable biological advantage over a natural born woman. And I accept that argument. However, in sports, yeah. And what has yet to be proven is, does an enhanced woman have an ability to compete on a level playing field?
With a biological male?
Yeah.
That is also allowed to enhance themselves? A biological male that's transgender. So you're taking a biological male, for lack of a better term, lack of being politically correct, and you're allowing them to compete with biological women, and you're allowing them to take performance-enhancing drugs, then you're allowing a man to compete against a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Like, full stop.
Yeah.
That's what it is then. Why not just say you have to be biologically female to compete in the female division, biologically male to compete in the male division?
Yeah, so one version that one of our investors has proposed to us is that we have a XX and an XY category, right? And say, because the reality about gender transition at the moment, it's still very, not even beta stage technology, it's alpha stage technology. It doesn't really change anyone on a chromosomal level. It changes people on a surface level. And so let's assign athletes based on chromosomal status,
right,
without having the labels of male and female, which are very precious to some people, or man and woman. That language has been manipulated by both sides politically. And just say, it's actually a scientific question. Are you XX or are you XY?
Right. Well, that would work. I mean, you could do that with everything.
No, yeah, I think it's like, but one other, I also think that's a good idea. Like, but also like, it's interesting. I think the point Aaron wanted to make earlier is that in all the more than 1,000 people we had, there was no person identifying as transgender. So I also think that it might be a little bit the whole headlines blown out of proportion on a very professional level. Yes, there are some activists on both sides who I think try to make a point almost in sports, but these are not the people who compete on an Olympic level.
Right.
So we also think for us, it might not even be a big issue. That's why Aaron was saying, like, we really welcome a discussion. And that's the great thing of inventing a new sport. We can think about things with a very clean slate, without any prejudice in one or the other direction. Yeah, so that's why if somebody is really feeling, or if somebody is transgender and really is on a level though, they can compete in the Enhanced Game, which is an Olympic level, talk to us. And we want to hear that perspective, and we want to sort of, but like, hasn't happened yet. Yeah. And then we're already thinking about...
But you're still dealing with a biological male that you're allowing to enhance themselves so that they can perform to the highest level of their ability physically. So if you're taking a biological male who's transitioned to being a woman, but now you're allowing them to take EPO, testosterone, fill in the blanks, IGF-1, whatever you're going to give them, you're not... That's a biological male Full stop.
I'm not pushing back. The only thing I'm saying is like how many of those descriptions you just had are in the really high level Olympian community. I'm just thinking it's much less.
What about
of
Leah Thomas?
Is Leah Thomas in world record contention? I don't believe so.
Well, as a woman,
and I don't think as a man.
No, as a woman.
As a woman or as a man.
Not a man, not even close as a man.
Yeah.
But as a woman, yes, was the number one in the country.
Jamie, do you want to pull up Leah
At
Thomas's?
one point in time, has won major events.
I don't believe Leah Thomas is close to world record contention.
Okay. But
correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie.
College athlete, NCAA has
Division
won women's events.
Has won women's events. But
right now, I want you to imagine Leah Thomas on testosterone, EPO, all sorts of performance-enhancing substances,
and this is
peptides, and then allowing this person to compete as a woman.
Yeah, but so does her competition.
Yeah, but it's not a biological man.
No,
the competitions are biological females. And you would have to change the structure of their body, the hip structure. You'd have to change the size of their lungs, the size of their heart, different cardiovascular capacity. Everything is different. And especially if you're allowing Leah Thomas. The whole idea about a transgender athlete competing with biological females is that it's supposed to be even because this person is on testosterone blockers and on estrogen and they've lost all their muscle mass and they're basically a woman. This is the argument that the activists use.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is the structure of the body is different, reaction time is different, lung capacity is different, heart size is different. There's a giant difference between males to females when it comes to athletic performance.
And I think that's why the XXXY categorization makes it a lot simpler and is a resolution to the issue. But this is where the entire global sports apparatus is unable to adjust to scientific change. And this is just the beginning, right? So we're talking about things like CRISPR gene editing is going to be on the cards, right? So think of this from, an intellectual mindfuck, right? There are children who are being born today who are being CRISPR edited by their parents. So it is a one-way street. They can never reverse it. They never consented to this procedure. And they are, in theory, enhanced human beings. And there's no way they can stop it. They've never consented to it.
Right.
Should that person be banned from the Olympics?
Well, it's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't think they should, but I think that that's going to be the likelihood in the future is that most children, at least in like first world countries, are going to be edited.
Yeah. And so then,
and then you're going to get Giga Chad.
Yeah, you're going to get Chatty.
I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, when they can do that to fully grown adults, it's going to be very strange.
Yeah. And then if we think about like where Olympic competition goes, where in the rich countries, right, the rich people are enhancing themselves, their children from birth.
Take a look at that. That's the future, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. and the transgenderism issue is actually just the vanguard of this whole transhumanism issue, right? Where eventually we're going to have BCI implants in our brain. We're going to have gene editing. We're going to have the most amazing technology, right? And, if the Olympics are stuck in this ancient Greek, Corinthian values modality, then they're not going to adjust to modern technological and social changes.
Right.
Yeah, no, so we want to be like, that's actually the vision beyond like just what we're thinking now about performance enhancement is like that we're going to be the continuous sort of role model or the continuous showcase where human enhancement can go over the next 20 years. And we're talking now about performance enhancing medications, but like maybe in 10 years, we're going to have the first people with a chip in their brain. Maybe like there's going to be a continuous sort of pushing the boundaries in a good way where we want to showcase what science can really do positively for humans. By the way, fun fact, because we always reference back to the ancient Olympics, they did allow performance enhancements very openly. You can go to all the ancient documents. So
what did they have back then?
So they didn't have a lot. That's the point. They actually did a lot of stuff which was pain numbing so that they could sort of run harder and whatever, because pain was a big thing. They actually believed interesting in eating bull testicles.
Yeah.
Weirdly,
taurine.
It was weirdly, exactly. So weirdly, there are some documents who mention psychedelics, which I'm not fully sure why it would be performance enhancing, but they mention it. Like, sort of, you go into all these documents, like, and potions, and again, it was very, very archaic, but like the notion was do everything is possible to win.
And
So
actually, the transgender issue goes back to the ancient Olympics.
Really?
You said hermaphrodites.
Well, and so do you know why they competed naked?
So you can know.
You could know. Yeah.
Aha.
And so there's a kid. So, a historian told me, and you need to verify it independently, that they originally wore clothes. And then, a woman pretended to be a man to compete at the Olympic Games. And then this was found out. So then they just made it all naked.
But it was not, it was not because she thought she could win. It was more like because it was for men. And it was the story is it was a revolutionary point.
I see, like women voting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, interesting. Another problem would be when you add testosterone to females, you fundamentally change them. So you don't just change their ability to perform, you change the way their voice sounds, you change that you could make them sterile. It has, when you're adding exogenous testosterone to women at a very high level, it has pretty profound permanent changes.
As adding testosterone to men do, right?
Sort of, but they're still men.
Yeah.
Right? And it's thought of as being a positive thing. I'm sure you're aware of the Eastern Bloc women some of the records still to this day have been broken. And these women were just juiced to the tits, no pun intended, because they were trying to win. And so they, there's been some interviews of these women that were forced to do this in these communist countries. And it devastated them. They became infertile. They, developed all sorts of problems, ovarian cysts, and all sorts of things that were connected to the use of exogenous testosterone at very high levels.
Yeah, and one of which is a lack of proper scientific research to develop compounds that are performance enhancing specifically for women.
Right, but you wouldn't stop them from taking testosterone, right?
There's
right. So let's talk about combat sports athletes for example. If you had a female combat sports athlete and you allowed that female to compete with other women, but allowed that person to get juiced to the hilt and go in there with a fucking crazy voice and looking like Vanderlei Silva in those pictures that were, or rather Vitor Belfort in those pictures that we saw. I mean, that's, then you're saying to these women, in order to compete, you have to stop being a woman. You have to essentially transition, which is what happens to trans men. When you take a woman and you give them a shit ton of testosterone, they start growing beards, they become trans men, right? Mm-hmm. That's part of the process. It's what's happening. That's not reversible. And when you do that to women competing with women, those women are going to be more effective. They're going to be stronger in weightlifting competition. There's going to be no comparison. If you have combat sports, you're going to have much more power, much more speed, more violence. It's just you're turning them into men, essentially. You're turning them into trans men, and just to compete. It's a little bit different, right? Because maybe it's a society standard, maybe it's not though. If you look at it in terms of like when someone looks at like Giga Chad, guys look at that, guys who like to work out, like, wow, I'd like to be built like that guy. No. Very few women look at like a female bodybuilder who's got a 5 o'clock shadow and say that's the ideal physique.
But isn't that an individual choice?
It is an individual choice, but all women in the enhanced games will have to make that choice then to become men.
I actually think there's also an economic rationale here, right? So if you're an athlete, particularly in the era of NIL rights and in the era
what is NIL?
Name, image, license, what's happened in the NCAA, right? Selling your brand, right? For an athlete, male or female, their physique and their brand are attached to each other. And so if a female athlete says, you know what, I'm going to take tons and tons of testosterone, she may also be compromising her economic ability to earn by not building a visual brand that is amenable to the market.
But even easier, like we forgot to mention one thing at the beginning. So we have actually 3, and by the way, we're still mapping out and sort of phrasing the details, but we have 3 essential rules. Rule number 1, which we said at the beginning, it has to be FDA or any other agency globally approved medications. Because again, we discussed it at length. It's all about data, knowing what you take, what's the risk profile, whatever. Second, you have to have a doctor, which we will require to be public. Who is your doctor? Think about a Formula One team where you say, who's my chief engineer?
Right.
So this doctor will have a public pressure to not go too far, because people will know you're the doctor of that person.
Right, but we're talking about percentage points in order to win. You just have to go a little bit further than everybody else, and you have an advantage.
Wait, the third one, but it's still a limiting factor. You need to find a doctor who's publicly your doctor, who's not hiding in the shadows, and who's like, I'm responsible for whatever this athlete is taking. It's just thinking through safety measures, or how do we sort of make it in a way that people are sort of doing rational decisions. But the third one is important. Anything, by the way, in life which you take too much of has side effects, and has bad ones. If you take 20 vodka shots, you're going to be dead most likely, or 30. There's a number of alcohol. If you take it, you're dead. So alcohol has a lethal toxicity at a certain amount. So what we're going to do, the same is like for many of the things we're just discussing, is like if you take too much of it, even if you think you get 1 point more out of it, you're going to put damage on your body. There's always, for anything, for testosterone, for human growth hormones, for anabolic steroids, where how we regulate it is we're going to do a full health check, which the Olympics don't. It's very simple. You should do it. We do it on site with our own doctor so that you can't cheat. One of the most important things is an MRI of the heart. Because, for example, a lot of anabolic steroid, if you abuse them, so if you take too much to squeeze out the last point, you're going to have a heart damage somewhere. And then you're going to get disqualified. We will not let any person on the field who has a health damage.
That's going to be interesting data.
So and that is the limiting factor. So if you're a woman, and everything you described, I hear you, but I can tell you, I'm not a doctor now and can tell you the exact answer, but if you describe me a woman is taking that much testosterone that she grows a beard and whatever, she's going to have damage to her body and her heart. And she's not going to, and that is then they don't do it, because then they would do it for nothing.
Can I ask?
They would arrive and would be disqualified.
What's the testing involved in the CrossFit Games?
I believe the CrossFit Games does not have any testing.
That makes sense. Because you've seen some of them gals?
Yeah, and so some of those guys too.
But some of the gals are like giant six packs and fucking huge shoulders, and
the vast majority of bodybuilding comps don't have any drug testing.
Well, they can't.
Yeah,
they really can't. It's not even possible without it. All athletes registered in any CrossFit Games competition are subject to drug testing at any time during the year, but we don't do it. Including, I'm just saying, including directed, unannounced, out of competition testing for any reason. CrossFit Games drug testing policy aims to prevent the use of
2002. Look at it. Ask the question before 2002.
That's 22.
Yeah, 2022. Yeah,
it's just 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What drugs are banned? Stimulants, anabolic agents, beta blockers in competition, street drugs, diuretics, peptides. Interesting. Anti-estrogens, beta-2 agonists. Interesting. Hold on. Permitted with prescription use and therapeutic use exemption through inhalation only. Okay, so
we haven't talked about TUEs.
Yeah.
Oh, we need to talk about TUEs.
Okay.
So this is the primary abuse that's going on in the Olympic system.
Therapeutic use exemptions.
Yeah, so this is we're going to get all lawyerly and technical for a minute here. And double check my statistics, Jamie. I believe 2% of all people are asthmatic.
No, I think double digit of all swimmers are asthmatic.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 2% in real life.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes. Yeah, 2% of the population is asthmatic, but double digits, maybe a third of all swimmers claim to be asthmatic, so that they can use high-powered steroidal inhalers. Right. So is there an epidemic of asthma among swimmers, or are they faking asthma?
They're faking asthma.
Yeah. Right.
If I had to guess.
Yeah, and these therapeutic use exemptions are just abused left, right, and center. Look up the case of Bradley Wiggins, the British cyclist, I believe, who had a therapeutic use exemption for asthma, and then, forever hid this from even his own teammates.
Yeah. Okay. So how do they diagnose asthma?
That's a great question. I'm not a physician.
My guess is that you mean in real life, or like the doctor just says you have asthma? Like, I think they just find a doctor who's...
Yeah, I think their team doctor just says they have asthma.
So they just say...
Yeah.
Was athletes with asthma were required to show proof of airway obstruction with clinical tests.
Yeah, 25% of all
use
swimmers.
their inhaled medications, which are otherwise prohibited during competition. Is there anything that they can take to obstruct their airway?
Well,
Or
I
can
think
they just, what does that mean? Is it like how you blow on things?
I think what
Could you like fake it?
I think it's quite easy.
I think what is generally happening, what a lot of our new colleagues, as we hired chief cardiologist of FIFA, right?
Yeah.
And colleagues there, is like one of the ways to cheat in the Olympics is that they let people do tests, these kind of stuff in their home country.
Well, also, look at how it's described here. A long-term study would help distinguish, now in quotes, between athletes with asthma who self-select to swimming and those who have asthma as a result of exposure to endurance training practices. That's interesting. So, like that, the idea is that you could limit your cardiovascular system from extreme training. Intensity of swimmer training, long hours spent in water may expose swimmers to more chlorine byproducts. Whoa.
Yeah, so one
is compared to divers or other athletes who spend less time breathing. Oh, so that can cause asthma.
So it could be that swimmers really have more asthma because like their sort of training environment or living environment is fostering it, but it also could be that they sort of, most likely it's both.
Well, that is one thing that I did consider because like chlorine's bad for you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you're probably getting a bunch of it in your mouth, you know, and if you're swimming in it, you're also absorbing it through your skin. Like, I always think that when I get out of a pool, like, this can't be good.
You know, it's what came first, the chicken or the egg.
Right. Well, listen, gentlemen, this is all very, very exciting. And I love the idea of it. I love the potential. And I think it really is going to change the conversation about what these substances are, and what the benefits of them are. And you're frankly exposing the lid on so-called amateur athletics and what the real big scam is with the Olympic system. It's just like a giant money grab, and these poor athletes aren't getting any of it. And they're dedicating their entire life hoping that they become famous. And meanwhile, you know, NBC makes how much? You know, the
billions.
And the IOC makes how much? The whole thing is, it's not a good system, and I think your system is far better. And I really, really hope this works. I really hope you succeed. When it comes out, I'll tweet about it. I'll tell people. I still say tweet. I'm not going. I don't even know how to say it.
I think we all say tweet.
Yeah, I have to say tweet. Yeah, I think Elon probably even says it. Yeah. But best of luck. I'm really excited, and let me know when it happens. Come back on again right before it happens. And we'll talk some more, and we'll find out like where you went with all these ideas.
Cool. Would love to.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, if anybody wants to know more, where should they go? What's the best place to?
Enhance.org or Enhance Games on Instagram.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Or I'm on Instagram. I'm on Twitter. Yeah. So
Enhance Games
find us.
Too.
Okay. So tell everybody your handle if they want to follow.
C for Christian _Angermeyer, my last name ANGERMAYER.
And you?
I'm not on Twitter.
Good for you. Good for you.
Follow me on Instagram.
Okay, what's your Instagram?
Aaron Ping D'Souza.
Okay, beautiful. All right, thank you guys. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Jack Roberts, gentlemen.
What's up, man?
Good to see you, brother. What's happening?
So good to be here. This is awesome. Man, comedy mothership, amazing.
You had a good time?
So much fun. So cool. We had a blast up there. And yeah, everybody was amazing. Ron White came up to say hi afterward and was in that booth. Somebody, her last name, Lardner. So Kyle Lardner's her name. And she does piano music, sells vinyl. And she's up there, but I think she said her grandfather or somebody wrote MASH.
Oh, wow.
In the day.
The theme song?
The screenplay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So there's somebody related to her anyway.
I know. I
did
heard
that.
Music.
Yeah. Right. So it was fun watching the show with her. She knows Ron White, so he came up. That's why he came up and said hi to us. But everybody killed it. It was so much fun. I love how you put your phone in the bag, turn it off,
Yeah.
and lock it.
We need more of that in life.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's hard for people to not be distracted these days. Everyone's distracted.
Yeah, but it was so noticeable. So you're in that VIP balcony, amazing. And then you're looking down, but it is so noticeable now that no one has their phones out.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't have that, you'd look down from that balcony and you'd certainly see somebody just got to
Oh,
return a
you'd
quick
see
text,
it
text on
everywhere.
the kids,
If you go to the
whatever.
movies, you just see lit up phones everywhere now. It's crazy.
That's what I was saying. I wish they did this in movies. It's just
I mean,
crazy.
phones are cool. They do a lot of cool things, but man, it's a massive distraction.
I'm working towards being able to hand this thing off.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hand it off.
Yeah.
To who?
Somebody else. It's not me. Hand it off and go to the flip.
Oh, really?
I'm working. I'm not going to be there for a few years, but
What about texting, though?
well, you can still remember the BlackBerry. Like,
Yeah, David Tell was in here and he was texting. He has a flip phone. He texts with his flip phone. I'm like, what are you doing?
I got pretty
And
quick
his
at
makes
that.
the beeps too. So it's like, deet, 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 deet. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, I remember doing that, and we did it. Everybody did it. You just kind of figured it out. But it was like, what is it? 3 letters or symbols
Mhm.
on each thing. You can,
Yeah.
but you got pretty good with it.
Yeah,
after a
you
while.
can get pretty good, but it's slow. It's slow and stupid. I mean, that's what happened when people started using the letter U instead of U and the letter R instead of ARE.
I can't do it. Do you do it?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm trying to think of your text.
Especially you. You're
Yeah,
an
I can't.
author.
Nope. I
That's
gotta have
gross.
commas in there.
Yeah.
I can't have a U. None of that stuff.
Right.
So
Get
it's
outta here with
noticeable
that.
when people send it to me. I'm like, yeah, our little guy's the worst. That 13 years old.
Yeah.
That's all they do.
Oh yeah, they
just-
do. They abbreviate things too. I always have to ask my kid, "What the fuck does that mean?" IDK?
Uh-huh.
I don't care.
know. Oh, is that
Or I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
IDC is I don't care.
Ah, okay.
IDK is I don't know.
I figured
Yeah.
I don't know out.
They have a whole bunch of them that they use all the time that I have to like think.
Yeah.
What?
No.
What are you saying?
I know. I look it up sometimes. I Google it. I'm like, I type it in, what does this mean? And it
Yeah.
pops up. Or then I just get the bruh. I get
Bruh.
that. Yeah.
Bruh's a lot. Yeah.
I don't know what-
BRUH.
That's it.
Yeah.
I
If they're
just get
upset.
that.
Bruh.
Bruh. I'm like, what is that? What does that even mean? Yeah. I saw some meme. It was like a mom texting her kid, and it says, texting your 13-year-old boy is like texting someone who's about to break up with you. Because it's like, hey, how's your day? And it's like, okay, like something like that, and it's totally true. It is totally true. But I'd like to go back to. I'd like to hand it off at some point. I'm not there yet because it's still my office.
Yeah.
That thing is still my mobile office, and all the socials and everything else, the interaction with people, like everything goes.
I think you just have to have discipline. I think my middle ground is have a real phone, smartphone, but discipline. Just know when to put it away, know when to leave it alone.
Are you good with it?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good with it. It depends on if I have the day off.
Yeah.
If I have the day off, I'm on that fucking stupid thing 6 hours. I'm watching YouTube.
Are you really?
Yeah, if I have the day off. Because if I have a day off, I purposely decide to do nothing.
Yeah.
If I have a day off, I never have a day of nothing.
Right.
I have a day of archery,
Nice.
working out, then nothing.
Mhm.
But those days are fucking awesome, man.
Yeah.
The nothing to do day. Oh my god, I appreciate those so much. Whereas
do you build one in?
Yeah, I build one in. Yeah, I never work every day.
Okay.
I won't. I've done it. I mean, I've done a few times. Like if I have to go away on vacation or something like that, we have to bank up a bunch of episodes. I'll wind up doing 5 in a week, and then at the end of the week, I don't want to lose enthusiasm, because I feel like there's like a balance between discipline and enthusiasm, and you got to find out where that is. Like if I lose enthusiasm, then I don't have as much excitement, and then whatever I'm doing is not as good.
Right. No, I understand that. Do you ever feel that you have that? Like I can't tell looking at it from the outside and knowing you, and then watching an episode or listening to an episode, I can never tell if you're off. Do you ever feel off?
I feel it could be coming, and then I don't allow it to come because I remind myself how fortunate I am, and about how happy I would be to be able to do what I did if I couldn't do it.
Right.
And then I just put myself in that state of mind.
Right.
But that also means like day off is necessary.
Right.
Have that day off, fucking chill out.
But are there really days off with family? Like, isn't that exhausting too?
Family days?
Yeah.
Nah, fun. Like yesterday, we did a Father's Day thing. We went and killed zombies.
Nice.
You ever do Sandbox VR? Do you know what that is?
No.
Oh my god, it's my favorite thing to do. I fucking love it.
What?
Yeah, there's this game called Deadwood Mansion, and you put on the VR helmets, and you're trapped in a mansion. that gets invaded by zombies.
Okay.
And you have a shotgun, just blasting zombies.
Okay. Nice.
I fucking love it.
Do you go someplace for it?
Yeah. It's like it's a place called Sandbox VR, and it's out here in Austin. And there was one in Woodland Hills too. This is the game. This is what it looks like.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's fucking dope, dude.
Nice.
And so you're
a movie.
Oh yeah. It's like a movie. And these zombies come running at you, and when they grab you, you have a haptic feedback vest, so you feel it when they're grabbing you.
What?
Yeah.
What's a haptic feedback? Like it tightens, or you
No,
feel like a zap?
it's like zaps you. It's like a buzz on your chest. It's really fun.
That's awesome.
Oh, I love it. They have a ton of games there too. It's not just that. They have a Squid Games one. They have a Star Trek one. They have one where you have duels with people, like space weapons.
That's wild.
Yeah.
It's not just for kids, obviously.
No, it's for everybody. Yeah. Well, obviously, I'm a big kid, but I fucking love it, man. I had the number 3 score ever in there at one point in time. Somebody proud of right there. Damn.
Nice.
Went ham with the shotgun.
That's awesome. You train up for it? You know, we train up with Taryn.
Just a lot of coffee.
Oh, there you go.
Just get every gun has a laser on it, so you know exactly where you're shooting. And just take headshots on zombies.
Let's see if we have one of those in Salt Lake. See if we can go down there and.
They probably do.
Yeah.
They have a ton of them. I know there's one. Like I said, there's one in Woodland Hills that we used to have right down the studio.
Yeah.
In L.A.
Yeah. So maybe they are. Yeah.
Is there one?
Yeah, an area called Murray.
Nice. All right.
Yeah.
Taking my little guy down there.
You got to do it.
Yeah.
It's so fun.
Oh, that's perfect.
So
It's good
fun.
to know.
Yeah. It's spooky too. It's really scary.
It looks like.
Yeah. They drop out of the ceiling.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
the ceiling breaks open and a ton of zombies fall down in front of you and they just run at you. You gotta blast them.
Really? My little guy like that. He's 13. He loves that stuff and he loves like roller coasters. There's in Salt Lake they have, I forget the name of the place, but it's called the Cannibal. He made me go with him a couple years. I'm not a big roller coaster person. I'm not.
I watch too many Instagram videos
and
of those things going sideways.
Right? Yeah.
People go flying off of them.
Yeah.
Not fun.
No, don't do that. But he loves it, so
yeah.
Man, he'll dig this.
I get that people like those thrills, but they don't appeal to me.
No,
I used to do them a lot with my kids when they were younger, especially Disneyland.
Yeah,
Disneyland, they're pretty good. They really don't very rarely have a fuck up.
Yeah, good point.
They trust. Their safety record's pretty awesome.
Yeah, we did it right before we left California to go to Utah, and we thought, okay, we're going to do this one last kind of kid-centric thing with all these amusement parks, because my wife and I are not really amusement park people, just surrounded by everybody else sweating and just eating everything, long lines, crying, whining. So yeah, we did that, and then I think that's it for us.
If you want to find the hazards of the American diet in full effect, go to Disneyland.
It's bad.
There's so many people on scooters because they can't walk because they got too big.
Oh,
it's so terrible.
Yeah, no, yeah. Sorry, kids. We're that was your last time that we're going to be at one of those places. Now it's outdoor
It's fun.
stuff.
It's fun for a day just to eat churros and be a pig. just have a good time. But you have to like allow yourself to just fuck off, eat ice cream and fuck off for a day.
Yeah.
Just say today we're going to fuck off.
That's your day off. And that energizes you and you get back into it. So you have somebody come on.
Also, I feel guilty for fucking off and eating all that garbage.
So you hit it hard.
Yeah.
The next day. All right. Well, I got that sauna after we talked last time. I think it was getting put in last time we talked. And I still haven't really been in it because I plugged it in or whatever. Electrician came, plugged that thing in. It's one of those barrel ones. And so it looks out at the mountains, has like this glass thing on it. Yeah, but it just gets warm. It doesn't
really?
Yeah. So we need to have.
Who made your sauna?
I don't even know. My wife.
You got to get Salute Saunas is the guys that did ours, and they have serious heaters. Like mine gets to 200 degrees.
Oh yeah, this was not. Yeah. This just gets kind of not even uncomfortably warm.
Is it infrared or is it a regular sauna?
No, it's the one that has the rocks. It has a little thing in it that has the rocks.
Wow, it just gets warm?
I think it's the altitude. I think it needs some sort of an adjustment for altitude because we're about just shy of 8,000 feet.
Right, but it's electric. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you just contact.
I need someone that knows what they're doing.
Yeah, we'll get those guys from Salute Saunas to hook you up. They'll just swap out your heater.
Okay.
You just need we have a hum. It's I think it's HUUM is the name of the heater. That fucking thing cranks. Same thing we have in here in the studio. It's you got to get a real heater.
Yeah, I need to do something. So that sits there unused. But moving forward, so I was hearing you talk about archery. So I have that the guys from Total Archery Challenge. They came out and they put up 22 3D targets all around.
Pretty
pretty
nice.
It's a good course. But days off are
they don't really exist yet.
Right.
You know, but I need to just make time to get out there in the mornings, drop the kids at school, and just walk that course and shoot.
Well, you're cranking out basically a book a year.
Yeah.
Plus, you're also working on the Terminalist TV series.
Yeah.
That is a lot of work, my friend.
It is. My first nonfiction comes out in the fall on the 1983 Beirut barracks bombing. So that's a whole nother thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're getting into historical stuff.
Yeah. I read a lot of history in here. I just love history. Always
Mhm.
have since I was a little kid anyway. But really wanted to start down that path and explore a different terrorist event and capture the lessons learned behind that event so that hopefully moving forward, we don't have to relearn those lessons in blood. We're not very good at that as a country. We just tend to relearn things over and over again. We don't translate lessons into wisdom. So I wanted to try to just do my part and see what I could do in this. I remember the 1983 bombing. It stands out in my mind from when I was a little kid. Newsweek, Time Magazine, I remember those on our kitchen table. Remember the newspaper in the mornings, remember the news, watching the news with my family at 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock. And that's an event that, I mean, it changed the course of U.S. foreign policy for sure. The shadow still in its shadow today. But yeah, I killed 241 U.S. service members and 58 French paratroopers, and it was the biggest loss of life for the Marine Corps since Iwo Jima in World War II. So it's a seminal event in Marine Corps history and in our history as a nation. But there isn't really the seminal work on it yet. So wanted to do that and did that with Pulitzer Prize finalist, military historian James Scott, amazing guy. So we've been working on that for the last 2 years, and that comes out in September. But man, it's go.
How do you collaborate something like that with a historian? How does that work? Do you send him stuff, what you're working on, and he gives you feedback? How does it work?
So I had the idea, and I wanted one person. I wanted this guy, James Scott, amazing guy. He has 5 other books out there, 4 on World War II, 1 on the USS Liberty, and I didn't know him personally, and doesn't really have a social media presence, so I couldn't really get to know him that way. But I just knew his work, and I thought, oh man, it'd be amazing to collaborate with this guy on this project. And so I reached out, and luckily he wanted to do it. He was fired up, and he's been amazing. Such a great guy, so thorough. Because when you do something that's like here, if you make a mistake, you just say it's fiction. But in something like that, you can't make a mistake. And every single quote, obviously, you have to attribute that to the right person in the right way. All the photographs, attribute all those to the right people in the right way, buy them, put them in there, or license them, whatever you need to do. So there's a lot more to it on that side that I didn't have any experience with. So, but he's got that part down.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So it was an amazing experience, and we're going to hopefully kick off another one here. So the idea was to do one nonfiction every year. As soon as I started down that path of research, I realized it was going to be every 2 year type of a thing, because it just so much more goes into it. You just don't create it out of your head. Obviously, you have to interview all these people. You have to go and then follow up with everyone, and then you have to confirm things that people said, or all these things. So there's a lot more to it than I thought at the outset.
How many hours a day do you work? Like, because I would imagine that particularly with fiction, you have to avoid burnout, right? You have to be enthusiastic about your subject matter to get the best out of your mind.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so fired up, and so I feel so fortunate to be doing what I love, and so it doesn't seem like work, although you're putting in hours. You're certainly putting in hours. For this one, it took a lot longer than I thought, because usually these books are in this genre, they're about 115,000 words, between 100 and 115. This one came in at 150. So I kept thinking, it's going to be done December 1st, January 1st, February 1st, and it just kept pushing, which is why we're here in July in June instead of May.
This one.
That's this
Red
one.
Sky Morning.
Yeah, that's this one. Right here. So it took a little longer than I anticipated, but that's just because the story dictates how long, because people are trusting me with their time. They're never going to get that time back. So that's something I take extremely seriously. So all my heart and soul goes into every word, but I love it.
When James Reese continues to get older, are you going to let him get older, or are you going to go James Bond?
I think I go James Bond. I think I'm going to do it slowly, maybe age him slowly. So we'll see.
Right.
We'll see. It's one of those things you have to think about. Some authors like Stephen Hunter, Daniel Silva have aged their character in real time, but that's a 20 plus years series, and
especially if they're out there kicking ass.
Yeah, so if you start that, they're 40 when they start. They're getting up there now.
Yeah.
So it's a thing, especially if you want to keep kicking ass.
Yeah, yeah. I talked to Mark Graney about that. Too. The Gray Man.
Right.
Same thing. He's going to go James Bond.
I think so. I think that's
it's the way to go.
Yeah,
it's already precedent set. People accept it.
Do it exactly.
James Bond should be 1,000 years old. How the fuck is James Bond still kicking ass? And they got a new James Bond coming out?
We'll see. So what they need to do for that one, if they asked me after what they did at the end, and I don't know if we can say spoiler alert, because if people haven't seen the last movie, but it ends. It's very final. how it ends. But I mean,
Allegedly.
interesting way to
Allegedly.
end one of the most successful series of all time. But I think you go back and you do those as period pieces. So you go back and you start with the first book, and you start it in the 50s when it was written. And so you have post-World War II era Great Britain.
Oh, yeah.
And you're doing it. You have all the cars. So in the books, he's driving an old Bentley. And it's from the 30s. So even though it's written in the 50s. So it's not the Aston Martin. So you do that, and you do it true to the books in that time period. So,
Ooh, that would be very expensive though, but not really today with CGI, with AI, with what they're able to do now.
Yeah.
You know, Tyler Perry was building an $800 million studio, and he stopped production on it when he saw Sora, which is the new AI program that really quickly can render spectacular scenes.
Okay.
Have you seen it? Have you heard about it?
Is that one like 3D camera? That one in Australia?
No, Sora's just AI generated
AI.
video. Show him the one with Japan. It's Tokyo in the snow. It's crazy. You can't believe it's not real, because it's like it's got people checking their bag, looking at their watch, tying their shoe, like normal stuff, pausing to talk to people, and you're looking at it, you're like, what? This is not real? And apparently they generate them very quickly.
Think about it in 5 years from now.
Oh, it's going to be
about 10 years from now.
So this is all AI.
Beautiful, snowy Tokyo.
Snowy Tokyo City is bustling. Camera moves through the bustling city street. This is the prompt that made them that made AI create this. Following several people. Like, look at this.
Oh wow,
this is crazy. This is fake. You would never. You would think, oh, someone got a camera, and they're filming all these. Story of a robot's life in cyberpunk settings. I mean, these videos that they can make now are incredible. And again, this is OpenAI's text-to-video model.
That's crazy.
Sora. And
is that the one that Ashton Kutcher was talking about?
I don't know. I don't know if Ashton Kutcher was talking about.
It was in the news yesterday, something about AI and something about Hollywood with doing this stuff. But
they're fucked.
Killer.
Everyone's fucked. Actors are fucked. Everyone's fucked.
I need to read the after the strike last year, because there was an actor strike also, as you know, and then the writer strike as well. So I don't know, and AI was a big part of that, but I don't know.
It was. Yeah.
Where did it end up? Do you know where it ended up?
I don't know, but they don't have much to negotiate with, unfortunately. There's an inevitability with this kind of technology. It's like, would you write books with a feather? No. Would you write all the books with a feather? No. So, like, if I wanted to buy a book from you, I'd have to commission you, and you would have to write out this new book, Red Sky Morning. You'd have to write this out in a feather for every customer.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
You would never do that, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing with AI. Like, instead of having people act out movies and having, like, real scenes and everybody's on set at 6 a.m., and that's the thing of the past.
Oh, man.
I really think it's a thing of the past. What they can do now.
This one got announced today.
What is this
on
one?
Twitter. It's called Gen 3 Alpha, I think. I don't know.
See, there's a bunch of these different competing AI programs as well. It's not just the OpenAI Sora.
Right.
There's a bunch of them. Microsoft has one. I mean, and then these graphic engines, the Unreal Engine 5 is fucking insane.
That's crazy.
They have these graphic models now for video games, and Unreal. That's what it's called, right? Unreal Engine 5. Yeah. Unreal Engine 5 is fucking bananas. So this is for video games.
Yeah.
So video games now look almost indistinguishable from a movie. There's this tiny hint of what they call the uncanny valley, where you can kind of tell that it's not real, especially when you're looking at like human faces.
Yeah.
But Jamie will show you. Like this.
Ah, that's crazy. Did you play video games?
No, I can't.
Do you used
go
to?
crazy. Yeah, I go crazy. I can't do it.
You get sucked in?
Yeah. I'll be playing it all day long. I have a real problem.
You wouldn't have a podcast?
No, I'd probably have a podcast. It probably would suck though. I have a very addictive personality with things that are difficult to do.
Yeah.
When I find, like, as long as it's something physical, like jiu-jitsu, you can only do jiu-jitsu 2 hours a day.
Yeah.
At the most, maybe a little bit more. After that, your body just breaks down.
Yeah.
And you can only play pool so many hours a day. But you can play video games all fucking day. You could just, and they jazz you up so much. There's such an adrenaline rush. You're so locked into it. And then when I shut them off, I always feel like shit. So this is Unreal Engine 5.4. I guess this is the newest version of it.
What? That's wild.
Look how crazy this is.
That's cool.
I mean, this is a video game. So imagine playing a video game.
Right.
And this is the type of graphics that they can do. And again, This is just today. This stuff is moving at an exponential pace to the point where, 5-6 years from now, you're going to be experiencing this, but in VR.
Yeah.
You'll have like the Meta headset on, and you'll be experiencing this probably on an omnidirectional floor. They have these omnidirectional. Google that, Jamie. The new omnidirectional floor.
Disney's got the best one.
Do they? Yeah, so the omnidirectional floor, the way you walk is the way the floor moves.
What?
So you stay in like an area
What?
like the size of this room, right? So you stand in the center, and everywhere you walk, the floor walks with you. So
That's
you are
crazy.
actually walking, but you're not moving anymore.
Oh, I don't know. Are you gonna get one?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Oh, man.
Like, look at this.
What?
Yeah, this is bonkers.
No, I can't. No.
So everywhere you go, so
Yeah,
you can, and that's actually a lot smaller than this room. I was incorrect. That's really small. That's like the size of this table almost.
Yeah.
And so you get on this thing, and the game will take you down corridors and alleys, and you go cross fields, and you'll be able to do this. And I'm sure eventually what they'll be able to do is have different terrain. Like you'll have like a textured terrain, or maybe even elevation. You'll be able to go up like a treadmill.
So you can get a workout in?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You definitely can. I mean, I remember when Dance Dance Revolution came, or Evolution or Revolution. Revolution.
I think I missed
Dance
that one.
Dance Revolution is this game these kids started playing in an arcade, and everybody started losing weight because it's a dance game where the floor lights up like blue. You're supposed to step on blue, and then there's like different things that you're supposed to do. And there's a pattern on the screen that you're supposed to follow, and you get a score based on how well you keep up with the steps.
All right.
So all these people were like playing a video game, but they're burning insane amount of calories. People lose like 50, 60 pounds playing this game, which I support.
Yeah.
Like if there's a game that can make you healthy, fuck yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Then you get tired, maybe you sit down on the couch and go to the other one where you just sit there, and then who's creating this? I don't know. Who's moving the country forward? Who's making?
Oh, well,
I don't know.
that's a real problem, obviously. Yeah. Well, also, they just announced that the former chief of NSA is going to the board of OpenAI, which has freaked a bunch of people out, including Edward Snowden.
Oh,
Does that freak you out, Jamie? Yeah, it's a big smile on Jamie's face. Well, I would imagine they would want to get involved in something like that. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't. I mean, I could put on my conspiracy tinfoil hat thing and say, oh my God, what are they trying to do this? But Edward Snowden eviscerates OpenAI's decision to put former NSA director on its board. This is a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. Obviously, he has a beef with the NSA. Yeah, but if you were let's imagine National Security Agency is an important thing for this country to have. If you're having these fucking eggheads that are developing the next super being, which is essentially what they're doing, they're going to develop, whether it exists in a physical form, it only exists on a computer, it's going to be far smarter than us within a matter of a few years. And so just for national security concerns, you probably would have to have someone go and be there and go, hey, what the fuck are you guys doing? And report back from the inside. Like wouldn't you kind of have to have it from just to know what they're doing? You can't give them the power. These unelected people, you're going to give them the power to give birth to a god?
I mean, that's why I want to get rid of this phone.
It's inevitable.
I know.
Jack, it's
that's
not
the
gonna
whole
help you.
thing. That's the whole thing. We're down this path, just like you said. I mean, we're the technology is increasing at an exponential rate, and so what we think is about 20 years off is probably going to be here essentially tomorrow.
It's going to be very, very quick. Apparently, what we're at now is Chat GPT 4.0 or 4.0. And the next Chat GPT 5 is going to be exponentially more powerful, and that's in the pipeline.
Well, it's the manipulation part that we're already just with social media. You can take it back 10 years. I mean, Twitter, X is similar to when it started essentially, and that's you're getting manipulated constantly. And it's not just to buy a new detergent like back in the 80s, watching a commercial like that. I mean, your thoughts and behaviors are being manipulated by these algorithms and whoever is writing these algorithms. That's a lot of things. So imagine
with AI that just went. And the latest update, didn't our phones just get some sort of crazy AI thing in there?
The iPhones do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have an Android. I have this Samsung Galaxy that I'm switching over to.
Really?
And this one does a lot of AI things. Like it translates conversations in real time. It'll summarize websites for you. So if there's a website, like James Webb Telescope found some new galaxy, I'm like, I don't have time for this fucking gigantic article. So give me the summary. And it gives you the summary. It'll summarize it.
Oh, man. It's been accurate.
Oh, yeah. It's really good. And it tells a lot of wild shit. Like you could circle a picture. Like if you see Jamie's sneakers, like, oh, those are pretty fresh. You circle it. It'll just send it right to Google, and it shows you where you can buy them instantly.
Really?
It tells you what it is. The objects, show like French press. Oh, what's that? What is that thing? What do they call it? French press. It'll, like, just from circling, I can take a photo of that, make a circle around it. Here, I'll show you right now. It's pretty crazy.
That
it's
is
like
wild. Well, maybe I should instead of trying to stay away from it, maybe I should embrace it and put the book in it. People can circle it and do whatever they do.
I think you're always going to want fiction. I think people are always going to want fiction, and they're also always going to want to have things that someone has created.
Yeah.
I think that's a part of what people enjoy.
Yeah.
So look,
like this, like the artwork on the walls here that is done by a real person.
See, like I just took a photo of the French press,
and there it
circled
is.
it,
What?
And it's giving me links to how to buy a French press.
Man,
it's crazy,
dude.
This is complete next level.
So is that freeing up time rather than having to go French press?
I don't know. It's just cool.
Search.
It's not freeing up any time. I mean, maybe it is freeing up a little bit of time. I just think it's cool. That's why I like.
You love all that stuff, though. You embrace new technologies.
I do, but again, you got to know what it is. It's like I like whiskey, but I don't drink it every day. I drink a little bit of whiskey every now and again.
All right.
And I take big days off. I like to stay healthy.
So your personality, you can get addicted to video games and that feeling and that, but not to other things like whiskey or whatever else.
I don't think
so. It's not the same. They're like,
well, I'm too health conscious.
Yeah.
I could never get addicted to a drug.
Yeah.
Although I am addicted to caffeine for sure. Yeah. I took a whole day off caffeine and documented it on the internet. And like at the end of the day, I had a fucking pounding headache.
That headache,
this
right?
is crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I haven't had one of those in a long time, which is because I haven't stopped drinking caffeine in a long time.
Yeah.
But when I used to write back in the day, I used to buy these sodas. There were these bizarre sodas that this liquor store had that were filled with caffeine, like insane amounts of caffeine. But they also had like hot sauce in them and these cool colors and flavors. Like some of them were, they would turn my tongue dark blue. They had skull and crossbones on the labels. They were just cool. I remember this is like in the 90s. I bought them just for fun. I was at a liquor store and I saw what is this stuff? And the guy was like, oh, this crazy soda company. I don't even think they're around anymore. Yeah. But I bought cases of this shit.
It's probably illegal.
Probably. I mean, I don't know what the caffeine amount was, but it was extraordinary.
And is that when you're writing like comedy late at night, like quiet?
Back then, I was writing a script.
Oh, nice.
I was trying to write a script.
Okay.
And I also write comedy late at night too. Yeah. And I just like to be caffeinated when I'm writing.
Yeah.
When I'm writing, I like to be jazzed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I do the same thing. I think. I mean, the only time I'm not being interrupted is like 10 a.m. still to like 3, 4 in the morning. I pulled so many all-nighters for this one.
10 a.m. to 3 in the morning
3,
straight.
4 in the morning, sometimes 6, 7. If I'm just on a roll, just got to keep going. Because, deadline's looming, but I don't want to rush anything to hit that deadline, if that makes sense. Like I want to get through, I want to be the best story I possibly can. I don't want to get to a certain number of words or the deadline's coming. Let me wrap this up. Like, never. I respect my audience too much for that.
No, I know you wouldn't.
And so it's got to be the best story it can possibly be, but that means a lot of late nights. So, so that goes back to the phone, handing that off to somebody, having other people do some things so that I can focus on the writing, maybe in some hours that are a little more normal.
But do you think you'll ever get to a point where you say, you know what, in order to do a book the right way, I have to do one every 2.5 years?
Maybe that was like the norm in the 80s. Like Tom Clancy books weren't every year.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So there was a couple of years, and you didn't know if one was going to come next year, or the year after.
So is there pressure that comes from? Does it come from the publisher? Does it come from you? Do you like make hay while the sun's shining?
I think maybe there's a little bit of that, but I think it became what was expected for recurring characters. So it became Clive Cussler. Maybe was one of the first to start doing it with the Dark Pit series that he started. I think the first one was back in the 70s, early 70s. He passed away a couple years ago, but he started doing them more frequently. And then Tom Clancy was every 2.5 years. And then we get up into the late 90s and you have Daniel Silva, book a year. You have Vince Flynn, book a year. And so it became something that was normal. and now people expect it. So I think that it's more that than anything else.
Yeah, if people get hooked on a character, they want a new book every year.
Yeah,
like Granny does a new Gray Man every year.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's kind of what the audience expects, and it's fun. And again, it is, it's a timeline that you can hit. 2 a year would be difficult to do. That would be extremely difficult to do. Yeah.
Does anybody do 2 a year?
I think there's a couple guys who have done it. Well, I think when you get a little older, like John Grisham, so kids out of the house, that sort of a thing,
right?
And you don't do all of the other things.
Trying to avoid the wife.
Podcast.
Lock yourself in your office.
Your words. I mean, but I think you can get to that stage where if you're not doing a podcast and you're not doing social media and you're not writing a blog and you're not updating your website. Zero of those things, but you love to write and all the kids are out of the house and you already have established a readership from the 80s, the 90s, early 2000s when there were less distractions, when we didn't have all these video games, didn't have social platforms, didn't have YouTube, didn't have on demand, any movie ever made that you can have anytime. So that's essentially what you're competing with books. So people read less now. So if you have that base established from the old days, like a John Grisham, then he can do 2 a year. So you get 2 John Grisham books every year, every now and again. I think Michael Connolly does the same thing, but they're not doing the other things. They're not doing that podcast. They're not doing the scripts. They're not doing that sort of thing.
Yeah. Especially like the script. I mean, the amount of how much time does it take, or how much time do you have to spend working on the terminal list?
A lot. It's so the first one I was the learning. So I was new to Hollywood, so I was learning. But Chris Pratt wanted me involved. Antoine Fuqua wanted me involved. Showrunner David DiGilio wanted me involved. So, but essentially, I'm learning. I'm seeing how this adaptation to film works. And now, after that, it was a few-year process. Now I can add more value this time around. So this time I'm involved in all the casting, which I wasn't before, other than Chris. So this time I'm involved in all the casting, all the creating the show with David DiGilio, writing the outlines, going to the nice. Yeah. Getting those things going.
They nailed it, man. That show is as close to the actual book as you're probably ever going to get without it being like 100 hours long.
Yeah, that's the thing. Some people get upset that there wasn't this scene or that scene, or these characters get morphed together or that sort of a thing.
There's a clip on the back of it.
Wow, look at this. Wow.
Built in.
No way.
Pretty snazzy.
That is. How do you
you flip the clipper like this?
Boom, boom, boom. Oh, it flips out.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Built in. So you never have to wonder if you have a clipper.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, and shout out to Foundation Cigars for hooking us up.
Oh, nice. Oh, look at that. Get your own cigars right there. I love it.
And they're good.
Nice. Let's check this out. Let's do that right there.
I was very skeptical when you first made them for me. I'm like,
you're like, oh, geez.
It's going to suck.
Yeah, that's I did a whole cigar lighting scene in this book. I have one of my favorite chapters in previous books was James Reese talking to Caroline Hastings, who's the matriarch of this Hastings family. It's just a conversation, so it's nothing's blowing up. No one's getting their head chopped off with a tomahawk and anything like that. It's just a conversation and passing on of wisdom. And I did that again this time with the patriarch. And so it's Jonathan Hastings talking to James Reese, and they go through. He's rolling a cigarette like old school, the way he would have done it back in Africa, in Rhodesia back in the day. And then James is doing a cigar, but he's lighting it in the way that he learned from Jonathan Hastings' brother in what was then Mozambique.
Yeah, people get real dorked out on how to light a cigar. I have had conversations. I've done it the right way. I've done it the other way. I can't tell the difference. I'm too stupid. So it's like the same way I feel about wine. I am never going to be a wine connoisseur. I like a nice glass of wine. If someone tells me what the good stuff is, I'll drink that.
Yeah, you can tell the difference though.
Oh yeah, yeah. I have my friend Matt is like a real wine connoisseur though. He has like a cellar in his house, and he puts on his reading glasses when we go out to eat, and he goes over all the different vintages. He knows exactly what the fuck he's ordering. I don't know what I'm ordering. I asked the lady at the
that's what they do. They're supposed to know all that stuff.
Like a full-bodied Cabernet.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck anything is.
I put some wine in these. So I like to do that. I like to weave in food. Ian Fleming did it. It's kind of like my nod is my 007th book. So there's a lot of little references to Bond in here. And Fleming.
Really?
Some that like the most casual watcher of a film will get, and some that probably even the most ardent fan won't get. So there's something for everybody that I put in here. But so
that's your 7th book?
7th book, 007.
Damn, son, that's an accomplishment.
Thank you.
7 books.
7 books.
That's incredible.
Thank you.
I just think about how many hours it is of just sitting in front of the computer.
Oh, my eyes are gone. I mean,
do you still use a laptop?
Mm-hmm.
I would encourage you to not.
I need to not.
Yeah. You know why? For the keyboard. Yeah, the keyboards on the MacBook suck.
Yeah.
I do most of my writing, even when I write, I either write at home on an Apple with it's a really nice keyboard. There's a lot of trigger travel and it's ergonomic. It's separated. Or I have a ThinkPad. I don't know if you ever use one of those Lenovo ThinkPads. The keyboards are superior. Superior to the Apple ones. First of all the keys have like a little dip in them.
Yeah.
So your fingers settles into that little valley.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of travel. It's like 1.8 millimeters. One of the things I have is 2.2 millimeters of travel. So as you're typing, you're feeling it. Some guys go so crazy that they want a mechanical keyboard.
Yeah, I'm not there yet. I do have I have one that Hemingway actually wrote a movable feast on. Somebody, a fan, sent it to me. When
a typewriter?
Yeah, he wrote a movable feast on it. It came up for auction right before COVID. So January of 2020, the guy that started Newman's Own with Paul Newman, he was also kind of a manager, this A.E. Hotchner. I don't think I'm pronouncing his last name correctly, but he was like a mover and shaker in those types of circles back in the day. And so he had all this Hemingway stuff, and it went up for auction after he passed away. And so I have, Hemingway's typewriter. So I typed a Hemingway quote on it when it arrived, and then I let it sit. Of course, the kids have walked by and so it's not exactly pristine anymore.
Though.
Yeah,
that makes it funny.
It's pretty cool. So I have that right there. But I need to get it there. And after we talked about this once, and so I went out and I bought another computer, like we talked about, the one you recommended. So I got it, but it wasn't an Apple one. And like Apple got me. Like everything it's cloud and friggin' phone and computer. Like they've just got me.
You can get around that though.
I'm not good at that sort of thing.
It's not that hard. It's not that hard. You just relearn it, and then once you relearn it, you already have it in your head. You know, I have a lot of cross-platform things that I use, which helps a lot.
Okay.
But Apple's Notes is one of the best things ever, because when I have an idea, I like to just talk it into a note, and then if it's on my Apple Notes, then it's on my computer notes. So like if I have an idea for a bit or something like that, I can say it in my notes, and then when I go on my computer and I just press the notes, it's there.
I need to get better at that sort of thing. I have notepads everywhere, yellow stickies everywhere. Like it's chaos.
You don't have it on your phone?
Oh no! For some reason I just don't. I don't know. There's something.
Dude,
about
the best thing about the phones today is that you could talk to it. You know, like you could on both, like the Apple one and this one too. You just open up a note, and then when you open up a note, when you're writing a new note, you go down there and you press the microphone thing, and when you press the microphone thing, it just lets you talk. Like here we go.
I need to do that. I need to get better at all that stuff. It's not, I'm not good at it. I send myself emails. I have an email account that I just send notes to, or emails to.
Like I could do this.
Yeah.
Jack Carr is a bad motherfucker, and this is his 7th book.
Bam.
Look how quick that is.
Look at that. I do. It was close.
Pretty fucking close.
Close.
Oh, they blocked out bad motherfucker. Look what motherfucker.
See, it's already controlling you.
Why is it doing that?
See?
That's probably the thing about Androids, though. Is I should stop this. It's still recording. The thing about Androids, though, is like they have so many options of things you could do. You can customize things so much more than you can on an iPhone.
Okay.
Now, if you're a person that's already busy like yourself, that's probably not attractive to you.
No.
It's just too much.
Yeah.
But like I've watched like 10 videos on this phone just trying to figure out all the different stuff you can do.
Oh, man.
You could use it in split screen mode where you can watch 2 different things at the same time, 2 different websites. You have an email in the bottom while you're watching a video at the top.
Dude, I don't know.
And it also has a
I think
stylus.
that might be too much for me. Oh, you can pull it.
Oh yeah, check this out. And not only does it have a stylus, but the stylus, it doubles as a remote control. So like if you want to take a picture with the family, you set up the phone and then you hold on to this. So you go like that. You press the button, it takes the picture.
And that has a better camera than iPhone.
I wouldn't say it's better. I would say it's just as awesome.
Okay.
I mean, there are people that debate things.
Yeah.
The Apple camera is amazing. I still have this iPhone 15. It's fucking great. Don't get me wrong. And one thing that I really love about Apple is it works with Apple TV. So the best remote for Apple TV is your iPhone.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm learning so much today.
It syncs up. So if you have Apple TV, you scroll down like this and you press this button right here and it shows you the remote. It says choose a TV, you choose a TV, and then you control the screen with your remote. So if you want to look something up on YouTube or on, Netflix, you type it. Instead of like looking for the fuck, it's like old school texting.
All right,
but worse. Right?
It's horrible.
This is
horrible.
Way easier. You just type it on your phone, and then also you can slide back and forth to wherever you want in the movie. Exactly. Yeah. It's the best remote.
All right.
The
All right.
remote
I'm gonna
off your
try that.
iPhone is the best.
I will try
That's
that.
the best.
The other stuff I don't know about, but I will
Yeah.
try that because it's that I'm not good at all that stuff. I'm always like yelling at my wife, like, what the password and what's the friggin' it's attached to your email. It says
Yeah.
like, didn't we buy this movie already on another thing? Like,
right.
I'm not good at all that.
Yeah, that's always an
good.
issue. There's a lot going on today.
That's why I like to take a breath, go upstairs, but I do need that other computer because I'm feeling it for the first time. I'm feeling it in my hand. And,
Well,
from typing.
the thing is, if you use like a cross-platform word processor, like say if you use Microsoft, if you use Microsoft Word, you can access Microsoft Word through your phone. You can access Microsoft Word through a laptop, a Windows laptop, a Mac laptop. It does not matter. You can access it.
Yeah.
So you have a Microsoft Word account.
Yeah.
And so then if you store things in the cloud, like if you store your script in the cloud or your book in the cloud, you could access it from anything you want.
I know. It's so bad.
It's not
though.
difficult. That's not difficult. That's
We're essentially the same age, but you're so good at all this stuff.
I'm
and
not
I'm
that
like,
good.
you are. You know,
Jamie's
what you're
better than me, and Red Band's better than Jamie.
Yeah, it's
that hurt you.
it's a lot.
I said
come in.
Hold on.
that just to trigger you.
Yeah, set up a competition.
Oh,
Red
man.
Band is a super nerd, though. They're
It's a
both
lot.
super nerds.
It's a lot, but I need to
Yeah.
do something. I need to get definitely another computer for typing. But I have one that's just for writing. So a whole other computer just for writing.
That's smart.
Get a new one every time. This might not be so smart. I get a new one for every book.
Really?
Yeah, just so it's all clean and it's like a clean piece of paper and it's blank slate. And I start again. And I know that's not necessary. Today you could probably make a new screen or minimize everything or do it a better way. But I just like it in my own head, like I'm starting anew.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing to do. Like rituals are good, especially for creative people.
Yeah,
you know that's a big part of Stephen Pressler's book.
Stephen Pressfield.
Excuse me, Pressfield. Yeah, The War of Art.
Amazing.
Yeah. His book, is kind of all about summoning. It's about discipline, focus, dedication, but also summoning the muse.
Yeah.
And then part of that is like this ritual of like showing up at a very specific time every day. Like this is, and if you do that enough, the ideas will come to you.
Yep.
And it is true.
Oh, exactly. It's doing the work. Sitting down and doing the work. You got to do the work, or it's not going to. Obviously, if you don't do the work, you're never going to get where you want to go.
When I first read it, I felt like Pressfield was using the term the muse as like just sort of that maybe it's not a real thing, but you treat it as if it's a real thing and it works that way. It worked because of the time and focus that you put, like it will accumulate over time. You will get creative ideas. But now as I'm getting older, I'm not convinced that I was right, that it's not a real thing. I have a feeling that this is going to sound so weird, but I'm just going to say it. I think ideas are an unrecognized life form. This is what I think. I think creativity is a very strange thing. Like, what is it? Where is it coming from? Where do ideas come from? Where's a great song come from? Where's a great concept for a book come from? It comes from your mind, right? Your mind pulls it out of a lot of things, like your life experiences, your current state of, of depression or happiness, and all the things you've read your whole life. There's like so many things that you're pulling creativity out of.
Right.
But there's a thing that enters into your mind sometimes when you come up with an idea where you're like, that is not from me. That's not from me. I know this is just popping up, and maybe it's just as my ignorance of the way synapses fire, but I'm not sure. Because my thought is everything that exists that human beings have created came from an idea. Like all cameras, all houses, everything was an idea that we got, and then we worked at it and manifested it into form.
Yeah.
And if the universe has a driving force when it comes to intelligent life, that driving force seems to be creating things.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling that ideas themselves are almost like a life form that injects itself into human consciousness and then encourages and guides people to do things, to make things. And then they appear, and those things encourage more people to make more things.
Yeah.
And I think it works that way with music. I think that works that way with comedy. It works that way with literature, with pretty much everything.
Yeah.
Everything that's really good encourages more people to do those things, and then more things happen and better things get made. And I think that's how these things will themselves into existence. They do it through our minds.
Like almost spiritual.
I don't know if I like that word because it's been co-opted by hippie chicks and dudes pretending to be spiritual to try to get laid. Yeah, I think a lot of spiritual hippies are being girls are being honest. The guys are probably 80% of them are not being honest. But yeah, whatever that word means, it's something. That there's something more to it than this sort of reductionist view of what an idea is. And if someone says, what's your proof? You know, we have evidence of, I have no proof.
Yeah.
It's not, I think the world is way stranger than we think.
Yeah.
And I think our existence here is way stranger than we think. I think people have been wrestling with that forever. And for me to just think, oh, the muse is just this like airy-fairy concept that you give to the results of hard work and dedication. No, I think hard work and dedication are important because you summon the muse. I think the muse is a real thing.
And you've come to this over time.
Yeah.
With age, experience.
I just don't know.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if the muse wasn't a real thing, boy, it sure behaves like a fucking real thing.
That's true. That
it really does behave like a real thing. And when you're living your life right, it seems like it rewards you. It seems like it rewards you, like both mentally, emotionally, physically. Like there's a guiding force. It's just we don't know how to tune into it. And I think that guiding force also exists creatively. I think there's a guiding force in terms of like the things you do. Like if you're living your life right and you're doing the things you're supposed to do and you're good to your friends, you're disciplined, and you get to a certain point in your life, you're like, wow, it's almost like fate's real.
Yeah.
You know, like there's some guiding forces that are not exact.
Yeah.
They're almost like a radio signal that you're tuning in, but you can't quite get it. It's like it's kind of there, but you kind of have a sense. It's not saying everyone head to the exit. It's not that clear.
Yeah.
It's just like this very vague thing. It's like, I think I'm supposed to do this.
Yeah. Well, fate's an interesting thing, obviously. I thought about it. I thought about it my whole life. My dad gave me a book a long time ago when I was a kid called The Bridge in San Luis Rey. And it's about these people that are on this bridge. It collapses. And it's in Central South America somewhere. And they all die. And the stories about why are these people, let's say there's 7, there might be more or less, but regardless about that number, a group of people, why were they on that bridge at that time when it collapsed? And it's just an interesting thing to think about. And I thought about it again in Iraq back in really 2005, 2006 timeframe, because anything could have been an IED. And you're going down the road, you're heading to a target, you're doing a convoy, whatever you're doing, and anything, a dead donkey on the side of the road, trash, whatever, just a disrupted piece of dirt, whatever, anything could be an IED back then. So we got there, and I thought, you know what, I can either be worried about that sort of thing, or I can just accept the fate part of it and do my job at that time as an officer, and do my job as the best leader and operator I can possibly be, and focus on the mission and focus on the guys, and crush this thing. And that's where my focus needs to be, not on whether that thing's an IED. I got somebody up in the turret as we're going, they're doing that thing. We have some technology that's helping counter some of these things there. Of course, the enemy though is adapting to that technology. That's warfare. You're always adapting to the enemy. Enemy's always adapting to you. You're looking for gaps in the enemy's defenses. You're trying to capitalize on momentum, but they're clever, and they know exactly how we counter things, and they adapt, and in turn, we have to adapt to that. So I decided to resign myself to fate as far as that stuff goes, so I could just focus on the mission and be the best leader I could be. So fate's an interesting thing.
It is, and it's interesting hearing that from you, because you're talking about it in the most extreme environment that exists, which is war. And that in order for you to be completely focused, you kind of had to give into that. Yeah. That's the only way you'll be able to do your job. And then also, if you're not completely focused, it could wind up costing you or your teammates' lives.
Exactly. That's the same reason while I was in, all I focused on, and I think I had to talk to my wife about this, but she understood it. The pendulum's on the side of the team. when you're in. If you're bringing guys downrange, maybe you're in a staff job somewhere, maybe not. But if you're taking guys downrange, you do not want to be 10 years on from whatever's going to happen downrange in Iraq or Afghanistan or somewhere else around the world, sitting on that couch after something goes sideways, wondering if you did everything you possibly could have done in preparation for that event to be the best operator, make the best decisions under fire that you possibly could. So that's why on the weekends, I was training. There were people going around the country in the civilian side of the house. So I'd be out there training pistols, training rifles on the weekend, always working out, always reading military history, always reading about Iraq, Afghanistan, so that I was not going to leave anything on the field, because it was just something that I was very aware of, just reading histories of Vietnam and thinking about the guys when they came home from that, and just how the enemy gets a vote. You can also do all those things I just talked about, and things can still go sideways. But I wanted to know that I was as prepared as I could possibly be.
And in the margins and the far ends, the hard days that you put in training could be the difference between your life or life of your teammates.
Exactly. It's like now it's easy for me to say, I don't think I need to work out today. I need to write a book. You know, back then, no, I'm going to work out. I'm going to do this run. I'm going to hit that obstacle course again. I'm going to get to the range with the guys. I'm going to do whatever it is. I'm going to read this other book about Afghanistan, or read this thing about insurgencies, counterinsurgencies, terrorism. I'm going to know the enemy as well as I possibly can, because that's what I owe the guys, and not just them, but their families, and by default, the mission in the country. So
I think that difference is what makes your book so special, that you have that real life experience. This isn't just something you're dreaming up and you've done research on. Like, your real life experience serving as a Navy SEAL is a big part of why your books are so compelling.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And it's one of those things I also saw as I was getting out. So I went to the training command buds as my last couple of years in, which is when I started writing the first book. And that's when I wasn't taking guys downrange anymore. I knew I was getting out, so I didn't have to be solely focused on that, and I could start doing these other things and focus on that. But I didn't know through my executive summary, through my outline, until I started to write those first words, how personal it was going to be. And it became a very personal writing experience. Initially, I thought, I'll get the sniper stuff right. If I don't know something about an aircraft or a submarine, I can call somebody, and I'll at least I know people to reach out to who can connect me with someone who spent time in the submarine force or in an aircraft I need to write about or something like that. But I didn't know how personal it was going to be from a feeling and emotion standpoint. So if my character gets ambushed somewhere, I can remember what it was like in Baghdad 2006 to actually get ambushed. And then I can take those and apply them right here to this fictional narrative. So it's a fictional story. James Reese in the first book gets ambushed on the streets of LA by this assassin guy. But I can remember what it felt like to be on the receiving end. And then those feelings and emotions go directly on the page. So I don't have to find a sniper from, let's say, Ramadi at the height of the war and interview him, and then have those answers get filtered through movies I've seen, other interviews I've done, documentaries, other books, whatever it might be, and then fictionalize it and put it on the page. It goes all heart and soul right in here. So it was very personal, much more personal. It's remained that way. Even though this is the 7th book, it's still just as powerful when I'm writing it and I'm feeling it as it was for that first one.
Did you write any short stories first?
No. I was a reader. So I read my whole life. So I got to read all these guys: David Morrell, Nelson DeMille, A.J. Quinnell, J.C. Pollock, Mark Golden, Tom Clancy, Ian Fleming, Jean Le Carré. All these guys were the masters, were my professors in the art of storytelling from a very early age. So certainly by 6th grade. 5th grade was when Hunt for Red October came out, which is why I have a submarine section in the beginning of this as a nod to the 40th anniversary of the Hunt for Red October for Tom Clancy and everything he did for the genre. But I just absolutely love it. But I had that foundation, and I had that foundation from an early age. So it wasn't at age 40 when I thought, maybe I should be, if I'm going to be a writer, what should I have been reading? And what can I have read that
you read knowing you were going to be a writer?
But because I loved the magic in those pages, not because I was like, I'm going to learn this in 6th grade so that then 30 years later I can use it. No, it was just I loved the magic in the pages of all those novels, and it just became a part of me, a part of my being, a part of this foundation that I can now build on. So I don't think I could have prepared myself any better to be a SEAL or to do what I'm doing now as an author, because reading is really the foundation of all of it.
That's such a great lesson for people listening, that you can apply to almost anything in life. Like, just focus on something, be super dedicated to it, cover all the bases, and then go for it. And you nailed it. If the terminal is your first book, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's what it was.
How many rewrites were there or edits?
I thought there was going to be a lot because you're sending this to Simon & Schuster. It's a publisher of all these books that I've read growing up, and I thought, oh, they know what they're doing back there, so they're going to make all these changes. Very few. The questions that I got back are still the ones that I get content edits today, which are like, explain this for somebody who wasn't in the military, or now explain this for someone who hasn't read the previous 6 books. Put another sentence in there or two just to explain who this person is and why they're here. So those are the kind of edits that I get, but no real big content edits at all. And I didn't know it. I'm stepping into this for the first time back then, and I didn't know if it was going to be like, hey, you know what, you should lay off on the violence, or do you have to have so many guns in there, or do you have to describe them? Nothing. There's zero.
See, the thing is about books, you can kind of go ham in a book. Like, and people don't really cancel books, you know? They don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can, with written fiction, you can get pretty fucking crazy.
Oh, yeah.
To the point where if that was in a movie, people would like, what kind of asshole made this movie? Because I think we think about movies as movies